Hi, I'm Brianna from New York. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single dad who owned a multi-million-dollar company. Even though he was super busy, he always put me first, and I felt truly loved. He worked from home till I was 3, and then he hired the best nannies to take care of me while he was away. Life was good until one day, something really strange happened. I was 4 years old when one night, I saw Dad working really late and I decided to make him some hot chocolate. As I walked over to his desk, I suddenly tripped on the carpet and spilled it all over his laptop.
Oh my God, Brianna, you fried my laptop. It has so much important stuff on it.
Suddenly, I felt something happen to my face. I could feel my lips and nose and cheeks twitch uncontrollably. Dad noticed it and immediately took me to the doctor. She told us that face twitching was an involuntary condition, and it just happened to some people when they were stressed. There wasn't really any cure for it. When I turned 5, Dad enrolled me in the best school around. In the first lesson, the teacher asked us all to write a few lines about ourselves. But this girl next to me kept talking so loudly with her friends, I could hardly focus.
Hi, can you make a little less noise, please? I'm trying to write and… Gosh, are you telling me you're as stupid as you look? Don't interrupt me again.
Just then, my face twitched, and she looked even angrier as the others laughed. She thought I was mocking her, and after that day, Mona became my sworn enemy. And it just stayed that way forever, even when we got older. Once, when I was in 7th grade, Dad and I got stuck in traffic on our way home, and we saw a homeless couple on the pavement fighting over a sandwich. A boy my age was sitting near them with a basket of apples, and he came running towards us.
Sir, would you like to buy a pound of apples? It only costs $1, and with that, I'll buy dinner.
Dad bought 5 pounds and gave him $200. The boy's face lit up and he skipped off happily.
Poor kid. He should be in school, but his parents can't afford it.
Dad, why don't we do that? Let's send him to school. Please?
Can we? He smiled and nodded. A week later, Dad enrolled him in my school, and when the teacher introduced him to the class, I found out his name was Jack. He didn't seem to recognize me, and I never brought it up that I'd seen him before, or that my dad was the one who helped him. I didn't want him to feel embarrassed, but the rest of the kids were brutal, especially that Mona.
Hey Jack, why do you walk to school every day? Where's your car, man?
Come on, guys. Can't you see how poor he is? His pants are 2 sizes too small for him, and all he eats for lunch are apples.
I wanted to punch her face, but Jack didn't even react and walked away. I asked Dad to get him new clothes, and the next day, Jack looked so much happier. One day at the end of class, the teacher asked Jack to collect everyone's assignments. As he was walking through the aisle, someone stuck a leg out and he tripped and landed hard on the floor. I rushed forward to help him, but Mona got there first and threw a whole bottle of ink on him. That was it. I grabbed her bag and threw everything out of the window. She screamed and pulled my hair. I turned around and slapped her face. As we wrestled, we went crashing into a poor kid's solar system project, sending planets flying everywhere. We both ended up in detention, but it was worth it. The next day, I saw Jack walking towards me in the hallway, and I felt nervous. It was the first time we'd be talking. As he got close, my face started twitching. He stopped and abruptly turned away. Oh no! Jack, please stop. I didn't mean to tease you.
You just wrinkled your nose like I'm something disgusting. I thought you were different after what you did yesterday.
Just let me explain, will you? I told him about my condition and his face softened. We started hanging out after that, and soon we became friends. Well, I started having a small crush on him. He was sweet and simple, unlike any of the other rich, hoity-toity boys I knew. A few days later at a park entrance, someone was selling lottery tickets and we both got a ticket each for fun. The results were posted online the next day, but Jack said he was too nervous to look. I laughed and took both tickets and started scrolling through the results. My eyes almost popped out when I saw some numbers. The winning one was mine. OMG, I'd just won the $10 million lottery. I didn't really need it, but this money could change Jack's life. So without another thought, I switched our tickets. Oh my God, Jack, you've won freaking $10 million. Can you believe this? He stared at me in shock, then started whooping and jumping around like a crazy monkey. It was the best moment of my life. I was so excited to meet him after the weekend, but as soon as I entered school, I spotted him in a corner surrounded by some kids, including Mona. Gosh, couldn't they just leave him alone? I rushed forward and shouted, "Just knock it off and stop bullying."
No, Brianna, relax. They're my friends.
I stared at him in disbelief. Friends? These guys? Turns out, Jack was on the local news for being the lottery winner, and now everyone in school was suddenly his friend. Kids were swarming over to our table at lunch and nearly knocked me off trying to sit closer to him. Everyone wanted to know what he'd do with his millions. And well, he was spending them. One day, the flashiest yellow sports car drove up to school, and Jack jumped out of the back seat. He was now wearing branded clothes and carrying the latest iPhone, showing everyone pictures of his mansion. I was really happy for him, but he was suddenly so busy with all these new people and going to parties, I barely got to see him anymore. So one day, I texted him to ask if we could meet later, and he said he'd love to take me out for dinner. In fact, he picked out a really fancy restaurant, and it kind of felt like a date? But I was so mad when I kept waiting for 3 hours and he never showed up. He wouldn't even pick up his phone. On my way home, we were driving past some cafes when suddenly I yelled at my driver to stop. I spotted Jack under a streetlight, putting his scarf around a girl's neck and pulling her in for a kiss. And the girl was freaking Mona. I stormed over to them. "What the heck, Jack? You stood me up for dinner, and what are you doing with her?"
He's kissing me, twitchy face, because I'm his girlfriend.
His what? Jack, are you crazy?
Gosh, Brianna, I totally forgot about dinner. And no, I'm not crazy. Mona has apologized for everything to me, and she's actually really sweet.
No, she's not, Jack. Can't you see she's suddenly into you because you're rich? That's why all those other people are your friends too.
What's your problem, Brianna? Why can't you just be happy for me? Does it bother you that I'm not your poor friend anymore? The one you can feel sorry for and take care of? You just can't stand that I'm as rich as you now.
I can't believe you just said that. And suddenly, my face started twitching horribly.
God, I hate when your face does that. It's so annoying.
I snapped and slapped him across the face. "I don't even know who you are anymore." And with that, I ran back to my car with angry tears down my face. I was heartbroken, and I told Dad everything that had happened that night.
I'm so sorry, sweetheart, and I'm sad to hear Jack's turned out this way. He'll soon realize he's lost the best friend he ever had.
Well, it didn't look like it would be anytime soon, because he and Mona were now the hottest new couple in school. I could hardly stand to look at those two. But thankfully, the next few weeks, I was too busy working with my science club members to see much of them. Some professors from Harvard were coming to judge our projects, and we had a chance of winning a spot in a super exclusive summer program. When it was my turn to speak out at our presentation, I started off really confident. But just then, I spotted Mona and Jack in the auditorium pointing and making faces at me. I tried to focus, but I felt so flustered. My face started twitching and I forgot all my words. I turned to leave and I tripped and crashed straight into our project. As I saw Mona and Jack laughing from the corner of my eye, I picked myself up and ran away from there. I couldn't believe my best friend had become a spiteful jerk, ruining everything for me. I just never spoke to him again. A few days before the end of high school, I was walking past the principal's office when I saw Jack inside.
What's happened to you this past year? You've ignored all my warnings and now you've failed 3 subjects. You're not graduating high school. You'll have to repeat a year. What? Come on. Surely we can find another solution. How about I pay you 10 grand and you make my bad grades go away?
Get out of my office, Jack. I quickly walked off before he could see me. He was so smart, but he'd just been wasting his time over stupid things. And Mona publicly dumped him the same day when she found out because she said she didn't want to be with a loser anymore. I graduated high school with flying colors, and of course, Dad came to attend.
Oh, hello, sir. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Well, I was hoping to see you graduate along with my daughter, Jack. Your daughter? What's her name? Brianna. What? Brianna is your daughter? Yes. In fact, she's the one who insisted I send you to school all those years ago. You have a lot to thank her for, son. including that lottery ticket you think you won.
I was gathering my stuff from the locker when suddenly I found Jack standing behind me.
What do you want? Brianna, I know what you did. What kind of crazy person gives away $10 million?
What? How do you know that?
It doesn't matter. Just tell me, why did you do that for me?
Jack, when I saw you as a kid on the roadside, it broke my heart to think you didn't get as lucky as me to be born to rich parents. That lottery ticket was also just dumb luck. I didn't do anything to deserve it, but I really believed you deserved a better life. I still believe that, and I don't regret giving you the money at all.
I can't believe I was such a terrible jerk to the best person in my life. I'm really, really sorry. I don't deserve your forgiveness or your friendship, and I won't ever bother you again. Goodbye, Brianna. I hope you have a wonderful life.
He walked away, and I had a lump in my throat as I watched him leave. A few years later at university, I was studying in the library one evening when I realized it was quite late. As I was walking back to my apartment, I suddenly felt like I was being followed. I looked around to find two masked men right behind me. I tried to run, but they caught up instantly, and one of them snatched my bag as the other pushed me to the ground. Just then, someone came out of the shadows and punched one of them. To my shock, I saw it was Jack. The two men started beating him up as I screamed for help. Just then, a policeman came around the corner and the two men ran away. I called an ambulance and immediately rushed Jack to the hospital. He was unconscious and in really bad shape. He went into a coma. 10 days later, I was sleeping on a chair by his bed when I felt a hand on mine. Oh my God, you're awake?
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Jack, why were you there that night? How did you even know where I was?
I regret what I did to you so much, Brianna. So I made a promise to myself to always look out for you. I was too stupid to notice, but all those years, you were my guardian angel. You watched over me and stood up for me when no one else did. I owe you my life forever, and I love you, Brianna.
Finally, you sound like that sweet boy I used to be friends with. I forgive you, Jack, and I love you too. And with that, I leaned in for a kiss.
Hello, my name is Jill. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll see a double rainbow outside your window right now. I was born to A-list celebrities. Dad was a famous singer and music producer, while my mom was a top actress and model. My parents loved staying in the spotlight, but I hated it. When I was 5, they took me to an amusement park for my birthday. We were always surrounded by bodyguards, but that day, I requested them to wear some hats and spend some time alone with me. And they did exactly that. But sadly, their disguise didn't work.
Barbara, John, one picture with your daughter. Look here, please, one shot.
Mom! Dad!
In order to avoid the crazy cameras, I bolted in the other direction and got separated from my parents. It took them hours to find me. After that day, I avoided going out in the public eye, and soon my parents decided to send me to a quiet town called Cyprus, where no one would recognize me. I stayed there with my aunt, who was an angel, and life went back to normal. Well, it was almost normal, except for my weird neighbor Daniel. He was a total bully and would find the weirdest ways to pick on me.
Stop, Daniel! Give me back my books!
Nope, not gonna happen. You're gonna have to jump higher than that, short pants. I threw a shoe at him and it went flying past him, hitting May, my best friend and partner in crime. She was the only one who knew about my family, and together, we would always overpower Daniel. He hated that.
Daniel, cut it out, or I'm telling your mom if you keep doing that.
May and I were tight as a wolf pack. She was my biggest cheerleader, and growing up with her, I made some of my best school memories. Even when I became the student body president, she remained my #1 person. As for Daniel, he just got more annoying over the years. On the first day of senior year, I was happily welcomed by May at my locker. Hey, bestie! How was your summer trip to Paris? Shh, don't say it too loud. I don't want other people to hear and get suspicious. Right, sorry. I wouldn't want people finding out you're a prodigy daughter of top celebrities. Absolutely not. That would be the worst thing that could happen to me. I would have to move again, and I like this place, so I don't want to leave. Oh no, I don't want you to leave either. It would make me so sad. May and I laughed about it while walking down the hallway when the book in my hand suddenly got snatched. Daniel, I was beginning to wonder if Satan called you back.
Wow, sarcasm. Did you learn that from this book? Oh, no, wait. It's a love story? Ugh, are you gonna try and put a spell on me to make me fall in love with you?
You wish. Now give that back.
Okay, I'll give it back on one condition.
Not again, Daniel. That's my aunt's book. I really don't want you playing around with it.
I won't, if you promise to meet me after school in the library.
Fine, whatever. Please don't make this lamer than it already is. The day finally passed, and May and I headed to the library. But as we entered, all the lights were switched off, and I just knew it was just another dumb prank Daniel was playing on me. Furiously, I turned to May, who looked equally annoyed. May, will you just head home first? I need to end this once and for all with him. What are you planning on doing? Oh, don't worry. He's gonna get everything he's given me, tenfold. Okay, call me if you need me. I'll finish him off for you. May went home, but just as I reached the school hallway, I saw Daniel standing with my book in his hand. As he turned around slowly, I noticed that he wasn't so bad to look at. Almost too handsome. It made me gag in my head when it crossed my mind, and I snapped back to reality. But Daniel had already noticed me drooling.
That look on your face says you fell for me.
If I had to choose between kissing you or kissing a worm, I would pick the worm.
Who said anything about kissing? Or was that something you were thinking about?
Whatever. Let's just get to the point. Just give me my book so I can leave.
What's the rush? You haven't heard my condition yet.
What do you want from me? I don't want to keep going in circles with you. Just then, Daniel pulled a picture out of his pocket that made my jaw drop. It was a picture of me with my parents, smiling away into the camera. Where did you get this?
That's the wrong question. You should ask, what do I think about this picture? And what am I gonna do with it?
What is it that you want? Money? An autograph? Fame?
Whoa. Nothing of the sort. I just simply wanted to know if it was true. Are you really the daughter of these A-list celebrities?
Yes, I am. These are my parents.
Wow, this is so crazy. I've pretty much known a celebrity my whole life. Now, how will it sound if I date one?
What do you mean?
So here's the deal. I'll keep my mouth shut if you agree to date me.
What? Have you gone completely crazy?
Not crazy, but smart. I just think it'll be great for my reputation to date a hot, popular girl like you. High school will be over in a year and we'll all go our own way. But I want to be remembered as the guy who dated the most popular girl in school. Also, you can't tell anyone about this deal, especially May. She's a blabbermouth, and I want people to believe you're dating me for real, or the whole thing's off.
I just stared at Daniel as he went on and on about his ridiculous idea. Dating him would be like social suicide since he was the most hated guy in school, thanks to his crazy pranks. But what choice did I have? Fine, but it's only for 3 months. I can't date you the whole school year because
you're afraid you'll end up falling in love with me?
Oh, shut up. For the next 3 months, Daniel became my fake boyfriend. We went on dates together to the movies and to the park for picnics, and I even met his family. He would pick me up from home and we'd go to school together, and he would drop me off at home after. The weirdest part was that while we hung out and we were talking to each other more, I started to notice that he was a lot nicer and sweeter than I thought.
Why do you hide your identity?
I just want to live a normal life. I hate being the center of attention. Thankfully, my parents agree. Dating Daniel wasn't bad at all. But the one sad thing was that May hated our relationship. I wanted to tell her about the deal, but I remembered Daniel's warning about not telling anyone, especially her, and I couldn't risk it. Jill, this is crazy. How could you date him? He's a total bully. Have you forgotten how he made our lives hell? I know, but I've come to realize that he's a nice guy, and he likes me too. So this way, he's off our backs now and not teasing us anymore. That's a good thing, right? Stop justifying your dumb actions by making up nonsense. I can't watch this. May didn't speak to me for days after that, and every time I tried calling her, she would say she was busy or not answer my call at all. In all these years of our friendship, this was the first time we'd gone this long without talking to each other. Meanwhile, Daniel and I got closer, and soon our 3 months were over. On the last day of our deal, Daniel invited me to my favorite restaurant and planned a whole surprise for me. And when I saw him in that black tux, my heart started beating faster than a bullet train. He looked amazing.
Wow, cheesy much? I've got to live up to my reputation, right? Always taking you by surprise.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
I just wanted to say that these have been the most amazing 3 months of my life, and I'm glad I found that picture.
Yeah, about that. How did you get that picture?
Does it matter?
Before I could say anything, Daniel pulled me in for a magical dance, and I forgot all about it. And when he dropped me back home, I could feel myself falling for him hard. I didn't want this to be over. I fell asleep with thoughts of Daniel in my head. And the next morning, I woke up to a million phone calls from Mom and Dad. I wanted to call them back, but I was going to be late for school. And just as I entered, the entire hallway was full of students cheering my name and shoving pens and papers in my face, asking for my autograph. Suddenly, someone pushed me and I fell to the ground, and people went crazy taking my pictures. Just then, Daniel rushed to my rescue and took me to the library where May was already waiting for me.
I am so sorry, Jill. I don't know how this happened.
What's happening? I'm kind of freaking out. Don't freak out, but everyone knows your identity now. The school is surrounded by the media. What? How did this happen? Daniel, you did this? No, it was me. I've always liked Daniel, but he always paid you more attention. And I got insecure and I told him everything about your family. I gave him that picture. I thought he would expose you and you'd hate him forever. But instead, he turned around and asked you to be his girlfriend. It hurt me watching you both happy, so I lost it and posted the picture to the school forum. I didn't know things would actually get this crazy. Her words made me sick to my stomach. I can't believe this. I trusted you, May. You were my best friend. How could you?
Listen, Jill, I know you're mad and you have every right to be, but we'll handle this whole situation together.
We? There's no we. You never told me my best friend betrayed my trust and gave you that picture. And our 3 months are over, remember? You got to date the most popular girl in school as you wanted. Now do you want to keep dating me because of all the extra attention on me?
Of course not. It's not like that. I really do care.
I don't want to hear it. Just stay away from me, both of you. And the very next day, I went back to my parents' place. Where am I supposed to go now? This is a disaster.
How about not going anywhere now? You can't hide and run forever, honey. And you've lived away from us all your life. We miss you. Maybe it's time to accept that your life will always be a little different from other people, and it's okay.
Mom was right. I had to get over my fear of the paparazzi. So the next day, I asked my parents to call a press conference. It was our first public appearance together in ages. I've been running away from media attention my entire life, and I can't do that anymore. But I'm not a celebrity like my parents. I just want to be a normal teenager. Everyone deserves some privacy and space, and I hope that people can respect that. The press conference video was received very well online, with many celebrities supporting my statement and calling out the paparazzi for making famous people miserable with their constant hounding. It felt good to take this step and not run away again. I could handle things better now. A few days later, Mom told me I had a visitor, and I went downstairs to find May in the lounge. What are you doing here? Jill, can we talk? No, please just leave. I know I'm the last person you want to talk to, but please don't punish Daniel for what I did. He genuinely loves you. And why should I believe you? Haven't you fooled me enough? Okay, don't believe me, but you owe him a conversation. I don't owe him anything. And why don't you date him if he's so amazing? You two suit each other, a couple of liars. But he doesn't love me, you idiot. He loves you. And I was a fool for trying to ruin that. He's been miserable the past few weeks. Just one conversation, please? Before I could say anything, Daniel had already appeared from behind with a bunch of lilies. This is an ambush, and I could sue you. You know what? I will sue you.
Fine by me. Listen, Jill, I'm sorry for the whole stupid deal, but you have to believe me. I've always loved you.
I always annoyed you to get your attention. The deal was just a way to get you to date me. I couldn't care less about being popular. I know it's twisted, but it's true. Why couldn't you just tell me all this and ask me out like a normal person? I know. I didn't say I'm not stupid, but I'm really crazy about you. His words melted me as he inched closer. I could feel my heart beating faster. Could we maybe start from the beginning? And I ask you out like a normal person? No conditions? Well, only one. Can I kiss you already? He did, and it was perfect. And me? You still have a long way to go before I forgive you. But let's just start by grabbing some coffee. Have you ever woken up from a dream so wild and vivid that it made you question reality? Well, I had one of those, except mine wasn't a dream. It actually happened. Believe it or not. Hi, I'm Avery, a young billionaire pilot, and this is my story of how I ended up in the creepiest and most mysterious place in the world. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Let's take it from the top. It all started when my best friend Mila and I were getting ready for some party on one of my private islands, and while I was picking which jet to fly, she was busy ranting about how I just rejected my 8th millionaire suitor on that same day.
I swear you reject men like it's your natural reflex. A-listers, heirs, young CEOs, that prince from somewhere I can't pronounce. Girl, what exactly are you looking for?
I slid my hand along the wing of jet number 3, like it was a Greek god. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for something more. Someone who can make my heart feel like it's about to jump off a cliff, maybe?
That sounds like an arrhythmia.
Exactly. The world's too big to settle just because someone has a yacht named after me.
Maybe you just haven't met the right one yet. Who knows? He could be hiding in the most unexpected place.
Ew, I like the sound of that. Just then, my head bodyguard stormed in with the other walking muscle towers.
Miss Avery, your father strictly said, no flights without a pilot or protection team.
I've been flying since I was 4. Not to brag or anything, but I've probably spent more hours in the sky than in math class.
With supervision, Miss Avery.
Oh, please. Just this once?
Ma'am, this is serious. You can't
We're gonna
just—
be late for the party. Sorry, boys. Mila scrambled in after me, gripping her matcha tea like it was holy water.
Are we actually doing this?
Yep, I'm cutting trackers and signals, so don't scream.
Why do I hang out with you again?
Because you love me, and I got you that gold-plated PS5. Mila was only interested in 3 things: parties, video games, and me.
Fair enough.
We were up in the clouds in under a minute. You ever wonder what the edge of the world looks like?
No. Normal people wonder about movie endings, skincare routines, and what their cats are thinking. Well, you wonder about edges and wormholes and flying into unmapped airspace. Be careful what you wish for, Aviator Barbie.
But that's the thing. I liked the unknown. I liked chasing the things that most people were too scared to look at. Maybe it was the curious cat in me. The sun was already setting as we neared the island. I practically felt the music blasting from the party below. And honestly, I'd rather keep flying than partying with a bunch of basic guys. How about we go somewhere else?
Where? The edge of the freaking world?
Exactly.
You're joking, right? Tell me you're joking.
Just a few more loops, okay?
Girl, I swear on my last will, you're gonna regret this one day.
Oh, come on. My parents won't be back for 3 days. I have to make the most of it. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this chance?
Ugh, fine. But we better not miss the party, or else.
Don't worry, girl. I got you. I whipped a U-turn midair and just let loose. I was flying. Not just with wings, but with freedom. No rules, no schedules, no rich parents breathing down my neck. It was just me, the sky, and my best girl screaming her lungs out beside me. Just then, I spotted a massive flock of birds charging straight at us, like feathered missiles. And they did not look friendly at all.
Avery?
Hold on. I tried steering away, but it was too late. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my jet anymore. I was lying on the grass, in the middle of nowhere. I sat up and looked around with my heart pounding in my ears. No Mila, no jet, just weird-looking trees, starlit ruins, and some moon statues everywhere. Where am I? If something happened to Mila, I swear to God, I couldn't forgive myself. I reached for my phone, and my stomach instantly dropped when I realized that it wasn't in my pocket. It was probably still inside the jet. If it still existed, I scrambled up and immediately heard the saddest squish under my designer boots. Please don't be poop. Please don't be poop. Yep, probably poop. Great. Love that for me. But no time to emotionally process that right now. I needed to find Mila, or my jet, or a working cell tower, or anyone I could beg for help. I mean, I didn't survive boarding school and etiquette class just to die lost in an unfamiliar place. I took a shaky step forward and glanced up, then froze at the sight of the massive moon. It was hanging so low I felt like I could high-five it. Its bluish-purple light drenched the place, making everything feel strangely off. I tensed up the moment I heard rustling nearby. I spun around and gasped when I saw a deer. And it wasn't just any deer. It was tall, glowing, and elegant. And it was staring right at my soul. It then turned and pranced away into the mist. And of course, being the curious little disaster that I was, I followed it. As I walked, I noticed even more moon statues around, and giant deer sculptures peeking out from behind glowing bushes like they were quietly watching me. What even is this place? For a moment, I actually hoped that I was at the edge of the world. I was terrified and weirdly curious at the same time. Eventually, the deer stopped at some ruins on a low cliff where old stone shrines and ancient relics that my dad would probably be interested in were scattered around. My heart jumped in relief when I spotted someone, a woman, but something was off with her. She was kneeling in front of one of the shrines, arms lifted toward the glowing moon, like she was in the middle of some ritual or something. I was about to call out to her when she suddenly rose, her long, ethereal purple hair spilling over her shoulders and shimmering under the moonlight. Wait, were those elf ears? And what was up with the antlers on her head? It was probably just a fancy headband, right? Or some kind of fashion here? Before I could even say hi, the deer walked up to her. And she smiled and leaned her forehead against its nose, like they'd been besties since birth. Weird, but sweet, like nature therapy. And I almost didn't want to interrupt. As the deer backed away and trotted down the slope, the woman suddenly spoke.
The forest whispers when someone new arrives.
She then turned to face me and started glowing. And did she seriously just turn into another deer right in front of me? So shapeshifters were indeed real? Okay, either I was dreaming or I hit my head really, really hard. The creature, just started galloping down the slope and across the terrain like it was totally normal behavior. Hey, wait! I tried to follow it, but I suddenly froze when I heard a lullaby echoing through the trees. I followed the sound, and just a few feet from where I left the cliff, I stumbled into a flower field, and in the middle of it was another woman, and she was twirling under the moon like she was filming a perfume commercial or something. God, I hope this one's normal this time. I hid behind a tree to take a closer look at her, and wow, she looked hauntingly beautiful. No antlers this time. just a lacy eye mask and a stunning dress that was giving Dior or Valentino vibes. Not gonna lie, she was mesmerizing, and I just couldn't look away. Just then, she tilted her head toward me and smiled, like she knew I was there all along, even with her eyes closed all this time. Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to crash your, midnight flower ritual thing. Super pretty, by the way. But yeah, so I just literally fell out of the sky and I'm lost and possibly hallucinating. I was just wondering if you have a phone, or you could at least tell me where I am, because I would really love to.
You heard it, didn't you?
Heard what exactly?
The moon's lullaby.
Wait, that wasn't you singing?
I used to be the only one who could hear it.
She paused, and in a split second, she was already right in front of me.
Until you showed up.
My soul instantly left my body. Like, how did she even? There was no walking involved. The moment I blinked again, she was gone. Before I could even process what the heck just happened, creepy, shadowy, reddish figure suddenly stepped out from the dark and lunged at me. Screaming, I started running for dear life. At this point, I was sure I had to be dreaming, because if I wasn't, then what in the world were those things? When I finally lost them, I crashed into a mossy statue and ducked behind it. Through the fog, I saw moon statues, more relics, and gravestones. Blood drained from my face when I realized that I was in a freaking graveyard. Just when I thought this place couldn't get any creepier. Moments later, I saw something bluish-purple flicker ahead. As it got closer, I realized that it was a guy walking through the dark mist with a lantern. He had a long black overcoat, gloves, and boots, and his lantern pulsed with a cold, steady glow that somehow made the darkness lean back. "Excuse me, sir? Fog guy? I'm super lost, and I really need some help." But he didn't respond. He just kept walking like he'd stepped out of the underworld. Hello? When he got close, my heart felt like it was about to jump off a cliff. He had pale skin, a jawline sharper than my sanity, and eyes that looked like he hadn't slept for centuries. And yet somehow, he still managed to look hot. Dangerously hot. Am I dead and you're the Grim Reaper assigned to escort me to the afterlife? I then held my breath when he suddenly leaned in closer, pushing the lantern near my face.
I wish.
Then, a vampire? I hugged my jacket tighter and shielded my neck, just in case.
Unfortunately, no. But your neck does look tempting.
My soul screamed at his deep voice. When he finally backed off, I gasped like I'd just survived a staring contest with Lucifer himself. So, you're a normal person? Sorry. I was, gosh. Wait, I think I have something stuck in my throat. His attractive face has got me malfunctioning so bad. Probably either a shark's bone or a lobster's claw. So, okay, here's my story. I was flying my jet, crash-landed here, then found myself running away from some creepy moon cult with chanting and possibly floating people. I need to get out of here, and I assume that you can help me with that? But he just stared at me, but not with annoyance, not even with concern, more like calculation, like he was trying to decide if I was a threat, a liability, or maybe his next victim. So, you're a local here? Still nothing. No answer, no emotion, just aura farming. He turned around and started walking without any words, and I just found myself following him like a dumb little duckling. I spotted a tall silhouette, barely visible through the fog, a towering lighthouse on a hill, and it looked like he was heading straight for it. So, are you heading towards that lighthouse? Can I come with you? I guess not. So, what's this place called? Because it's seriously giving Haunted Island vibes. I kept tossing questions his way, but it basically felt like I was interviewing the air. So, we're somewhere in the US? Do you guys have an airport here? A helipad? I'm just wondering if I could, buy an aircraft so I could fly my way out of here. Can I borrow your phone for like 5.5 seconds? I'm 97% sure my bodyguards and assistants are freaking out right now. I need them to help me locate my friend and pick me up ASAP. Any chance there's a boba tea place nearby? And a spa? Gosh, my feet are killing me. He totally screamed danger, but I was desperate at this point. You own this place, don't you? Finally, he acknowledged my presence again.
I guard the borders of this dying land from outsiders like you.
Outsiders like me? Do I look like a serial killer to you? He scanned me from head to toe and scoffed like I was the worst thing he'd seen all day. Excuse me?
More like a lost soul stumbling through things she cannot comprehend.
Ouch. That sounded poetic and insulting.
That was the intention.
Could you at least tell me your name?
Names are a luxury.
Oh my god. That's exactly what someone named Vladimir would say.
Call me whatever helps you sleep at night.
Okay, sir, whatever helps you sleep at night. Bit long for a name, though. Maybe I'll just call you... He shot me a death glare, and I should have been scared, but I blushed instead. What in the world is happening to me?
Keep talking and I'll make you sleep. Permanently.
Did he just casually threaten my life? Okay, chill. Zipping it. Mouth sealed. Muted. He glanced back at me again, and this time, he was looking past me, over my shoulder, like something horrifying was creeping up behind me. What's going on? I slowly turned and gasped at the sight of those shadow creeps slipping out of the mist. They were the same entities who had chased me earlier. But before they could get close, Graveyard Hottie suddenly stepped in front of me and raised his lantern like it was a sword.
You're looking for the wrong person. Now, be gone.
His lantern suddenly lit up, and a cold light cut through the fog, making the creeps scream and disappear like smoke. Did he just save my life? I was still in shock when he leaned in closer again and whispered something to me.
If you want to stay alive, then stay out of the dark. Got it?
Got it. Before I could even ask him about the context, he suddenly stepped into the fog and disappeared. Wait! Hey! Where are you going? I ran and searched for him everywhere, but now he was gone. Ugh, I didn't even get his name. Will I ever see that Graveyard Hottie again? After a brief mental breakdown, I decided to keep going and wandered until I reached the edge of the woods, where there was a quiet stretch of water and a tiny old rowboat tied to a post. Oh my god! Is this finally my getaway ride? I climbed in and instantly regretted it, because when I tried rowing, it went sideways, then backwards, then I nearly flipped over. My muscles were not built for this. Why didn't I take boating lessons again? Eventually, the boat bumped against another shore, and I almost kissed the ground out of relief. Before I could even explore the place and find some help, a group of terrifying creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started cornering me. Okay, at this point, I was 200% sure I was dreaming. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and braced myself. Maybe after this, I'd finally wake up from this nightmare. I woke up to the smell of bleach and metal. The lights above flickered, and something dripped nearby. I tried moving, only to realize that I was strapped to a surgical bed in a hospital gown. Okay, so apparently those creatures actually hospital napped me. Just as I was hoping for the Graveyard Hottie to come and save me, the door suddenly hissed open, and a creepy surgeon walked in. He had slicked back blue hair and a creepy mask that covered half of his face. Oh, and he was holding a freaking drill. Totally normal.
Awake at last.
Who the heck are you? And why am I dressed like I'm about to get dissected?
Curiosity demands sacrifice, and you should feel honored.
Whatever you say, freak show. Touch me, and I swear my lawyers will erase your entire bloodline. From society. Legally, of course.
You're still young, but already quite stubborn.
He reached for a metal tray filled with shiny tools and syringes.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. You have nothing to worry about. Under my care, you'll receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise your recovery.
What does that even mean? I'm not sick or broken or whatever.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. You're in my sanctuary now. A facility for correcting flaws, for perfecting minds, for studying consciousness.
He picked up a syringe, and the second that needle glinted under the light, my soul left the building.
I assure you, you'll be my next successful experiment.
Let me go, you psycho!
Let's play around with your brain. Just a little. You'll be amazed at what's hiding inside.
Just as he reached for me, the double doors suddenly slammed open, and a young boy wearing a traditional-looking hat and outfit wheeled in a huge oxygen tank.
Apologies, Doctor. I heard you needed more air.
You!
Without any warning, the tank suddenly exploded, filling the room with smoke and gas. Through the haze, the boy unstrapped him fast.
They're closing in. If you want to live, take the window. Jump.
Wait, what? Who are you, and why are you helping me?
Someone who used to be his experiment and survived.
Okay. But what about you?
Just go. I've got some unfinished business to take care of here.
You think running away will save her? She belongs to us now.
The door suddenly burst open, and those same creatures who kidnapped me poured in and charged straight at me with terrifying speed. Without thinking, I sprinted to the window, launched myself out, and crash-landed onto a moving garbage truck. As it rumbled through the darkness, I looked up, expecting sunlight, freedom, something. But to my surprise, the moon was still there, just smaller and duller now. Eventually, the truck stopped and ejected me like trash. I rolled into a scrapyard, surrounded by metal heaps and broken machines behind a shady lab facility. I started looking for something that could help me get out of here. And while digging through the scrapyard, I finally spotted something. A busted-up electric scooter. Just as I was about to hop on, someone blocked my path. A young girl who looked like an evil porcelain doll.
Where do you think you're going?
Home? Is there any problem with that?
I do have a problem with that.
Great. Another freak.
I see it in your eyes. You're scared and thrilled at the same time.
How did she know that?
You're running on unstable emotions, easily corruptible. But don't worry, I'm here to optimize you.
Baby girl, what exactly are you gonna do to me? You look like you're just waiting for your mommy to come pick you up.
That's cute. But you see, I don't handle trash myself.
She pressed something on her tablet, and behind her, a massive silhouette rose from the shadows, with glowing eyes and whirring joints. Is that a freaking robot?
My little friend here removes errors, and you, unfortunately, qualify.
Just as the robot lunged at me, I yeeted the scooter straight at it, but it only bounced off like a sad little paper plate. Right as it raised its claw to squash me like a poor little bug, a long and massive beam bar suddenly crushed its arm with a sickening crunch. I looked up and instantly forgot how to breathe. A blonde guy with a face card so powerful it could make women across the globe bark, and a jawline sharp enough to bankrupt the diamond industry. Oh, my modern knight in shining armor. Who is this guy?
You all right? Hang in there. Let me just finish this real quick.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My brain was buffering harder than hotel Wi-Fi. By the time I blinked, The creepy porcelain doll girl and her deathbot had vanished.
Well, gotta give them credit. Fast feet.
Just when I thought the coast was clear, those terrifying creatures suddenly emerged from the alleys. Ugh, can't these weirdos just leave me alone?
I don't think they're here to have a friendly little chat. Let's move.
Before I could even react, he scooped me up like a duffel bag and bolted into the fog. I was screaming my lungs out as they reached for us. But this guy had insane speed and reflexes. And somehow, while he was carrying me like I weighed nothing, he still managed to beat up some of them with his precious bean bar. When we finally outran them, I was this close to puking all over his boots.
All right, we're clear. You okay?
That was actually such an insane experience. Thanks for saving my life.
Not a problem. I came here for you.
You came for me?
Well, my duty is to save and protect everyone in need.
Of course. Sorry for all the screaming earlier. The blood was pooling in my brain and I saw my life flash in 4K.
Fair enough. Let's get you home.
That's when I noticed we were at a port, in front of a ship. Wait, is this your ship? Am I finally going home?
That's right. Come on.
We boarded, but I couldn't shake the paranoia crawling in my chest. This guy was just too perfect, like he was sent here just to save me. But why? What's in it for him? Listen, I've had a rough week with different entities. So, just to be sure, are you here to actually save me, or, I don't know, harvest my organs or something?
I already did the first part, didn't I?
Right. As we finally boarded his ship, I realized that I needed a full spa day. I asked him if he had a bathroom and spare clothes because if I didn't get out of this gross hospital gown, take a bath, and brush my teeth ASAP, I swore I was gonna lose my mind. Thankfully, he had some spare clothes, but it was a giant black shirt that swallowed me whole. When I stepped out onto the deck, I walked in on him, bulking up, and oh my holy juicy protein powder. Look at those muscles and veins.
Wow, my shirt's way too big on you. But hey, better than nothing, right?
Yeah. But I like it. It's cozy. So, are you from here?
Nope. I came here to reclaim something that was taken from me. From us. And protect what's left.
Ooh, interesting. He then told me his name, Victor, a high-ranking military commander, apparently leading some kind of expedition through this weird, fog-infested region, hopping from island to island, chasing ruins, lost history, and something personal he wouldn't talk about.
I met a local in town. Her name is Nell, and she told me that this is a lawless region and off the grid, so it can be pretty chaotic. But that's all she shared.
That actually made some sense. But my curiosity was already screaming 100 more questions. Victor and I continued to bond. He was actually warm and laid back, and the way he kept checking on me, making sure I was okay, was doing something to me. But of course, just when things were finally looking up, the ship suddenly had engine issues, so we had to dock again in the nearest land.
We'll rest here for a while and ask around. Nell told me that the locals here are pretty sneaky and love ripping off passing tourists, so we just need to be a little careful.
We met up with Nell in a diner, who surprisingly looked like a supermodel with a tattoo on her right eye.
I heard you've had quite a trip. Eat up. You look like you haven't eaten in days.
Oh, you bet. Back home, my dinner usually comes plated like edible museum exhibits. But this will do, I guess.
So, where exactly is back home?
I told her about my background and how I ended up here, and she looked extra intrigued.
So you're not exactly the average tourist profile. People usually come here on ferries, not personal aircrafts.
Oh, speaking of aircrafts, do you know anywhere I can borrow one? Preferably a jet or a helicopter.
We can try the craft shop. Might have something experimental.
craft shop? Like gadgets, machines and stuff?
Everything, babe. Just name it.
We finally arrived at the craft shop, and it was full of bizarre inventions and food weapons. And apparently, it was being run by equally bizarre young girls.
Build it in a day? Please, I could do it in my sleep with one hand.
Honestly, it sounded ridiculous. But at this point, the only thing that felt impossible was me getting back home. As the girls geeked out over engines and blueprint jargon, I glanced out the window and saw Victor and Nell talking, and they looked sus. Planning to eavesdrop on their little conversation, I stepped outside, only to crash into someone achingly familiar. Tall, brooding, and unfairly attractive. Mr. Graveyard Hottie. God, I missed him.
You're not safe here. They know who you are now. All of them. We need to leave.
What? What do you mean? And who's they? Suddenly, Victor stepped in.
She stays with me. That's not your call. Oh, I think it is. Because I'm responsible for her now.
2 of the hottest men alive fighting over me in the middle of a creepy fog-covered mystery land? Now it felt like a Wattpad fever dream. And Mila would be frothing at the mouth when she hears about this.
You need to come with me. You need muscle. Not some emo lantern guy, Avery. I've led troops through war zones, while he's guarding trees and graveyards. You do the math.
Honestly, it was impossible to choose. So I suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. And to my shock, they actually went for it. But it turned into an endless, awkward loop of ties. I considered flipping a coin, until we realized none of us even had one. I'd gladly come with both of you anyway, so... Did I just say that out loud? Before they could react, a red flash in the alley snagged my attention. A glamorous woman with sleek glasses, a stylish hat, and a banner stood there like a fashion model turned CEO. She pressed a finger to her lips and raised the banner. If you want real answers, follow me. She winked at me, then vanished into the shadows. Okay, definitely not suspicious at all. But my feet had a mind of their own. So I ditched the boys and followed her straight into a cafe and... Holy stepmother of boba tea! I wasn't expecting this to exist here. I immediately barged in, only to find that it was completely empty, except for that woman. She was sitting there, like a seductive riddle, with endless legs, casually sipping her drink like this was a date.
It's self-service.
Oh, love that. Real classy. Now, about those answers.
Why don't you throw a question first? Just a little suggestion.
Okay, fair. So, where the heck am I?
Spill the boba tea?
I mean, where? Like, exact location, GPS? How do I escape? She sipped her tea louder and even more dramatically.
They surely have the best boba tea around here. It tastes so divine. And sweet. And creamy. It's probably laced with something drippy. Like a special honey made from paradise and...
Look, I'm here because you promised me answers, not some boba tea review. As if testing my last nerve, she started taking selfies with her tea. Serious question, are you trying to help me or mess with me?
Apologies. Can't a woman have a little fun? Anyway, before we get serious...
She took her drink and strolled toward me like she had all the time in the universe. I then held my breath as she leaned in, way too close. Seriously, what was up with this whole town or whatever? Why was it full of insanely attractive men and women, aside from those freaks and psychos, of course?
Try this one first.
I took a sip and realized that she wasn't lying about her boba tea review.
I knew you'd like it. Anyway, have you considered being a pop idol? With that face card and body tea, I can make you global.
Are you recruiting me or giving me answers?
Both? Anyway, I've heard your family owns quite a few islands. Think I could have, say, 3? Strictly for my child's private playground.
Wait, she has a kid? And how does she know that? Miss whoever you are, I'm this close to losing it. I just want my jet, my best friend, and a 14-hour spa day, and to go back to a life where my biggest problem was choosing which designer sunglasses to wear. I got up, ready to leave, when the doors and windows suddenly slammed shut, trapping us in.
It's them.
Which one? There's a lot of lunatics in this place.
You're probably confused. Being in a place that promises new secrets and answers long buried in time. And where people from different places come chasing power, riches, and control. Everyone wants a piece of you. Some to protect you and use you at the same time. Some to own you. Some to experiment on you. And others to erase you.
What? Even the ones who saved me? The ones I kinda trusted?
Tragic, isn't it?
Then how do I know you're not one of them? She just sipped her tea again and shrugged.
That's your call, sweetheart.
What is this all about anyway? And what exactly do they want from me?
Your arrival just made things even messier. You're carrying something none of them planned for.
You just made me even more confused. What even are you? Spy, cult leader, crazy vlogger, rogue journalist, boba witch?
Oh, darling. I just like knowing how the story ends.
Then I want a jet so I can go home safely with my best friend. That's how my story ends.
Well then, your answers await, as promised. It's right beneath us.
She then tapped her heel on the floorboards. Wait, was she serious?
Quickly now, they're coming. And they're not here for the boba tea.
Just then, the whole cafe started to shake. And that was my cue. I flung the hatch open, climbed down, and found myself in some kind of underground cave. I was completely lost until I spotted a jet up ahead. Finally! Sweet, glorious escape. I took off running, only to stop dead in my tracks when I realized that it was just a toy. A stupid little model jet on a stand. And then I heard the echoes of that woman's laughter from above. I knew she was sus. She freaking tricked me, crazy witch. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight burst through a crack in the cave ceiling and hit me square on. I suddenly felt weird. What's happening? Just then, everyone started showing up from every direction, completely messing with my head.
The prophecy lied. It wasn't supposed to be you.
I was chosen to be the new moon, and not you. I am the true vessel, and that light belongs to me.
You are the perfect subject. I must know what you truly are.
Utterly risible.
You carry the moonlight, and with it, you can save what's left of us. Come with me, Avery.
This region's balance depends on you. Let me protect you before they twist what you are.
Just shut up, all of you! And don't come any closer! Just then, I heard another woman whispering in my head. You don't owe them anything. Just keep shining, Avery. And just like that, I snapped back. I spotted a tunnel tucked into a corner and sprinted like my life depended on it. Because it did. When I finally burst out the other side, an actual jet was there. And Mila was inside.
Girl, let's go! Hurry up! We're running out of time!
Miracles do freaking happen, folks! I jumped in, slammed the hatch, and fired up the engine. That's when they showed up. Faces I'd never forget, charging toward me. But they were too late. I had already launched into the night sky. No one owns me. I'm done being told what to do. I'm my own person, not your freaking vessel or whatever. So guess what? Bye, freaks. Freedom, at last. I jolted awake to the sound of beeping machines and blinding hospital lights. Sweetheart? Oh my god, honey? She's finally awake.
There you are. You better have a good excuse for scaring us like that, young lady.
While I was still processing the emotional mess of seeing my parents again, someone else walked in. Mila. Her arm was in a cast, her eyes were glassy, but she was smiling, and I felt super relieved.
Welcome back, Aviator Barbie.
That's when it hit me. It was all indeed a dream, and I finally woke up. So apparently, I survived the crash, but fell into a coma for 3 months. And after the crash, Mila got us help, even with a busted arm, and screamed until rescue found us. Later, when it was just the two of us, I finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mila.
What for?
You were right. I was too curious, too reckless, and it got us here.
But we're alive, aren't we?
Yeah, and I had the weirdest dream ever.
Oh? Spill it.
And I did. Every juicy, terrifying, ridiculous, romantic detail.
Wait a minute. Your dream sounds familiar.
You say that like you've had the same one.
No, dummy. Remember the game I've been playing lately?
You play a lot of video games.
Genshin Impact? We literally watched the trailer of the new update the night before the accident. The place in your dream, it sounds like Nod Cry, the newest region in their world.
She opened her phone and played the trailer again, and my jaw dropped. The dark mist, the lighthouse, the glowing moon, the town, everything. My whole dream was literally there. But more than that, so were they. Just in their video game versions and aesthetics.
Dive into the immersive world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Devat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. On September 10th, version Luna 1 arrives with a massive update, the mysterious new region Nod Cry, and the most important story chapter yet, revealing long-awaited truths about the heavenly principles, Fatui, and Aether and Lumen. To celebrate Genshin's 5th anniversary, enjoy a free 5-star character, exciting challenges and minigames, tons of free pulls, and more. The Wish banners feature Lauma and Nahida, followed by Flynn's, Yolan, and newcomer Aino. Ready to explore, battle, and uncover the truth? Click the download link now and use your exclusive gift code to get a head start into that.
I stared at the screen, amazed and traumatized at the same time. Was it really just a dream? Or something more? Either way. Okay, that's it. Give me the freaking game. I need to try it. I need to meet them again.
Welcome to the fandom, girl.
And just like that, I was ready to dive back into all those wild adventures. And even get closer to my favorite characters. You know who they are. I zoomed past other cars, my foot hitting the accelerator at every turn, as my friend Vanessa screamed for her life. Just then, I saw this police car tailing us and pulled to the side. Just do as I say, okay?
Like I have a choice.
Shut it! Oh, hey, officer. Was I going too fast?
May I see your license, please?
Oh, sure, Officer Cutie.
It's Curie.
Oopsie, my bad. You know, I had this dream last night that I was stopped by a policeman, and we went to this cute place by the ocean and shared a cold latte, since it's so hot these days. I mean, talk about global warming. You think it's getting hot in here? I think it is. What do you think, Vanessa?
I think you should shut up.
I think so too. Now please step out of the car.
Really? None of my flirting worked, huh? Then I guess I have no choice but to do this. And I stepped on the gas and sped the car away. Hi everyone, I'm Sage, and I'm about to tell you how I messed up my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my single mother and my twin sister Zoe in a small apartment in downtown New York. We didn't know anything about Dad, except that he was a loser who turned his back on Mom and left her totally heartbroken.
One day you're going to come back crawling and begging for forgiveness, and I will spit on your face and make you cry. Mark my words!
That never happened. And Mom never found her true love again. That didn't stop her from trying, though. She worked as a receptionist at this fancy resort outside town, where she met tons of new people. Every month, she would date some new guy who would break her heart, and she'd become a sobbing mess. Like this one time, when Zoe and I were 10, Mom started dating this Italian guy who left her because her pasta was too salty.
It's garbage.
At 13, there was a biker guy who thought it was a cool idea to teach Mom how to ride a bike. Needless to say, Mom fell, broke her arm, and couldn't work for weeks. And then, a year later, Mom met this Indian guy who even moved in with us.
Take a deep breath in. Now exhale. Now inhale. Now inhale and exhale at the same time.
It's 5 in the morning, dude. Can we speed this up?
Yoga is all about patience. The more you practice it, the better you get. Now, let's try again.
Ugh, so annoying. But Mom thought he was perfect and sold off her jewelry to invest in his stupid yoga retreat. But he just pocketed all the money and disappeared without a trace.
How could I be so stupid? We were planning to set up this cute bakery next to the yoga retreat. He'd teach yoga and I'd bake cookies.
You know yoga's a form of exercise, right? Cookies are kind of counterproductive.
Ugh, why are you like that?
Like what? Smart and practical?
No, mean and heartless. Can't you see Mom's in pain?
Maybe I was a bit heartless. Growing up poor makes you accept reality in a harsh way. But with Zoe, it was different. She was Delulu. Thanks to Mom and her awful choice in men, she grew up thinking that the only way to have a good life was to get your hooks into someone rich and successful.
I was reading this fashion blog and they said if I sleep with a clothespin on my nose, I'll get the perfect upturned nose like most rich people have.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard. Your nose is just fine.
Can't hurt to make it better. And what do you know about fashion and skincare?
She even tried poking her cheeks with pencils so she'd get dimples. When that failed, she turned to stupid home remedies.
It's just getting worse before it gets better, right?
What do I know about fashion and skincare? So, yeah, Zoe and I were poles apart, and Mom was always weird. And things just got worse when we turned 18. Mom met some guy at her resort, fell in love, and a week later they got married and moved to Spain. She promised to stay in touch, but all we got were a few bucks and occasional phone calls. With bills piling up, Zoe and I had to pick up housekeeping jobs at the resort. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover school. We even got a room to stay in, which was a huge downgrade from our apartment. Okay, we need to make this work. Zoe, you take the broom and I'll dust the shelves.
I just got a manicure done, so count me out.
Where did you get the money? Wait, have you been using my savings?
Yeah, but think of it as an investment in our future. See, what if tomorrow I run into some rich bachelor who asks me out, then falls madly in love with me, and we get married? And when we move to our fancy new house, I'll even set up a place for you in the garage, where you can stay with your girlfriend and cats.
What girlfriend?
Your girlfriend, silly. You don't need to stay in the closet forever. It's 2024.
I'm not gay, Zoe. I just don't have time for stupid boys. Now help me, or I'll make you sleep on the floor. The next few days were tough. I woke up extra early, worked my shift, went to school, came back, worked again, and passed out. But Zoe barely showed up at work and was more busy flirting with some guy or the other. And then, on the night of our graduation party, Zoe and I were getting ready when I spotted this huge diamond ring on her finger. Where did you get this from?
I bought it?
By selling your kidneys?
Ugh, stop yelling! Okay, fine. I found this lying by the sink in a room I was cleaning today, so I borrowed it for the party tonight. And don't worry, the guest isn't gonna be back before tomorrow morning, so I have plenty of time to put it back.
And what if they come back early, realize their $1 million rock is missing, and they trace it right to you?
Why would they assume it's me?
Because you're a maid, and the maid is always the thief. Who Who else would go in the room?
Oh my god, you're right. How did I not think about that? Oh, they'll catch me and throw me in jail. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Plus, no rich guy will marry an ex-convict. My life will be over before it even begins.
Just shut up for 2 minutes. Zoe told me the room number, and I double-checked at the reception, and thankfully, the guest was still out. This was the perfect chance to put the ring back. So I tiptoed my way across the hall, popped out the master key, and was about to open the door, when suddenly, my eyes fell on the most perfect guy ever. His beautiful black hair matched his perfectly fitting tuxedo, and he radiated elegance and confidence with his walk. I was sure he was an important guest, but then he stopped right next to me.
Almost scheduled to be ready on time.
You're talking to me?
Do you see anyone else around? Let's leave, shall we?
Leave for...
Our date? I'm Carter. Our dad set us up. Vanessa, I thought you had seen my picture. I went to see yours, but you're not on social media, and your dad said you hate getting photographed. But I have your room number, 709, so it's gotta be you. Unless you lurk around other people's rooms for some reason.
No! Why would I do that? Of course it's me. I am she, Vanessa. And yes, of course, I've seen your picture, but you have one of those faces that isn't very memorable. A complete lie.
Okay, we have a reservation at the pier. I don't want to lose the table. So let's go?
I smiled weakly as Carter led me to his chauffeur-driven car. Had I just panicked and ended up on someone else's blind date? At one of the fanciest French restaurants in town? I quickly texted Zoe to go to the graduation party without me as we were led to our table. I was overwhelmed by the freaking number of forks on the table, and I couldn't understand anything on the menu. I just let Carter order for me, and we made awkward small talk and then fell silent. Good Lord, I'd never imagined a date with a gorgeous guy could be this painful.
So, Vanessa's a lovely name.
Yeah, I guess. I've never met a Vanessa. Except myself. I'm actually named after Venice. Do you like Venice?
It's nice, yes, but I like Spain more. I travel a lot, actually. It's my way of taking a break.
A break from what?
You know, endless meetings, parties, interviews where I get asked a lot of dumb questions like what do I eat in a day, how much do I work out, how many girlfriends do I have, etc, etc. And I have to answer all that to keep up a certain image, of course. But this life can be very exhausting. You know what I mean?
Frankly, no. You sound like you don't appreciate how lucky you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, look at that waiter, for example. He works his butt off every day trying to make just enough for his rent. You think his life is easy? But he still smiles and serves you. Isn't that exhausting?
Maybe, but that's what he gets paid for. It's his job.
So he's not allowed to be tired because he works for a wage? But you, riding around in chauffeur-driven cars, living in fancy houses, dining in the best restaurants, you can be tired because you have to attend a few meetings and answer a few questions. Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Then maybe you should. Anyway, I gotta go.
But you haven't even touched your food.
I'm not hungry anymore. And I just left without another word and hailed a cab back to the resort. When I got there, I realized that I still had the ring on me. So I decided to give my luck a second chance and tiptoed my way to Vanessa's room, carefully avoiding all the cameras. I swiped the key, gently turned the knob, and walked in, when suddenly someone jumped on me and pinned me to the ground.
Who are you? And why did you just sneak into my room? And why are you wearing my ring? Speak up!
I will, if you just get off me. Thankfully, Vanessa agreed to listen, and I spilled everything about the ring, Carter, and the blind date. I thought she'd call security immediately, but instead, she burst out laughing.
Do you have any idea how much I tried to get out of that date? Phew, you did me a huge favor.
Does that mean you won't be pressing charges?
That depends. You see, I moved to France with my grandma at 5 because my dad wanted to marry a kid-hating bimbo. But now she's left him. So he wants me to come back home. Problem is, I don't want to. I have my whole life in France, including my boyfriend Jean-Pierre. And Dad hates him. He wants me to date Carter or he'll cut me off. And since Carter thinks you're Vanessa, you'll just have to date him in my place.
Wow, you rich folks are complicated. And I can't do that because it's stupid and I'm pretty sure that guy hates me.
Really? Then why did he send me a text asking to meet him again? Listen, just make this Carter guy go away.
What if I say no?
Then your sister will rot in jail and you will lose this job.
But what about my work?
I'll pay you. Does $500,000 sound good?
Sounds great. Vanessa and I shook on it, and that night, I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about how this money could change everything for me and Zoe. But I was pretty nervous about fooling some rich, powerful guy. I wanted to share my doubts with Zoe, but I knew she was a tattletale, so I kept quiet. And the next morning, Vanessa woke me up at 6 and told me that Carter was on his way to take me to a derby match. Is there a reason why I'm dressed like Mary Poppins' cousin? I get that you want him to hate me, but this dress makes me hate me.
The idea is to make you look undateable, and this dress is perfect for that. Now remember, make this the worst day of Carter's life. He should be calling my dad and telling him that I'm a monster. Now go make me proud.
I left the hotel and greeted Carter at the gate, half expecting him to say something about my dress, but he just smiled and complimented me. Was he blind?
Sorry, I think we kinda got off on the wrong foot last night.
Can we do this in the car, please? The heat is making me dizzy.
Sure.
For the rest of the ride, Carter kept trying to talk to me, but I just pretended to be busy on my phone. Soon after, we reached the derby stands and were about to take our seats when I put my plan into motion. Carter! Can you get me something to drink? I'm parched.
But the race is about to start.
You're right. I'll just go and get it myself.
No, wait! I'll get it.
Oh, thanks. Carter pushed through the crowd and came back with a massive cup of soda. I took one look at it and screamed. It has no ice. I want ice. Carter rushed through the crowd again and came back sweating with a new cup of soda. Thanks. Oh no.
What now?
This isn't diet. I can't drink regular soda. It makes me feel bloated and gassy. Get me a new one. Pretty please. Carter shot me an irritated look before running back into the crowd, and by the time he got back, the race was over. I did feel a bit guilty, but then I thought about how he must have made his servants run around 1,000,000 times, so he probably deserved a little payback. What an exciting game. Too bad you missed it.
Yeah, too bad.
Are you mad at me? You are, aren't you? I made you miss the game. You must really hate me now. It's cool if you don't want to see me again.
Nonsense. I love to see you again.
Why? I mean, wow. I must have really left an impression. Carter inched closer, and I literally stopped breathing. I thought he was gonna kiss me, but then he just opened the car door and asked the driver to drop me at the resort.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, princess. Don't miss me too much.
You bet. What the heck was that? Over the next few days, I did everything to make Carter go away, but nothing worked. I threw tantrums over the smallest things, and he patiently calmed me down. I made him wait for hours while I got dressed and didn't even apologize when I showed up. And he just smiled and complimented me. On Vanessa's instructions, I even took him to an amusement park and then faked a hurt ankle so he'd have to carry me around. When he sat me down to rest, I screamed in his ear to get me something to eat. He was at the stall when I pulled out my phone and texted Vanessa. The plan's not working. I've tried everything. The fake ankle, making him carry me. I even pulled his hair a little when I was on his back. He's not budging. Just as I hit send, I looked down and froze. I'd accidentally texted Carter instead of Vanessa. My heart raced as I scanned the crowd and spotted him walking towards me. He handed me the food and took out his phone, but I grabbed it before he saw anything. You're not allowed to see your phone till you feed me.
It'll only be a minute. I think it's for my dad.
You're always on your phone. You never pay any attention to me. I'm hurt, and all you care about is reading a stupid text from your dad. And with that, I threw his phone into a nearby fountain.
Vanessa? Are you insane? What if he has something important to say?
Guess I'll have to wait. Now wipe that frown and feed me.
Eat it yourself. You're impossible, and I'm out of here.
and he just turned around and left. I thought I'd managed to finally get rid of him when I reached the resort and saw him waiting outside with a bunch of roses. I didn't want any attention from the staff, so I dragged him to the side. What are you doing?
I am so sorry, Vanessa. I was way out of line today for yelling at you like that. Please forgive me.
Haven't you had enough? I mean, I'll think about it. Can you leave now?
I'm not leaving till you forgive me.
Fine, I forgive you.
You mean it?
You want me to get it tattooed?
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. And I ran inside before anyone spotted me. I had to do something before this guy drove me insane. So I asked Vanessa for help, and we sat down and stalked Carter online everywhere. One of his Instagram posts said that he hated water. So the next day when I met him, I pitched the idea of scuba diving.
Scuba diving? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's fun. Imagine the two of us, hand in hand, exploring the depths of the ocean. So romantic.
How about we explore the depths of my swimming pool instead? We can still hold hands, and it's a lot more convenient.
It's funny how you're talking, but all I can hear are chicken sounds. Carter's a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
Then prove it. Carter reluctantly agreed, but the next day when we were out on the water, he said he just couldn't do it. As we stood there with me trying to persuade him, the boat suddenly lurched forward and we both fell into the water. See? It's not so deep and scary, is it? Just then, I noticed that Carter wasn't swimming. He seemed to be struggling to stay afloat. And then he started sinking. I quickly swam to him and helped him back onto the boat, but he'd passed out. I shook him, gave him CPR, and was about to give him mouth to mouth when he opened his eyes and coughed up water. Oh my God, you're okay.
Wait, were you about to kiss me? I can lie back down.
This isn't funny.
Tell me about it. I'm the one who nearly drowned.
You didn't tell me you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. I just panicked because we're in the middle of the ocean. I told you I couldn't do it.
I'm so sorry, Carter.
You should be. Now, where were we? Yeah, I had my eyes closed and you're about to kiss me?
Shut up. Once we were back on the main shore, we went to a cute diner and ordered burgers. Carter spotted a jukebox and played some of his favorite songs, but when I played mine, he fell silent. You don't like this song?
No, I love it. It reminds me of my mom. She used to hum this to me whenever I was feeling low. I know I never say this, but I really miss her.
I miss my mom too. Guess we're not that different, huh?
You're way better than I'll ever be.
Carter pulled me close, and as we swayed to the music, I realized he'd never looked so perfect. Under that spoiled exterior was a boy who missed his mom, and all he needed was someone to talk to. I wanted to be that person for him, but I also knew it wasn't gonna last forever. So I just melted into his arms and decided not to think about it. That was until I reached my room and reality slapped me in the face.
Care to explain why you have such an expensive dress in your closet?
It's not mine. I borrowed it from someone at work.
Uh-huh. Then why'd you hide it in your secret spot in the closet?
You went through my secret spot? That's abominable.
Who uses words like that? Also, I don't know what it means. And you've been acting really weird these days. Just last week I saw you sneaking into the room late at night. Where were you?
I went out for a walk, Mom. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I've had a very long day. Obviously, that didn't stop Zoe from snooping around, and with time, she only got more suspicious. I had to put an end to everything soon, so I thought I'd go and talk to Vanessa. But her boyfriend was visiting, and she was always busy with him. And I decided to wait. But then one day during a date, Carter told me he wanted me to meet his dad. Why? I mean, don't you think we're moving too fast? We barely know each other.
I don't know about you, but I think I know you pretty well.
Really? Like what?
Like I know you're pretty, you have the most gorgeous smile in the world, and that you play with your hair when you're nervous. And when you're thinking too hard, you make a weird face. Something like this.
Stop it.
Listen, please just come. It'll mean the world to me. Oh, and I have something for you. This necklace belonged to my mom, and it'll look beautiful on you.
I don't think I can take this.
I insist.
Carter gently put the necklace around my neck and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about how I was deceiving him. I gulped down my tears as I kissed him goodnight, and then I barged into Vanessa's room. Carter wants me to meet his dad.
And?
What do you mean? His dad will spot my lie in a second.
No, he won't. I've never met him. And even if I did, rich people have the memory of a goldfish. There's no chance he'd remember me.
That's not the point. If Carter wants me to meet his dad, that means he's serious about me. It'll crush his heart when he finds out I lied.
And why do you care about his heart? Listen, Carter clearly doesn't want to break up with you, but if his dad doesn't like you, he might convince him to dump you. All you have to do is make a horrible impression on the dad. I'm sure you can handle it.
Handle it? I could barely walk in the ridiculous dress Vanessa picked out. I tripped getting out of the car on my way to Carter's mansion. Finally, I saw him waving at the front door, and I felt a bit relieved. But then his dad joined us, and he stared at me with an icy stare.
Dad? This is...
Vanessa, I know. You don't look anything like your pictures.
Yeah, I'm not very photogenic. By the way, it's so good to meet you, sir. And what a wonderful house you have. These paintings and sculptures are really one of a kind. What an exquisite collection. And then I leaned onto one of the statues, and it started wobbling. The next thing I knew, it toppled over and shattered to pieces. As I backed off in horror, I accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying a tray of shrimp and landed right on my butt. Every eye in the room turned to me, and I quickly got up and bolted to the washroom. As I was cleaning up, a pretty girl walked in. It was Sophie, Carter's ex. I recognized her from my online stalking sessions.
That was one heck of an entrance. I'm Sophie, by the way. Carter must have mentioned me.
Actually, no, he didn't. Can I help you with something?
Just wanted to see Carter's new catch. And also, there's something you should know.
As Sophie talked, my heart sank, knowing that I'd probably made the biggest mistake of my life. I could barely process what she'd told me, and I ran off from the party without telling Carter. By the time I got home, I was so exhausted from all the overthinking, I immediately passed out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was buzzing and Zoe wasn't around. I found out why immediately. The police were calling to tell me Zoe had been arrested for stealing. I took a cab to the police station, and on the way, I called Vanessa to tell her what had happened, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I even tried the phone in her hotel room, but she didn't answer that either. I rushed into the police station, only to find Carter talking to the police, with Zoe standing next to him.
Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Now, before these people lie to you, let me just tell you that whatever I did it for Mom.
Who's Mom?
Our mom, you moron. Mom called me yesterday and told me that she wants to come visit us, but she has no money for the tickets. I thought I'd pawn your stupid necklace off to help her out a bit. But that pawn shop guy informed this rich guy's family that someone was trying to sell an heirloom with their family crest, and they dragged me here for no fault of mine.
No fault? That necklace belongs to my mom, and I gave it to Vanessa.
Who the heck is Vanessa?
She is Vanessa, my girlfriend.
No, she's Sage, my sister.
What is she talking about, Vanessa?
It's Sage. S-A-G-E. Dude, you're cute, but you really have your wires messed up.
Shut up, Zoe! Carter, I lied to you. My name is Sage, and I am Zoe's sister. Carter looked shocked as I told him everything about the ring and how Vanessa had asked me to take her place.
So you lied to me all this while?
I wanted to tell you the truth, but I just couldn't.
Why not? If you needed money, you could just ask me.
Yeah, right. Like you'd even look twice at me if you knew I was poor. And you really have money to hand out? Because I found out you've only been dating Vanessa for her fortune. No wonder you kept putting up with me no matter how much I tested you.
Were you?
Don't bother, Carter. Sophie told me everything.
Carter's only after your money. He screwed up a big business deal, and now his dad's forcing him to marry an heiress to save their business. They need your dad to invest and bail them out.
How do you know that?
My dad told me. He's business partners with Carter's father. Trust me, I have no interest in Carter. I'm just helping a girl out here.
And you're just going to believe her, without giving me a chance to explain myself?
Well, Is she lying?
No, but...
Then there's nothing left to say. Look, Carter, we both lied and we're both wrong. The only difference is that I lied for my family and you lied out of greed. And I agree that there were moments where I got carried away, but now I'm back to reality. I'm pretty sure you don't care about me much, but if you do, even a little, please drop the charges against my sister. She's the only family I've got. I must have struck a chord with Carter because he took back his complaint and Zoe was released soon after. But the news of her arrest reached the resort manager and we were both fired on the spot, which was fine. I was done with that place anyway. Zoe and I moved to a small apartment and decided to start our life from scratch. We found jobs at cafes and this time, Zoe stuck to her promise to work hard. She seemed to be actually sorry for all the trouble she'd caused me. And while it was difficult to not think about Carter, I had to push him out of my mind and move on with my life. Then a week later, I was leaving for work when I found Vanessa standing at my door. What are you doing here?
The night you were at Carter's place, my dad showed up and told me he didn't want me to see Carter anymore. He didn't give me a reason, except that he didn't trust Carter's dad and that he was okay with my relationship with Jean-Pierre and just wanted me to come home.
That's a relief. Congratulations. Anything else?
Here's your $500,000. I'm a woman of my word.
I didn't exactly do the job, and I don't want money for tricking someone.
It didn't bother you before. I guess you must have fallen in love with Carter.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's too bad, cause Carter's in love with you. He called me to yell at me for making him fall in love with the wrong person and how he can't get over you.
He doesn't love me. He was just after your fortune. That's why he put up with me for so long.
Something tells me you haven't seen the news recently. Carter officially resigned from his dad's company. I think his dad forced him to be with me just for money, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he agreed, but it looks like he doesn't care that much about money now. Oh, he also announced he's taking care of the student loans of waiters working in 20 restaurants in this town. I don't know what that's about.
I don't believe it. Vanessa showed me the news article, and I was shocked. Oh God, Carter really loves me? I have to tell him how I feel too.
But he's moving to his mom's place in London in like 3 hours.
Then we have to be quick. You have a car?
Duh. You think I walked here? Of course I have a car. But it's a little slow.
Seriously? I can crawl faster than this car.
Told you he's slow. I don't care, cause I'm mostly on my phone, and you know how rich people are? Always fashionably late. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the drive.
Enjoy my butt! I asked the driver to stop and step aside while I took the wheels and hit the accelerator. I zoomed past the cars, got tailed by the police, but somehow made it to the airport just in time. I jumped out of the car and dashed towards the gates, still hearing the police sirens behind me.
Go! I'll take care of this.
I rushed through the airport, screaming Carter's name. All I could think of was not being able to talk to him and tell him how much I liked him. And my heart sank when I checked the departure charts and saw that the London flight had already departed. Hi. I met Vanessa. I can't believe you gave up everything and you're poor now.
Well, I'm still not poor. Let's just say I have to share my helicopter with other people.
And where are we going?
Wherever you say.
Hi, I'm Tara from California, and boy, do I have a crazy story for you. When I was born, my mom was so bummed out. She cried. All I ever wanted was a boy so he could grow up and make money for me. And all I get is a stupid girl. Once when I was 3, she took me to the park and tried to exchange me with a boy. The kid's mom was so mad, she called the cops. Mom grabbed my hand and ran out. When we got home, we found out Dad had run away with some younger girl, and Mom and I were alone. I was sad Dad was gone, but Mom was traumatized. She was crying about money all the time and said it was my fault Dad left. Around the same time, something else really weird started to happen. Sometimes, when I said or heard certain words, I tasted things. One time, Mom's friend Mary was over, and whenever Mom said her name, I tasted strawberry ice cream. I jumped onto Mary's lap and licked her cheek.
Ew, you don't taste like your name.
Who asked you to lick me, weirdo? And what do you mean? But I couldn't really explain it. One day, Mom was going on and on about some guy Bob at work. And every time she said Bob, I gagged.
Stop saying his name, Mom. It tastes disgusting, like raw eggs.
Mom freaked out and took me to a doctor. And that's when I found out I had something called lexical gustatory synesthesia. That means I could taste words. At first I thought it was kind of cool, like a superpower, even though some words tasted horrible. But then school started and things blew up. On my first day, our teacher asked us to introduce ourselves to our desk neighbors. I was sitting next to the prettiest girl, who turned to me and said her name was Sarah. Before I knew it, I was puking all over her. She screamed, saying I'd done it because I was jealous of her dress because hers had Cinderella on it, while mine had Mickey Mouse.
No, I just have this condition where I can taste words. And Sarah just tastes like stinky broccoli. I hate you, freak!
After that, I became the official school entertainment. As soon as anyone saw me, they would yell all the words they knew tasted bad to me.
Hey, Tara, say mayo, rock, algebra.
When I was in grade 8, everything changed. I was walking back home when I saw a girl from our class, Quentin, practically being yelled at by her chauffeur.
Your old one was fired. I'm your chauffeur now.
I don't even know your name.
I'm Gilsberg. Now get in. Your dad wants to see you now. He said you were in danger.
Quentin was about to sit in the car when I found myself running across the lot like a banshee.
No! Quentin! Don't trust him! His name tastes like sweaty socks! I bet he's a criminal!
Everyone around me started laughing, but the chauffeur looked terrified and immediately tried to get away. The security guard managed to stop him and had him arrested. He was trying to kidnap her. As the police took him away, he turned to yell at us.
I'll get you some other time, you brat! You're lucky that stupid girl saved you!
Quentin was in shock, but she threw her arms around me and said I was a hero. The next day, I was in the headlines. Everyone was talking about how I had saved a billionaire's daughter from a horrible crook. At school, there were reporters around my locker. They all wanted an exclusive interview with me. And when I got home, there was a huge bag of money waiting for me. Quentin's dad was so grateful that he'd sent it as a thank you. Mom was obviously thrilled. A few days later, when I got back from school, she rushed forward to hug me, saying she'd missed me so much. Mom, I saw you this morning.
I know, but I let my baby girl leave without a hug. What if you didn't come back? You're so special, and I have a huge surprise for you. You're gonna be a star.
Excuse me? Then she told me the craziest thing.
I've spoken to a producer, and they are giving you your own show where people will call in every night. They will give you names to taste, and you can give them advice about their lives based on your powers. It'll be called The Tara Show.
They're not powers, Mom. I don't even taste all the words. They don't mean anything.
Well, those people don't have to know that. Come on, sweetie. Don't you want to make your poor old mom happy?
At first, I wanted to refuse, but I did really want to make her happy, so I gave in. Overnight, I was whisked away onto a set. On the bright side, being on national TV changed my life at school completely. People actually sat with me in the cafeteria now. Girls would ask me to tell them what I tasted when they brought up names of people they had crushes on. I've had a crush on this girl, Emma. Emma tastes like cookie dough pancakes. You should totally ask her out. Life was good. Then one day, Quentin, who is now my best friend, rushed up to me and said, Tara, I need a huge favor. There's a new guy in my class, Nicholas, and I have the hugest crush on him. What does Nicholas taste like? I gagged on my lunch. Ew, it's like black coffee. I'd say stay away from him. She looked devastated, but said she believed in my powers and dropped the idea. One day during gym period, a popular jock who used to bully me was pestering me to go out with him because now I was popular too. Just then, a football came flying and hit him smack in the head. The jock yelled and let me go. I tried to see who had kicked the ball, but my savior was already leaving. I ran after him. Hey, wait! The guy turned in for a second, and I asked, what's your name?
Why? So you would taste it and judge me? Just say thank you.
Thanks for helping me, but he'd already turned around and left. But he wouldn't so much as look at me. I once pretended to give myself flowers in front of him just so he'd be jealous. But he gave me this long, dark stare and walked away. But another thing was bothering me like crazy.
Mom was constantly breathing down my neck. All she ever talked about was the show and the money. She even started making me skip classes to practice my craft. So one day, I snuck away from home to study in the library. As I was struggling with some math, someone took my pencil out of my hand and solved the question. It was that boy. That's when I had a brilliant idea. I'll pay you if you tutor me. For a minute, he looked at me with an intense expression and then brushed my hair out of my eyes. I'll do it for free. With that, he walked away, leaving me with weird little butterflies in my stomach. Later that night, as I lay in my room, someone tapped the window. I jumped up. It was him. I opened the window, and as I pulled him in, the two of us toppled to the ground, our faces inches from each other's. My heart was beating like crazy. Then he leaned in and kissed me. Can you tell me your name now? Oh, it's Nick. Suddenly, the door flew open, and Mom barged in. What's going on here? Mom, he's just here to help me with math. Math's math. I know what he wants. There's no way I'm letting anyone steal our money. These men are all gold diggers. And with that, Mom kicked him out. I was so mad at her. The next day when I got to school, Quentin came up to me and was still going on about the guy she liked. I felt really bad for her. But just then, Nick walked up to me, and as we kissed, all color drained from Quentin's face. She yanked me off Nick, dragging me to a corner. What the freaking fish, Tara? How could you do this to me? Do what? Kiss Nicholas! I can't believe you'd betray me like that. Betray you? That's my boyfriend Nick. And suddenly, I understood what a terrible confusion had taken place. Quentin's Nicholas was my Nick. I tried to explain, but she just pulled back and slapped me. Just because you're a stupid celebrity doesn't mean you can have whatever you want. I hate you, Tara. With that, she stormed off. I was devastated. The next day when I was going to the library, Mom stood in the doorway glaring at me. I told you to stay away from boys, didn't I? There's no way I'm letting anyone take that money. From now on, you're grounded forever. No dating. I was so upset that I just started yelling at her. You know what, Mom? I think you're really greedy. I'll date whoever I want, and I quit your stupid show. I'm tired of lying anyway. I'm no stupid psychic. When I got to school the next day, everyone was looking at me and whispering. The girls who'd come to me for advice looked at me angrily. Oh, look. There goes the lying freak. Liar. Such an attention seeker. What was happening? Then Nick marched up to me and said, I didn't expect this from you, Tara. What are you talking about? This, Tara. I saw you talking to your mom yesterday. Then Quentin thrust her phone into my face. It was a video of me yelling at Mom that I was lying on the show. Quentin had uploaded it, and now everyone knew. Nick, I can explain. Save it, Tara. I can't believe how many people ended up doing stupid things because of your games. You're a horrible person. I can't believe I thought I loved you. As he stormed off, Quentin turned to me and said, Revenge does taste sweet. Bye, bestie. The rest of the day was terrible. When I finally got home, I found out the producers had seen the clip and canceled the show. And Mom was so furious she'd packed up and left. First of all, she'd taken all her savings with her, including the money I'd saved up for college. I was devastated. My mom was a monster, and I lied to everyone because of her. But there was no use crying now. I had to fix it. So first thing, I got a job to start saving up again. At school, everyone was now ignoring me. I thought Quentin and Nick might start dating each other, but they both just went around looking sad all the time. I hated that I'd really hurt them. So one day at assembly, I walked onto the stage. Everyone started booing me, but I was determined. Hello, everyone. You all know me as the girl who can taste words. And I'm just here to say, I'm sorry. I've lied to all of you, and I've ended up hurting the people who mean the most to me. I hope you can all forgive me because I never meant to hurt anyone. I just got carried away. For a second, there was silence. But as soon as I got off the stage, Quentin ran up and hugged me. I'm sorry too, Tara. What I did was horrible. I even told Nick the whole story. I don't even like him anymore. I was just mad because I thought you'd betrayed me. What did Nick say? He says he's a fool if he doesn't give you another chance. Nick, I'm so sorry. But he didn't let me continue and pulled me in for a long kiss. And I knew even though his name tasted like coffee, everything would be just fine.
Hey, I'm Miley from Venice. Before you listen to my story, please click like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, my parents were just busy in their own world, and they sometimes forgot I existed. When I was 3, my parents were getting ready to go out for their anniversary dinner, but minutes later, they walked out the door and left me home all by myself. I ran to the window and started yelling out loud, and that's when they came back running.
Oh God, what are you still doing here? You're making us late.
But you forgot me, Mommy.
Come on, no time to talk. Hurry up.
This kind of stuff happened all the time. Then once when I was in 4th grade, I invited them for my annual day function. I was playing the role of a princess and was super excited for Mom and Dad to see me. But like always, they didn't show up. Ugh, I was so pissed. The other kids were taking pictures with their family while I was standing there all alone. And I finally lost it. I decided to walk back home by myself. As I was passing a sandwich stall, I saw a girl a little younger than me trying to steal a sandwich. Hey, no, you can't do that. Stealing things is bad.
But I'm very hungry, and I haven't eaten for days.
I saw tears in her eyes, and she did look like she was having a rough time, so I offered to pay for both our sandwiches. Her name was Lucy, and when I asked her about her family, she told me the most shocking thing.
I don't have a family. I lived in an orphanage, but the caretaker was so evil. She made us work a lot and didn't even give us any food. So I ran away.
It broke my heart to see her so sad, and I asked her to come with me. I have parents, not the best, but at least I can promise you a home. Besides, I've always wanted to have a sister. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she hugged me. Later, when we reached home, I asked Mom and Dad to adopt Lucy, but they refused straight to my face.
But Mom, I really want a sister. You guys barely have time for me, so...
So you picked a thief from the streets? Not happening.
They took Lucy back to the orphanage, and I cried my heart out. I wouldn't even eat or sleep, and I'd run off to the orphanage and wait for Lucy outside every day. Seeing me this way, my parents finally gave in and agreed to officially adopt Lucy. And I was the happiest. And in no time, we were like real sisters. Soon after, Lucy was starting school with me. And even though she was nervous, I promised I'd be there for her all the time. But the moment we entered, we fell in the eyes of Diana, the meanest girl in the school.
Hey, Miley, is that your new adopted sister? Ew, what garbage dump did you pick her up from? She stinks like a skunk's butt. Shut up, Diana, or I'm gonna kick your butt right now. Ugh, cut it out, Miley, and send her back. I don't think orphans like her belong with us rich people. My mom told me they're just the filth of society.
That was it. I pushed her away and she fell to the ground. But when I turned to Lucy, she was already gone. Later when I went home, I hugged her. It doesn't matter what anyone says, okay? You're my sister and I'll always love you. After that, I took a necklace from my pocket and put it around her neck.
What's this?
Open it.
OMG, it's our pictures. You're the best, Miley. I love you.
And I really loved her too. Days passed and I was always there to watch over Lucy. No one was gonna mess around with her as long as I was around. Then one day in 8th grade, we were given a math test when I suddenly looked up to see Lucy passing some sheets to Diana through the window. What the crackling crabs? I didn't want her to be caught by the teacher, so I kept quiet. But later when I went to the cafeteria, I saw Lucy at a table surrounded by Diana and her minions. What was this witch up to now? What's going on here? Leave my sister alone, you witch.
No, Miley. She's my friend, and we're just having lunch together.
Friend? Are you crazy? She's a bully. Stay away from her. Ooh, it looks like someone's really possessive. And it's not like I threatened her to hang out with me. She wants to be friends with the cool kids. What is she talking about, Lucy? You come with me right now. You're not staying with these girls another second. I tried pulling Lucy away, but she brushed off my hand roughly.
No, I'm not going anywhere. And please, don't embarrass me in front of my friends. I'm not a baby.
I couldn't believe my ears. My sister was fighting me for some bully? Later when Lucy came home, I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen.
She's not bad, okay? She saved me from other mean girls in the washroom once and asked me to join her gang. Now I'm cool like them, don't you see?
She's turning you into a bad person like her. I saw you helping her cheat today, Lucy, and that's not cool. But my words had no effect on her. And after that, she started hanging around with Diana all the time. She'd be carrying around Diana's books, bringing her food, wiping the table clean for her. It was so annoying. She even missed my birthday and went shopping with Diana. And when I saw her pictures on Diana's account, Lucy was carrying loads of bags after her like a maid. Why was she such a doormat? A few days later during recess, I walked into the girls' bathroom and to my shock, I found Lucy ripping a little girl's notebook and throwing them in the toilet while Diana and her minions were watching. What are you doing, Lucy? Have you lost your mind? Drop that book right now. Ooh, here comes the bossy older sister. She just wants to tame you and put you on a leash like a dog. Do you want that, Lucy? Or do you want to be your own master? Listening to Diana's words, Lucy looked at me and ripped the book in half. She's right. You're not my mother, Miley. You're not even my real sister, so don't tell me what to do. Got it? How dare you? I always thought of you as my sister, but I think I made a mistake. I should have left you in that orphanage and never brought you home. You're a monster. I tried to pull the little girl out of there, but Lucy jumped on me and we broke into a wild cat fight. Just then, one of the other girls shouted that a teacher was coming, so they all ran away, leaving me on the floor. I was so done with Lucy now. That stupid bully was no longer my sister. Lucy would sneak out of the house at night all the time, and I couldn't care less. But then one morning, she didn't come back home. And when I went downstairs, Mom was furious. That devil child. She's at school and was caught trying to steal something. What? No way. We immediately drove to the school and saw Lucy sitting in tears in the office. Diana was there too, looking bored. The security guards had caught Lucy stealing final exam question papers from the principal's office. But I didn't want to do it. Diana made me do it. Seriously? I don't even know your name. And how could I make you do anything? You're just some loser. And I wouldn't even keep you around to wipe my shoes. Ugh, this witch. But there was no proof against Diana. So she walked free and Lucy was expelled. As she ran out of the office crying, I tried to stop her, but she pushed me aside. You just want to say I told you so, right? Well, don't. Just leave me alone. I didn't follow her. She'd brought this on herself. And maybe when she was less upset, she'd realize it. But when I went back home, I was shocked to find that all of Lucy's things were gone. She'd just left without a word. I tried looking for her for weeks and months, but didn't find her anywhere. Soon after, I left for college where I met John. We fell madly in love and got married soon after. My married life was perfect. But a few years later, I discovered that I could never have children. Both me and John were devastated by the news. And as years passed, things started to get worse. On our 5th anniversary, I cooked John's favorite dinner and waited for him to come home, but he didn't show up at all. And the next morning, the doorbell rang, and I found 2 kids about 3 years old holding a letter addressed to me. Miley, please forgive me, but I can't take care of these kids anymore. I've lost all my money and I'm in debt and I have to leave. Please don't look for me. I stared at John's handwriting in complete shock, and now he was running away and leaving them with me? Oh my God, that jerk! I immediately took the kids to the police, and it turned out they were my husband's kids, and their mom passed away some time ago. The cops decided to send these kids to the orphanage, and that instantly reminded me of Lucy. My heart sank thinking how awful her orphanage was. And without thinking, I suddenly yelled, "No, I'll adopt them." And in no time, the kids moved in to live with me. Their names were Dan and Dean, and they were adorable. The first night, I fell asleep next to them. A few hours later, I woke up to crazy sounds. I rushed downstairs and saw them banging on pots and laughing. Quiet! Are you both babies or devils? They both dropped everything and ran towards me. Sorry, we play. I instantly melted. Later, I took them out shopping for toys and clothes. When we came home, they were both full of smiles and even kissed me. It just warmed my heart like nothing before. My life felt perfect. A few years passed, and the kids forgot they had another mother before me. Then once when Dean was in the 3rd grade, I found him crying in his room. Oh, honey, what happened? He told me there was some guy in his class who was bullying him. He even had bruises on his face. Oh, baby, I'll talk to the principal and his mom, and you'll be fine. Mom's got you. The next day at the parent-teacher meeting, I waited for the kids to point the bully's mom out to me. When they did, I went ahead and tapped her on the shoulder. "Excuse me, is that your kid?" I turned around and my jaw dropped. "Miley? Lucy?" Oh my God. We just stared at each other in shock. And then I spoke. "Was it your kid who bullied my son?" "What? Not possible. My son is an angel." "Oh, really? Then why does he steal my kids' lunch and hit them? Is that what you're teaching him?" "How I raise my son is none of your business, bossy pants. If my kid gets hurt, it is my business. Keep your kid away from them." I walked off quickly before she made a scene. But on our way back home, I couldn't stop thinking about Lucy. She looked so different and pretty, but I didn't have anything to do with her now. A few days later, the kids insisted on me taking them to the school carnival. When we got there, they ran off to have fun with their friends, and I got busy with the other mothers. But moments later, we heard a loud noise, and my heart jumped when we saw a huge fire had broken out in one of the tents. I started looking for the kids and found Dean immediately, but Dan was missing. I was shouting his name and looking everywhere, but what I saw next shocked me. Lucy was there, and she was walking out of flames with Dan in her arms. Oh my God, what happened? Is he okay? I hugged Dan tight and then saw Lucy's hand. It was all burned by the flames. I stayed by her side as the medical team bandaged her hand, and then I spoke. "Lucy, I can't ever thank you enough for what you did. But why'd you risk your life for my kid?" "'Cause he's your son and you love him. And I owe you a lot for what you've done for me." And then my eyes went straight to the locket she was wearing. It was the same necklace I'd given to Lucy ages ago. You kept it all these years? Why?" She remained silent, but tears fell from her eyes. And I just hugged her. "Oh, Lucy, why did you run away? I looked for you everywhere, but you were nowhere to be found. I was just so ashamed of myself, all the things I did, and I was horrible to you. I thought I'd ruined our relationship forever, and I couldn't face you anymore. But I've missed you so much. You picked up an orphan like me from the streets and loved me like family, but I threw it all away. I'm so sorry, Miley. Please forgive me. Already done. You're my sister, and I'll always love you. Come here." Hi, I'm Neha from India. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small village near Delhi with my single mom who owned a small beauty salon. Mom adored me, but there was another person I was super close to, her brother Raj. Uncle Raj was 10 years younger than Mom, and he stayed with us as he was studying in university close to the village. Every weekend, he would take me to the village fair, and we'd have a blast eating candies, taking rides, and watching wrestling matches, which was my favorite thing to do. Once when I was 10, a neighbor came over to visit with her super annoying son. First, he stuffed his face with all the pastries before I could even get to them. Mom only made these for guests, and he didn't let me have one. I walked off to my room annoyed, but minutes later he followed and climbed onto my bed with his muddy boots. "Hey, who said you could come in here?" "Aw, the little baby still sweeps with her little teddy bear." "You're stupid." "Your mom is stupid." "What? That doesn't even make any sense." "Your mom doesn't even make any sense." He looked really annoyed and started to leave, but then he picked his nose and rubbed a big booger on my hair. Oh my God! I jumped on him like a wrestler and tackled him to the ground. Moments later, I had his arm pinned behind his back as he cried like a baby, and his mom came running to his rescue. And my mom was furious.
"Stop taking her to that rubbish fair, Raj. Where else would she learn this wrestling nonsense?"
That brat deserved it, and wrestling is the coolest.
"It's wild and unladylike, and you embarrassed me. You're not going to see those matches anymore. You hear me?"
Uncle Raj nodded obediently, but we sneaked out anyway. Then one day in 8th grade, our teacher informed us that they were introducing a new sport in school, wrestling, and I was on cloud 9. Mom would never approve, so I didn't tell her and joined the club. Of course, Uncle Raj knew. He also knew how tough the training could be, so he'd sneak extra food on my plate when he thought Mom wasn't looking.
What are you doing, Raj? If she eats so much she'll get fat, then no boy will want to marry her. Trust me, sister. One day, there will be a long line of boys outside your home for Neha.
And I'll tackle all of them to the ground so they'll go back to their mommies crying.
This is not how girls talk, Neha. Girls are supposed to be delicate. They're supposed to sing and dance and learn sewing. Boring!
I resisted everything girly, but Mom was as stubborn as a donkey. She would put face masks on me, make me wear long dresses to hide my muscular thighs, and never let me cut my long hair, because boys like long hair. Did it look like I cared? A year later, Uncle Raj finished his education and got a job as a police officer in the city. I cried for days when he left, but he always kept in touch, and that was some consolation. Meanwhile, I studied my butt off to get good grades so Mom would never suspect what I was up to in school. My wrestling also improved greatly over the year, and in 12th grade, I got a chance to participate in the state-level competition. The winner would get a chance to enter the nationals and also win prize money worth $50,000. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, but that also meant I finally had to tell Mom.
What? You've been wrestling for the last 4 years? No wonder your body has become so manly. Look at your biceps, they're so big. Who's gonna marry you?
Can you stop thinking about my marriage for once? It's not happening, at least not for the next 20 years. Mom looked ready to explode, and she refused to let me participate. But I was her daughter and could be equally stubborn. I locked myself up in my room and refused to come down for days till she finally agreed. But on one condition. I had to learn sewing and some basic beauty salon stuff. Yuck. One day, Mom wasn't feeling well, so I was working in the salon threading a woman's eyebrows when she sneezed so hard that half her eyebrow got accidentally wiped off. Oh my God, what have you done? It's my brother's wedding today! It's not my fault that you sneezed like an active volcano. But she kept screaming at me, and a small crowd gathered in front of the salon. Just then, the most handsome guy I'd ever seen walked in.
Wow, is that a new trend? You look gorgeous.
What? You really think so?
Absolutely. I'd ask you out on a date if you weren't already married.
That made the woman blush like a tomato, and she went off thanking me. That was smooth. Who are you? Never seen you around before. The guy introduced himself as Raul and told me his family had recently moved in since his dad's company was working on a project here. Just as we were talking, Mom walked in.
Who's this handsome guy, Neha? You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend. He looks rich too.
Mom, he's not my boyfriend. We just met.
Raul, my daughter is the best girl a guy can date. She's pretty, she can sew, she can cook.
What is wrong with you? Just then, another customer walked in, and Raul left with an amused face. So embarrassing. A couple of days later, I was out for a morning run before school when I tripped over something. I would have landed hard on my face if someone hadn't caught me just in time.
And we bump into each other again. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me.
Oh, please, you're not my type.
Your mom didn't seem to think so.
My mom doesn't speak for me. And I'm sorry about that day. Mom's obsessed with me getting married.
And you're obsessed with?
Wrestling. Mom hates it, but I can tackle any guy to the ground and have him gasping for breath in seconds.
If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. In fact, this just made you more attractive.
Suddenly, Raul's face was inches from mine, and I forgot to breathe. He was the first guy who'd called me attractive. All the boys in my school were too scared of me to flirt with me or ask me out. I'll be late to school, so I should get going. Good night. I ran away like a bullet. Gosh, why did I sound like a moron? That day, I found a new girl in the wrestling arena. The coach told me her name was Mala and she'd recently joined our school. Best of luck, Mala. Weak people believe in dumb things like luck. I create my own destiny. Get ready to lose, loser. That was rude. Well, I'd show her who the loser was. Mala and I wrestled for what seemed like an eternity. Neither of us was willing to give up. She was stronger than she looked. That match resulted in a draw. But in the next one, I had her pinned to the ground in 30 seconds. I'd call you a loser too, but my mom taught me to never look down on anyone, unless you're admiring their shoes. Impressive. You've taken me by surprise. I haven't lost a single match in 7 years. The coach told me that Mala was participating in the state-level championship too, and I was probably going to be facing her off. Well, she better watch out. That day when I reached home, I was shocked to find Mom and Raul on the porch talking and laughing over tea like aunties. What's going on? What are you doing here?
That's no way to speak to a guest. Where are your manners, Neha?
I left them in the wrestling arena. Shh, keep your voice low. I don't want the neighbors to know about your stuff.
They'll get to know about it anyway when she wins the state championship and her photos are all over the newspapers.
How do you know that I'm participating in it?
Your mom mentioned it. I'm encouraging her to come to your practice sessions and see how good you are.
Why are you doing all this?
Isn't it rather obvious?
The way he was looking at me made my toes tingle. Fine, Raul. I'll come because you asked. I was so annoyed that I'd never been able to convince her. But when she did come and saw how good I was, she was actually impressed. She started attending all my sessions and even cheered me on loudly. It was such a welcome change, and I was glad that she was finally supporting me. The competition day arrived, and as I'd expected, the final match was between me and Mala. Minutes before the match, Mom came to me.
Neha, drink this holy water. This will ward off the evil eye and make you win.
I didn't believe in such things, but I drank it to please her anyway. In the first round, Mala and I gave each other tough competition, and I won. But as the second round started, I felt my eyes blur. Suddenly, I felt really dizzy, and then I completely blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and Mom and Raul were beside me. What happened?
The doctor did some tests and said you took drugs to boost your performance just before the competition. But it backfired and you passed out.
He then told me the competition authorities had banned me from wrestling for the next 4 years because of the drugs. What? But I didn't take any. I swear, I've never even thought of... Suddenly, I remembered the water Mom gave me before the match. Wait, Mom, you gave me that water. What did you put in it?
Nothing. I just... Neha, are you trying to blame me for this?
Yes, I am. Didn't you always want me to give up wrestling? What have you done, Mom? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to reach here?
How could you?
It's the easiest thing to believe. I was fooled for thinking that you could ever support me, and I won't forgive you for this, Mom. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I packed my bags and left for the city. I just couldn't be around Mom right now. A friend of mine let me stay with her, and I started waitressing at a small restaurant to earn money. It was really lonely for a while. I wasn't talking to Mom, and even Raul had been out of touch since he was busy with work. Soon it was Diwali, and I hated not celebrating it at home. On Diwali night, I got a call from Uncle Raj, and I broke down and told him everything that had happened.
Neha, parents can be wrong, but they always mean well for their kids. I know your mom went too far, but I don't believe that she would ever hurt you on purpose.
But she did hurt me, Uncle. I worked really hard for something for years, and she ruined it in a minute. And she'll never admit she's wrong. And until then, I don't think I can forgive her. A few days later, I got home from work to find Uncle Raj's car parked outside. I hugged him tight and let him in, and he had some shocking news for me.
When you told me about everything that day, I just knew something fishy was going on. So I made some investigations about Raul. First, turns out he's not some businessman's son like he says. He just works for a small medical company. So I guess he knows plenty about drugs.
What are you saying? Raul added something to my water? But why?
Because he was dating Mala at the time, and he did it to kick you out of the competition so she'd win. But he didn't do it for her. He's run away with all her prize money, and Mala has officially lodged a police complaint against him.
So, Mom didn't give me the drugs?
No, she didn't. I know she's been tough on you, but that just didn't sound like my sister.
Uncle Raj said he'd located Raul, and I was there when the police arrested him. As he was being taken away, I couldn't resist giving him a kick, too. And right after, Uncle Raj took me home. As soon as Mom saw me, she ran to hug me, and we both burst into tears. I'm sorry for not trusting you, Mom.
And I'm sorry for giving you reasons not to. If I'd accepted your passion for wrestling from the start, none of this would have happened.
Thanks to Uncle Raj, all charges against me were dropped, and I got to participate in the Nationals next year, where I won several medals. A couple of years later, I represented India in an international competition and won gold. That entire week, friends and relatives kept dropping in to congratulate us. And every time some nosy aunt tried to ask when I planned to get married, Mom would proudly say,
Nihai's focusing on her sport right now, and marriage can wait.
Hi, my name is Leanne, and boy, do I have an extraordinary story to share. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I had a really happy childhood as the only daughter of 2 loving, wealthy parents. We lived in a beautiful mansion with huge gardens, a pool, and practically a zoo in the backyard. My parents would take me traveling with them around the world, and my favorite thing to do was taking pictures. Everywhere I went, the camera went with me. Life was great until one day it took a tragic turn. When I was 8, we were on our private jet to the Bahamas when suddenly the plane started shaking violently. The pilot and other crew members were shouting and running about, and I just knew something was very wrong. Minutes later, I felt a strong blow and everything went black. I opened my eyes when I felt something wet on my face. I nearly died of fright when I saw that it was a gorilla licking me. I thought she wanted to eat me. I ran away from there like a bullet. But after running around in circles a few times, I realized something. I was stranded on some deserted island. I had no idea what happened to my parents, and I felt really alone and afraid. I was terribly thirsty and tried drinking the seawater, but it was so salty, I spat it out instantly. Just then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Well, not a human hand, because it was the gorilla again. I was about to flee when I saw her offering me a coconut. I gulped down the coconut water greedily. Thank you. That's when the most incredible thing happened. The gorilla took me by the hand and led me with her. I felt so scared, and my heart was beating like crazy. The gorilla stopped and brought my hand to her chest. She actually calmed me down. I smiled slightly, and I swear she smiled back. We arrived at a forest clearing with a beautiful waterfall, and I gasped. There was a whole herd of gorillas of all sizes. They welcomed me, and over time, I became one of them. I walked like them, ate like them, and even started communicating like them. Life was good. And as years passed, I began to forget my previous life. There was only one problem: Grumpy. He was my older gorilla brother, who clearly hated me. He was always daring me to do dangerous things and setting up traps for me. But luckily, Mom always came to the rescue. One time, though, he went too far. He dared me to step on a thin branch to reach some fruit. The branch snapped under my weight, and I fell to the ground, seriously injuring myself. When I woke up, Mom was holding me and sobbing. They laid me on a mattress of leaves and gave me coconut water to drink. I recovered over time, but I found out that the herd had kicked out Grumpy for his mischief. One day, we heard a loud, strange sound, and we all went running out to the forest. To my shock, I saw something familiar. A helicopter was landing on the island. 4 people got out, and I saw 2 of them had weapons, which they were pointing straight at us. Terrified, all the gorillas started running away. But just then, I saw one of the men pointing a gun directly at Grumpy, who was all by himself. I dashed forward and stood with open arms between Grumpy and the man. At that moment, I heard a really familiar human voice. "Leanna, is that you?" "Oh my God, don't shoot! She's my daughter!" Oh my God, she was my mom. Mom ran towards me and hugged me tight. "Leanna, remember me, baby? 10 years ago we had an accident, and we've been looking for you ever since. Oh, I can't believe it." "I'm Dad, Leanna. We never gave up hope. And here you are, all safe and sound." I knew who they were, and I could even understand them. But I'd just forgotten how to speak like them. Ooh, ooh, ah, 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 ooh, ooh. They looked at me like I was crazy. But then, they started leading me away to the helicopter. When I realized they were taking me with them, I pulled back. They gently kept telling me I had to come home with them, but I refused. But they weren't willing to leave without me. One of the men picked me up while I bit and kicked and screamed. My gorilla family rushed forward to help me, but he just put me in a cage and the helicopter quickly lifted off the ground. Mom joined me inside the cage and held me close as I cried and fought. But I tired myself out and fell asleep. And just like that, after 10 years, I'd been found and was back with my loving parents. I should have been happy, but it wasn't that simple. I only knew life in the jungle now. My parents tried to return me to normal, but I continued to behave like a gorilla. I ate like one, scratched myself, and slept on the floor. That's when my parents decided to get me a tutor, Mr. Drotair. And he looked like a mean old man.
I train and teach brats for a living. I'm sure I will succeed with you too. For everything you do well, I'll give you a banana. And for everything that you get wrong, well, you'll see.
That man made my life miserable, and my parents had no idea. Anytime I did something wrong, he went mental and screamed at me. He'd make me stand with my face towards the wall for hours while he kept calling me a stupid savage. Oh, I just hated him. But I tried to learn fast so I could get rid of him. After months, when I joined my parents one day for breakfast, they couldn't stop staring at me. I was perfectly dressed, with my hair combed, and I was eating with a spoon. When I asked my mom to pass me the sugar in perfect English, both of them burst into tears and started hugging me.
Oh, Leanna, you look so pretty.
Just perfect. Now that you're back to your old self, love, it's about time we sent a press release announcing your safe return. So many people helped us look for you and prayed for you. They will be so happy to hear the news, and we shall organize a grand party in your honor. I was glad to see my parents so pleased with me, and a party sounded nice. A few days later, Mom took me to the mall to shop, and I was so surprised by everyone's reactions when they saw me. I didn't even know I was famous. Crying women hugged me and Mom and said they were so happy for us. People asked me to take pictures with them and wanted my autograph. It was crazy. I felt overwhelmed by everything, but I stayed quiet and smiled for the cameras. But the truth was, I really missed my life on the island and my gorilla family. On the day of the party, I had hairstylists and makeup artists working on me for hours. I wasn't even allowed to eat much because I had to fit into some ridiculous ball gown. Okay, it was beautiful, but I was starving. As I walked down the stairs, I was suddenly blinded by the flashes of so many cameras. I felt like a wild animal in a zoo, with people gasping and staring at me. Just then, Mom came forward and took my hand. "Smile, sweetie. Everything's okay. You're doing great." I tried to reply, but I couldn't. I just wished I was anywhere but here. Suddenly, a boy whisked me off to dance, and he kept talking nonstop. And then another boy asked me to dance, and then another and another. I was beginning to feel nauseous. As I stopped to rest, a pompous-looking lady walked over to me, along with Mr. Drotair. Gosh, why was he even invited?
Oh, how can anyone be so beautiful? Everyone said you were a wild beast. People really love to gossip, don't they? Mr. Drotair, you've taught her right.
Oh, yes, I have. Miss Leanna is my star student, and she has turned out even better than I expected.
Well, darling, I'd like to introduce you to my son. He has a very good heart and a very big pocket. I'm sure your parents will be so pleased if you two hit it off.
I don't know if it was her shrill voice or Mr. Drotair's evil smile, but I just exploded. Literally, the buttons on my dress started to pop. One of them hit the screaming lady straight in the eye, and I felt pure joy. One by one, I took out all the hairpins that were practically stuck in my brain and let my hair go loose. And like the gorilla that I am, I jumped onto one of the hanging lamps, making sure to kick Mr. Drotair on my way up. From the lamp, I jumped to another and then leapt onto the stairs. I turned around and mouthed, "I'm sorry," to my shocked parents, and left. As I burst out of the hall, I ran headfirst into someone and fell down. As he helped me up, I saw he was the most gorgeous guy. He introduced himself as Rocky, the chef for the party tonight. "Oh, I would have loved to taste your food, but I won't be attending the rest of that party." As my stomach loudly growled, just at that moment, Rocky asked me if I'd like to join him for a private dinner. And Well, I couldn't say no to that dreamy face. It was the most amazing time I'd had since I'd returned. Rocky was funny and sweet, and being around him felt so easy. Of course, the news of the disastrous party was everywhere. My parents didn't say much to me, but I knew they were disappointed and embarrassed. I decided I wouldn't be seeing any people for a while, except Rocky, whom I'd started seeing quite often. Even though being around him made me feel happy, I couldn't keep ignoring how much I missed the jungle. And I decided to talk to my parents. But before I could, they came to me one day and said they had something to show me. We're not sure if you remember, but before the plane crash, you used to love photography. We thought this would cheer you up. And on all the walls were framed pictures that I'd taken as a kid. On the other side of the room, there were cameras, tripods, lights, basically my very own studio. Wow, you guys, this is amazing! Thank you! I really love you both so much, and I know you'd do anything for me. But what? Why are you unhappy? I told him that I missed my gorilla family and my life on the island terribly. But they are monkeys, and you are human. Mom, they are gorillas, and they took care of me as their own, and I love them. Leanne, sweetheart, what do you want to do? I want to go back. Mom burst into tears and protested and fainted. But Dad supported me, and after much talking, they both seemed to understand that going back was the right thing for me. And now I had another very hard goodbye to say. I told Rocky that I'd be leaving, and he looked stunned. Leanne, you're just breaking my heart. Maybe I can come with you. I mean, I could try. Oh, Rocky, I couldn't ask you to do that. You belong here. You're a brilliant chef and will go on to do amazing things. I know it. And I will never forget you. With tears in his eyes, he pulled me in for a long kiss, and fireworks exploded in my head. I ran off and didn't look back. When I landed on the island, I was so afraid my gorilla family wouldn't even recognize me. But they came running straight at me and knocked me over with their hugs. I was so happy to see them. Weeks later, I saw a boat coming onto the shore one evening, and I nearly fell back in shock to see that it was Rocky. Oh my God, what are you doing here? You were wrong, Leanne. I don't belong there. I belong wherever you are. And now, yes, the end of the story has arrived. At least for you. For us, this is just the beginning.
Hi everyone, my name is Maze and this is my story.
Hi, I'm Maze from the West Bank, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born as the youngest of 4 siblings, and both my parents were medical professionals. Mom was a nurse and Dad was a lab technician. But growing up, I didn't see much of Mom. She worked really long hours, and even when she was home, she was mostly quiet and preferred to be in her room. I wondered why she was like that. But Dad was the complete opposite. He was always home in time to cook dinner and help my siblings with their homework. And no matter how tired he was, he would read me stories every night.
Daddy, you cheated. You skipped a few pages.
What? No, I didn't.
Last night, the princess was in the forest, remember? You have to read from here again.
But the story's almost finished now, sweetie.
From the forest, Daddy. You know she never forgets anything, Dad.
It was true. Growing up, I observed everything and had the best memory. If anyone had trouble remembering anything, they asked me.
Maze, do you remember seeing my keys anywhere?
Yeah, Mom. You put them in the fridge next to the milk. Maze, do you know where my pink shoes are? They've been in the garage since September.
Honey, what was that joke I told you 2 weeks ago that made you laugh so much?
Oh, what do a clown's farts smell like? They smell funny.
My parents would drop me off at Grandma's every day before going to work. She lived with my aunt and uncle and adored me, but I never liked Aunt much. She always had something to say about Mom.
Oh, Maze, your hair looks terrible. Doesn't your mother ever brush it? Poor child, you look thin. Is your mother too busy to cook?
Well, it was true that Mom never did those things, but I still felt annoyed. And one day as I was playing with my cousin, I heard Aunt say to a visitor, "Oh, that one, she's my niece.
Her mother dumps her here every day because she cares more about herself than her own child. I felt so mad that I ran into the kitchen and spat straight into the pot of food she was cooking. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Aunt had said. I was going to ask Mom why she didn't care about me. That evening, I was waiting for her to return when suddenly the phone rang. It was Mom. She asked for Dad, but he was in the shower. Okay, Maze, listen carefully. Tell Dad that I won't be coming home for a few weeks.
What?
Why? He knows why. I can't really explain right now, but in case I don't come back, Maze, I promise, everything will be fine.
Mom, why wouldn't you come back? Don't you love us?
But she just hung up. When I told Dad about her mysterious phone call, he looked really worried. But then he said she'd just gone to visit her sister. I didn't believe him for a second. Mom finally came back after weeks, looking really tired, and just went to her room. And we never spoke about where she'd gone. One evening at dinner, Mom got a phone call and she said she had to go. As she was getting ready, I snuck into the car secretly. I wanted to see what she was up to. Mom parked outside a house, and once she was inside, I peeked through the window, and I saw a sick-looking boy in bed. Mom checked the machines around him, fed him medicines, and made him laugh. I'd never seen Mom like this. And when she stepped outside, she almost tripped when she spotted me. Maze, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to see what you were doing, Mom. Is that boy really sick?
Yeah, he is, sweetie.
Would you love me more if I got sick?
Mom looked stunned and then pulled me into a hug. Don't say that, Maze. I love you very much. I'm around sick kids all the time, and sometimes I just don't have the energy for my own family. It's not fair, though, and I'm sorry.
Where did you go for 3 weeks, Mom?
I caught a bad illness from a patient, and I had to stay away so you guys wouldn't get sick. And I didn't want to worry you by telling you the truth.
Mom, you made that kid so happy. I want to do that too. I'll be a doctor one day, and I'll treat all sick people for free. And I'll give them medicines that taste like Nutella.
That sounds lovely, Maze. After that day, Mom and I got closer, and I became obsessed with becoming a doctor. Soon I joined an all-girls school, and I was always one of those kids who loved it. The only problem was my cousin, Siham, who was in my class. We'd grown up playing together, but ever since we'd joined school, she seemed to hate me. Maybe it was because I always had good grades and she was barely passing. To make things worse, Grandma was always telling Siham to be more like me.
Why, Grandma? She's so boring. I'm pretty, and I'm gonna be a model one day. You'll all see me on TV when I join America's Top Model.
You will do no such thing. But if you're like Maze, you can go to the US to be a doctor.
Ew, I'm not touching sick or old people. I'm gonna go to America and be a swimsuit model.
Grandma threw her shoe at her, which she dodged, and I couldn't stop laughing. But I asked my parents if I could really go to the US one day to study, and they said if I had good grades, then yes. By the time I reached high school, I was more determined than ever, but Siham always mocked me.
Don't you ever want to do something fun, Maze?
Like what?
Shopping, dressing up, talking to a hot boy. Have you seen the cute ones next door?
Right next to us was an all-boys school, and I knew the girls spent half their time spying on the boys and exchanging notes. I've got bigger things to focus on right now, like going to the US. Yeah, I have the same dreams, girl, but I'm not working so hard for it. And you'll see, I'll be way more successful than you. Like, who needs more doctors? Everyone? If I'm sick, I'm not gonna go to a model.
Then don't get sick. It's not hard if you eat an apple every day.
Wow, you could be a doctor already. Now, please, let me study because I'm actually serious about my dream.
And who says I'm not? I'm so sick of you always acting like you're better than me.
With that, Siham suddenly snatched my book and ran off, laughing and tearing out pages from it. I chased after her, but suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I fell to the ground and fainted. I woke up in the hospital with my family around me. When I asked them what had happened, my parents said the doctors were still running tests. But what we found out completely changed my life.
It turned out that I had bone cancer. Luckily, the doctor said that it was curable. It was really tough undergoing the treatment, but I stayed strong and got through it with my family, who was always by my side. And within a few months, I was cancer-free. But I ended up with a permanent limp and had to use crutches for some time. On my first day back at school, I felt life was finally getting back to normal. But I started noticing how some students looked at me with pity, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed at times. One day, I'd just walked into a busy library when a group of girls got up from their table and turned to me. "You don't need to walk around looking for a table, Maze. It must be hard for you. Just take ours."
Girls, why do you have to act so weird around Maze? She's really strong. I mean, she just beat cancer. She can walk to a table on her own.
I knew my teacher meant well, but I realized so did the girls. I appreciate the offer, but also I'm completely fine. It's only a limp.
Why don't you join me? You can also ask me anything you want about my sickness. I don't mind.
My parents had spent all their savings on my treatment, but I didn't let that get me down. I was working harder than ever to apply for scholarships to U.S. universities. One day, I went into an empty classroom during recess to study, and I walked in on Saham making out with a boy.
Oh my God, what are you doing? How did you get in? I told my friends to guard the door.
Your friends aren't outside, and you're crazy. You could get into so much trouble for sneaking in a boy. Just then, we heard some voices outside the classroom, and Saham grinned.
No, I won't.
With that, she jumped out of the window. And of course, I couldn't do that. And seconds later, a teacher walked in. We were taken to the principal, and even my parents were called. They all believed that I hadn't sneaked the boy in, but I also refused to tell him who did. And the boy didn't even know Saham's name.
Maze, I will have to suspend you since you're covering up for the culprit.
But I didn't give them Saham's name, and I got suspended for a week. I was so mad at that witch. But soon, I got some news that made me forget everything. I received an acceptance letter from a top-ranking medical school in the U.S. on full scholarship. My parents and siblings were overjoyed for me, and I couldn't wait to tell Grandma. But when I went to visit her with Mom, she didn't look happy to see me. "What's wrong, Grandma?"
I'm just deeply disappointed in you, Maze. Saham said you got suspended from school because you were caught with a boy. How could you?
I felt furious. She's lying. It wasn't me. But just forget all that nonsense, Grandma. Look, I got into a university on full scholarship. Suddenly, Aunt took the letter out of my hands.
I've been telling you for years, Mama. May's parents have always been too easy on her. She's sneaking boys into school, and they're still going to trust her and send her away to the U.S.? God knows what she'll do to bring shame to the family.
Mom leapt forward and gave her a tight slap.
Don't talk about my daughter that way. She's a source of pride for this family, and she always will be. Perhaps you need to keep a closer eye on Saham. I suspect the boy at school has something to do with her.
Mom took my hand and we left. Grandma came over one day and apologized, and she gave me a handful of cash. What's this for, Grandma?
Nothing. Just a small start for your new life. I'll miss you, darling, and I know you will make us so proud.
It was really hard when I had to leave because I'd never been away from my family before. But I was also excited for my new adventure. But at first, landing in the U.S. was more of a cultural shock. Everything seemed 10 times bigger, and people seemed a lot friendlier back home. I felt almost invisible as I walked across the campus to the hostel. Suddenly, I lost my balance and almost fell down when someone caught me. I looked up to see a tall girl.
Need some help with that?
Her name was Kylie, and it turned out that she was in the room right next to mine. She ended up helping me unpack, and we stayed up really late talking.
Can I ask you why you limp?
When I told her I survived cancer, she looked awestruck.
Wow, Maze, it's so brave of you to chase your dream and be here all on your own. Well, now you got me.
Kylie was my first friend and the closest, but I slowly started to mingle with others as well. After always being in an all-girls school, it was strange for me to be studying with boys, but over time, some of them became really good friends. When Christmas arrived, everyone was going home for the holidays, and I felt really homesick. but Kylie invited me to her place. Her family was lovely, and it was the first time I got to experience Christmas their way. I'd made a traditional Palestinian dessert for them, and they loved it. In our second year, Kylie came to me one day with some upsetting news. Her dad had been unwell lately, and she'd decided to transfer to a college in her hometown. I'm gonna miss you so much, Maze. Me too. I can't even imagine this place without you. I'll come see you soon. I put on a brave face as she left, but once I was inside my room, I couldn't stop the tears. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and when I opened it, I nearly fell back in shock. It was my sister. It turned out that she'd applied to the US for her master's, and she'd gotten into a college right next to mine. I never thought I could go so far away from home, but seeing you do it gave me the courage, Maze. This is the best surprise ever! Welcome to your new home!
Hey, you made it! Thank you so much for watching. I just want to say that it wasn't an easy journey. It was kind of tough, and I faced a lot of obstacles in the way. But with hope, passion, and patience, I managed to get through all of them. And right now, I'm in my second year in medical school, achieving my dream in becoming a doctor.
My darling, she said, are you sure you don't mind being a mouse for the rest of your life? I don't mind at all, I said. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like, as long as somebody loves you. The end.
That was awesome! Please read me another one, Mommy.
Tomorrow, sweetheart. And with that, Mom kissed me goodnight and left. A few minutes later, I switched on the lamp and picked up another book. I stayed up the whole night and finished the entire Roald Dahl set. I was only 5 years and 2 months old, and much like my favorite character, Matilda, I just never stopped reading after that. My parents bought me as many books as I wanted, and I sometimes read 10 books a day. But I had to slow down when I started getting the worst headaches ever. When the doctor came to see me, he glared sternly at my parents. You have to set a reading time limit, and she needs fresh air and exercise. But she just wants to read. She's a kid. You're being terrible parents by letting her do whatever she wants. Wait, what? I had the world's best parents. Turns out, though, the doctor may have been onto something. You see, my parents really loved me. But as I grew up, I started to realize that I didn't have a very normal life. I was homeschooled because my parents thought school was too dangerous for me. Mom and Dad would take me to the playground once a week, and they just kept hovering over me like helicopters the whole time. If I so much as scraped a knee, the two would throw a fit and rush me off to the hospital. Hi, I'm Clara. And this is the story of how my parents almost ruined my life by loving me too much. But before I continue, click like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. When I turned 12, I started insisting that I had to go to school like every other kid, and the two reluctantly agreed. On the first day of school, I happily skipped out of the car, and I'd only walked a few steps when suddenly I felt myself being dragged back. It was Mom, hugging me so tight I could barely breathe. I don't think you're ready. How about next year? You can go next year. Mom, I'm ready. You're embarrassing me. Let me go. I was really enjoying my lessons and having a great first day. At lunch, a few kids from class asked me to join them, and I was so happy to be making friends. Just then, I suddenly felt someone pull away my food tray. It was Mom, and she was throwing my lunch in the trash. I stared at her in horror as she started spraying the table with Lysol next. What are you doing, Mom? God knows how many icky germs this table has. And the food looks awful. And with that, she just sat down at our table, whipped out a sandwich, and started cutting it up into tiny little pieces. There you go, sweetie. It just wanted to vanish into thin air. I took Mom by the arm and pulled her out of the cafeteria. Mom, listen, I know you're worried, but trust me, I'm fine. You can go now, please. She didn't come to lunch again, but that definitely wasn't the end of it. They were the parents of every teacher's nightmare. If I didn't get the lead in the play, or an A in every subject, or I wasn't on top of the cheerleading pyramid, they'd be at the school the next day to terrorize the teachers and the principal. One day in 9th grade, I was horrified when the teacher handed me back my history report and told me to come see her after class. I'm very disappointed, Clara. Why would a bright child like you copy-paste stuff from Wikipedia? You could be suspended for plagiarism. Wait, what? I opened up the report and saw that it wasn't even close to what I'd written. Arrgh! There was only one person who'd use this ugly font. Dad! I screamed as I burst into his study. I can't believe you wrote my history report. What, sweetie? I was only trying to help. You would never have gotten an A on the stuff you wrote. Thankfully, since the principal knew what my parents were like, she believed me, and I was allowed to submit my original work. Just when I thought they couldn't embarrass me more, boy, did they prove me wrong. In 10th grade, I was selected from thousands of contestants to represent my city in the National Spelling Bee. The host announced, and the tiebreaker is a bibliophobia. That was one of my favorite words, a fear of running out of reading material. I spelt it out correctly, and as the crowd clapped, one of the contestants' moms got up angrily. I saw her parents mouthing the spelling to her. There's foul play going on here. She demanded that the organizers pull out camera footage, and sure enough, there were Mom and Dad spelling out a bibliophobia. But I wasn't even looking at them. One of the judges stepped up to the mic and said, "We have no choice but to give the award to the runner-up." I couldn't believe that everyone thought I was a cheater because of my parents. But to make things even worse, Mom and Dad stepped onto the stage and tried to snatch the trophy away from the other kid. This belongs to our daughter. We demand justice. The whole drama was broadcast on national television, and the video went viral. It made me really popular in school, but not in a good way. I was the girl with the psycho parents, which is why I was really surprised when Jake, the guy I'd been crushing on since forever, came up to me one day and asked me out. I was thrilled. I wanted to keep him a secret from my parents, but I knew that wasn't possible. To my surprise, they acted really cool when I introduced Jake to them. They didn't even sit him down for an interview. Jake and I started dating, and we had an amazing year together. I was totally in love, and when prom came around, I couldn't be happier that I'd be going with him. On prom night, as I ran downstairs to meet Jake, I suddenly stopped short when I heard my parents and him talking. Come on, Jake. We've paid you more than enough. Extra for prom, dude. Otherwise, I tell her everything. Tell me what? All three of them turned around to look at me. Mom and Dad looked horrified. Oh well, guess the act's up. Your parents read in your diary that you had a crush on me, and they paid me to ask you out. What? It felt like my world had just come crashing down around me. How could you do that? Sweetheart, anything we do for you is out of love. I just snapped. This isn't love. You guys are toxic and crazy, and I've just had it. And with that, I stormed out of the house. In the fall, I moved away to the farthest college I could find on a scholarship. I even refused to take my parents' money. I felt betrayed and heartbroken and didn't want anything to do with them. I was enjoying my freedom, but I soon discovered I really needed a job. One day at college, I saw a job poster for a nanny on the bulletin board, and I made the call. The next day, I was driving up to a huge mansion. Mrs. Richard, a wealthy businesswoman and single mom, asked me a few questions and told me I was hired. I come home late from work most days, so all you have to do is give
Dana some company. She's a very easy child. You won't have much trouble."
And with that, she rushed out of the room and was gone. As I walked out in the hallway, I found a cute little 8-year-old standing with her arms crossed over. "Oh, hi! You must be Dana. I'm Clara, your new nanny." She looked clearly unimpressed. "What kind of a grown-up wears a Hello Kitty shirt? And I don't need a nanny. I can take care of myself." And with that, she ran off to her room and slammed the door shut. I could see that this was going to be anything but easy. Dana was a really smart kid, but she was so bossy. I wasn't allowed to sit on her bed. I could only put my bag on the floor. She didn't want me to touch her toys. She wanted Chinese every day at 6 p.m. sharp. The kid was a little dictator. One day I told her that we were going cycling in the park, and she turned up her little nose at me. "Nuh-uh, not happening." I was beginning to lose my cool. "Dana, you're supposed to listen to me. And I say we're going cycling." "No, you're supposed to listen to me because you work for me." "For your information, I don't work for you. I work for your mother." Suddenly, Dana turned to me angrily. "Oh, do you see my mother anywhere? Here's some news for you. You're not gonna. Unless you make an appointment with her secretary 2 days before. Guess you're stuck with just me." And with that, she stormed off to her room. For the first time, I felt really sorry for her. I realized that no one paid much attention to the poor kid. When I quietly crept into her room, I found her snuggled up on her beanbag, reading a book. "What you reading?" "Oliver Twist. Charles Dickens writes really sad stories, but I still love them." And from that day onwards, we bonded over books and became really good friends. We'd spend hours reading in the public library or having picnics in the park and discussing books. And we both went to an amusement park together for the first time in our lives. We had the most amazing day, taking all the rides and stuffing our faces with ice cream. Dana was the lead in her school play, and I spent hours practicing with her. A day before the play, as I tucked her into bed, she looked at me sadly. "I wish Mom had the time to come see me." It just broke my heart. I decided I was somehow going to make this happen. I snuck into Mrs. Richards' study and left a note marked urgent on the table. The next day, when I went to pick up Dana for the play, I couldn't see the note anywhere. I kept calling Mrs. Richards' secretary, but her number was constantly busy. There were still 2 hours to go. I had to go down to Mrs. Richards' office myself and talk to her. As I barged into her room, I stopped short when I realized she was having a meeting.
"What's the matter? Is something wrong with Dana?"
No. I was wondering if you read my note about her play?"
"I did, and as you can see, I don't have the time. Can you leave now, please?"
Suddenly, I felt really angry. "You have to make the time for your daughter. She's amazing and you're just missing out on everything." She looked livid and had her secretary make me leave the office. I was pretty sure I was fired. Feeling bummed out, I slipped into the auditorium just in time for the play to start. Some 10 minutes into the performance, someone came and sat on the empty seat next to me. To my shock, it was Mrs. Richard. As Dana stepped onto the stage and started delivering her lines, I glanced at Mrs. Richard, and she was in tears. At the end of the play, she was the first one to jump from her seat and clap. Dana stood in complete shock as her mom ran to hug her backstage.
"Darling, you were so good!"
"Mom, I can't believe you came! You saw all of it?"
"Yes, all of it."
As the two hugged each other tight, I realized something. I really missed my own parents. And even though they could sometimes really cross a line, I never grown up feeling neglected. They'd always been there to cheer me on and love me, in their own crazy way. I went back home that weekend, and my parents and I made up. They apologized for everything they'd done and promised to respect my boundaries. I'm still away at college, but we visit each other every weekend, and we have a really good time together. Of course, I've introduced them to my favorite little bookworm and best friend, Dana.
Hi, I'm Penny from Nebraska. Except my parents are nomads, which means we travel to another state every month. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. By the time I was 8 years old, I'd lived almost everywhere. I stayed in a tent in the desert, old abandoned houses in the forest, and even in a beach cave. My dad and I couldn't be happier with our crazy life.
Pinky promised me, Daddy, you'll never make me go to school. We'll swim every day in the ocean, And you'll take us to the moon one day.
I pinky swear, my love.
Though when I was 13 years old, everything changed. Mom woke me up one morning to tell me her and Dad were splitting up. Dad wanted to keep traveling, while Mom wanted to settle down in the city. Well, I don't want to settle, so I'm gonna keep traveling with Dad, and I really think you should join us.
Penny, I want you to stay with Mom. I love you, but taking you with me is too much work.
But we were gonna see the world together and fly to...
I'm sorry. Good luck, honey.
Dad kissed my forehead, and then he freaking left. Mom and I moved to Nebraska City, and I was shaking with anger. I tore up every picture I had of Dad and threw them in our fireplace. 2 years passed, and all I wanted was to forget about him. Then one day, things took an interesting turn. I went for a walk in the park when a letter flew at my feet. I looked up to see a boy smiling at me through the bushes. Oh my God, you scared me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just too nervous to talk to you, but I still wanted to look at you because you're beautiful.
The boy rose up from the bushes and holy crud, he was majestic.
Take a walk with me. I'll take you somewhere magical.
Okay, Prince Charming. I'm actually gonna jet because I don't go off with strangers. I ran away quickly, but when I reached home, I saw the guy had followed me. All right, now you're just stalking me. Leave me alone or I'll call the police.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't explain it, but I feel like we're meant to be together. Just let me take you on one date. I'll meet you right here at sunset. If you don't like me after the date, I'll leave you alone. I swear.
Okay, fine. You're kinda cute. But we have to be in a public area around other people. The guy agreed, but when I went out to meet him, I almost fell back in shock. He had landed a golden jet in my driveway.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to fly to Europe for dinner?
Did you just fly here in a gold jet? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, I'm a billionaire. I also brought you a few presents. An iPad, some chocolates, and I bought you your own horse.
My jaw dropped open when I literally saw a man trot by on a black horse. This was getting to be a bit too much. Listen, I appreciate all these gifts, but maybe we can just go somewhere simple, like the park we met at? To my relief, the guy agreed and set up a lovely picnic under the trees. He told me his name was Ezra and just wouldn't stop showering me with compliments. Ezra, thanks for all this, but I'm still a little confused. Why do you like me so much? We don't even know each other.
Like I said, I can't explain it, but I know for a fact we're meant to be together. Just wait and see.
As the evening went on, I discovered Ezra and I had literally everything in common. When I told him I liked video games, he showed me a picture of his PS4. When I told him my favorite food was lime cheesecake, he opened a container of it. Then my shoulders started feeling sore since I suffered from neck pain. And before I said anything, Ezra offered to give me a neck rub. How did you know I have shoulder pain? Only my mom knows about that.
I could just tell you were in pain. I understand you in a way nobody else does, Penny.
After Ezra's massage, my neck felt better than ever, which is insane. No doctor or masseuse had ever been able to make my pain go away. As time passed, Ezra and I kept hanging out. He kept buying me every gift I could want, and whenever I needed something, he was always at my beck and call. He was a literal angel. It didn't take me too long to agree to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, Ezra said that he'd transfer to my school next term. I couldn't stop squealing about it to my friend Jenna. I'd love to meet him soon. He sounds like a guy out of a storybook. And dating someone that hot will probably make you super popular. What do you mean popular? Oh, right. I forgot you were homeschooled before you moved here. Being popular means everyone thinks you're cool because you're dating a boy like Ezra? God, my life was just getting better by the second. Ezra met Jenna and I by a quiet bus stop as I kissed him. He even got me a caramel latte. Isn't he perfect? Ezra introduced himself to Jenna, but she just stared at us, looking horrified. Jenna, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying hi to Ezra? Penny? No, I am not saying hi to him. Oh my God, I have to go. With that, Jenna ran off as if Ezra was a monster. What was her deal? I tried asking her about it all day, but she refused to talk to me.
Babe, don't take it personally. She's just mad because you have a loving boyfriend and she's single. She'll get over it.
Finally, the next day I cornered Jenna in the library. Look, I can see you're jealous of Ezra and I'm sorry. I don't want to rub it in your face, but this is the first time I've been happy in years. My parents divorced, my dad left, and I miss traveling.
I told Jenna all about what had happened in the past few years, and she was actually sympathetic.
It's not that I'm jealous. I can see that Ezra makes you happy, which you deserve, but I'm still not happy about you dating him, and I don't think you guys should be together for much longer. I kept asking Jenna why she was so against Ezra, but she refused to talk about it anymore. She even started avoiding me. So Ezra and I kept going out, and finally, the night came when I invited Ezra for dinner to meet Mom. But I was really confused when he didn't show up or call or text me. In fact, I didn't hear from him at all the next day either. I was starting to get really worried. I didn't even know where he lived. But on my way to the bus stop the next morning, I saw him sitting on a bench. Ezra, what happened? You totally blew me off last night.
Just go away, Penny. I hate you, and I never want to see you again.
What are you talking about? What happened?
I said, get away from me. Do you want me to call the cops?
Ezra stormed off angrily, and tears stung my eyes. What did I do to make Ezra so angry? I told Jenna all about it when I got to school. Wow, he broke up with you? I didn't think that would happen. I thought he'd stay with you for longer. Jenna, what are you saying? Do you know something about Ezra that I don't? Do you two know each other? Yeah, we do. I didn't want to say anything before, but I know Ezra and he's bad news, Penny. He used to date a friend of mine and really hurt her. Just stay away from him, please. Judging from Ezra's behavior, Jenna was probably right, but I was still confused and sad for the next coming weeks. Jenna kept trying to cheer me up and suggested she set me up with someone new. So we went on a double date where she introduced me to a guy named Noah, and I actually had fun with him, even though I was still sad about Ezra. I even let Noah walk me home and decided to hug him goodnight. But from behind Noah's shoulder, I saw Ezra sitting on my porch, glaring at me angrily. Oh my God! I sent Noah home immediately and stormed over to my ex-boyfriend. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in months. Are you ready to finally explain what happened between us?
Oh no, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm just here to tell you that there's no way that Noah guy will ever love you, 'cause you're the nastiest girl I've ever met.
Funny, because months ago, you said I was the love of your life. I don't know what your problem is, but just back off, Ezra. I'm moving on from you. You can stop insulting me now.
I don't think I will. You're a horrible girl and you don't deserve to be happy or loved. And I'll make sure you never are.
God, what a bully! I started dating Noah and really started liking him. And I felt 10 times better with Ezra out of my life. Then one day, I got a text from Noah to meet him at the movie theater for a date. But when I got there, Noah wasn't waiting for me. Ezra was.
Well, well, well. Look who it is.
It was you who texted? Did you hack Noah's phone?
Even better. I hacked your phone so I could read your messages. Look, Noah will be here any minute, and I want to talk to you. And apologize.
It's too late. I want nothing to do with you. I started to walk away, but Ezra put his hand on my shoulders.
Penny, I know I've been a jerk these past few days, but I can explain myself. Give me a chance. If you don't forgive me, then I'll never bother you again. But let's just talk.
I still didn't trust Ezra, but I did want to hear what went on with him. Just then Noah texted me and said he'd be a little late. So Ezra said he'd buy me a soda. He went to go order for me and I went to go fill up my cup. Then suddenly an employee came up to me.
Excuse me, miss? You can't just walk in here and pour yourself a soda. You have to pay.
Oh, my friend is buying it. He's paying right now. But when I looked towards the counter, I realized Ezra had left. What the fudge? I tried explaining the situation to the employee, but she didn't listen. Instead, she called security on me. The guards had me wait outside the manager's office. And as soon as they left, Ezra came up to me.
You're such an idiot, Penny. I lied about buying you a soda. I set the whole thing up so you'd get in trouble.
What? But you said you were gonna apologize and explain yourself.
Oh, you beautiful, naive girl. As if I would ever apologize or explain myself.
Ezra walked away before I could answer, and that's when I realized he was a criminal. That's why Jenna didn't want me dating him. I told the manager and security guards everything. I thought I was in luck since Ezra probably had a criminal record, but they couldn't find anything on him. Then I remembered something. Jenna knew Ezra, and she could help me. I called her immediately and told her everything that happened. That's when I heard her crying over the phone. Penny, this is horrible. I know, you were right. Ezra was a crook. I understand now. I'm gonna call your mom. She needs to know what happened. We'll come meet you there, okay?
Oh God, she was getting Mom involved? But Jenna hung up before I could say a word. Thankfully, Noah texted me and I told him to meet me at the manager's office. Thank God for him.
Don't worry about anything, babe. We're gonna find this guy and get a restraining order. You're gonna be okay.
After a few minutes, Jenna arrived with Mom and they both told me to sit down. Ugh, here we go. Then suddenly, the door opened and it was Ezra. That jerk better have come to turn himself in. Stay right where you are, Ezra. We're all on to you now.
Penny? Who are you talking to?
That monster over there? He's my ex-boyfriend who framed me?
No, baby. There's no one there. Are you okay?
Yes, he is. Jenna, Mom, you don't see Ezra there? I turned to Jenna right then, but her and Mom were staring at each other with tears in their eyes.
No, Penny. There isn't anyone there. Jenna called me and we talked for a while about your relationship with Ezra. How he brought you a horse, baked you your favorite foods, and adored you. Jenna even saw you kiss him at the bus stop. He was the perfect imaginary boyfriend.
I don't understand. Imaginary boyfriend? You mean Ezra isn't real? I just made him up? Penny, it was my fault. I was the only one who met Ezra. When I saw you hug and kiss the air, at first I thought you were insane, but when you told me what you went through with the divorce and how happy you were for the first time, I decided to play along with it. But then he broke up with you and turned against you, and you were so upset, I didn't know what to do or how to tell you the truth. I was dead silent as I thought back to everything Ezra and I had been through together. I'd sat alone in the park having an imaginary picnic. I'd imagined his love letter at my feet, and as I reached back to feel my neck, it hurt more than ever. The healing massage he'd given me had been in my head. I started to cry then as Mom hugged me. She took me to a therapist after that day to see what had caused the whole thing.
You were heartbroken that your dad left, so you created a perfect boyfriend in your head to give you all the love and attention you needed. And then, eventually, Ezra betrayed you in your mind because your dad betrayed you.
Well, I guess that makes sense. After my therapy appointment, I asked...
Hi, I'm Tuli from Boston. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was really close to my dad. He was a space scientist who worked for the government. He built satellites, won multiple awards for his space research, and one time he even predicted a war based on a satellite reading. Dad was my hero, and I inherited his love for science. We would talk for hours discussing big mysteries of space, and I loved it. But my mom always felt left out in our conversations. Like this one time in 10th grade, Dad was telling me about his new project when Mom walked in and turned the TV volume up.
Can you turn that stupid music down? It's giving me a migraine.
Your stupid science talk is giving me a migraine. Dad snatched the remote and shut the TV off. Mom tried to snatch it back, but she lost her balance and knocked into a big shelf with Dad's trophies and awards. Everything crashed, and Dad looked mad.
Look what you've done! When will you start behaving like a grown-up? You're a scientist's wife, and you're dumber than a tree. Gosh, what an embarrassment. Tuli, come to my study. We'll talk there.
Mom looked like she'd burst into tears, and I felt a little bad for her, but she was always acting so silly. Over time, my parents started fighting a lot, and every time Dad would get annoyed, he'd lock himself in his study. He started getting more distant and would hardly even talk to me. Then a week after my 18th birthday, I walked in on him packing his bags. Where are you going?
On a big mission. I don't have time to explain, Tuli. Just keep this necklace and know that I love you.
I opened the necklace and saw a picture of me and Dad and broke into tears. Don't go, Dad.
I just have to. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Dad left, and I waited for him patiently, but weeks turned into months, and he never came back. And then one day we got a phone call from his office saying that they'd lost contact with his spaceship, and the search was underway. The news of Dad's disappearance spread like wildfire. Everyone was concerned for the hero scientist who had gone missing, except Mom. She was happier than ever. She went shopping, got a new phone, changed her hair, got rid of all of Dad's stuff, and wiped his study clean. When I kicked up a fuss about it, she said we had to move on with our life. But things hit the roof when the police came in asking for questions. Mom just screamed at them and asked them to leave.
Why did you send the police away? They could have helped us find Dad. They already went through everything a few days back, Thule, and they found nothing. Why do I have to go through this again and again? How would they find anything when you literally got rid of everything Dad ever touched? It's so obvious you don't want him to come home. I heard you two fight the day before Dad left, and you sounded like you'd rip his head off. That's none of your business, and whatever I'm doing is for your own good. Now go to your room and stop giving me a headache. But I wasn't going to give up this easily, so I decided to take things into my own hands. I spent days reading every news article printed about his disappearance, tried getting in touch with his office, spoke to some of his friends, but nothing turned up. I was super distracted and failed a scholarship test to one of the best colleges in the city. Bummed out, I skipped school that day and went to a cafe when this guy crashed into me, spilling his drink everywhere. He tried to apologize, but slipped and fell right on top of me. This is the worst day ever!
Yeah, it kind of is. I almost got hit by a bus in the morning, and then my car broke down. And then I came to the cafe, but they didn't serve any hot chocolate, and I had to get cold chocolate instead. And now I'll have to order a new one.
Can you shut up and get off me? You're kind of heavy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, is that the sequel to the Underwater Alien Invasion series? Please, please let me borrow this. I'm a huge fan, and all the copies are sold out. I'll get you free coffees for a whole month, please. I'm Kirk, by the way.
Thule. Kirk and I spent the next few hours together, and it turned out we had a lot in common. He was a science nerd like me, fun and really cute. He was a bit weird, but at least he made me smile. We started hanging out often, and slowly I opened up to him about my life, family, and Dad's disappearance.
That's exactly what happened to my uncle. He was a fisherman and went missing. We found him 10 days later and kept asking him what happened, but he didn't say a word. Eventually, we realized he'd gone deaf because of water clogging his ears.
I don't see your point.
The point is that we found my uncle, and we'll find your dad too. We just need to keep looking.
Kirk told me his dad knew people in the government, and maybe he could help us get some inside scoop. I prayed something would turn up soon, but all my hopes went down the drain when a week later Kirk came back and told me that my dad was never assigned a mission. Everyone in the government was just as confused about his disappearance as I was. But how's that possible? Dad told me he was leaving on a mission. He gave me this necklace right before leaving. Kirk asked me for the necklace, but just as I was giving it to him, it fell. My picture fell out, and behind it was a tiny key. When I went home that night, I tried looking everywhere if there was a box or locker that Dad might have left behind, but I found nothing. I was searching the living room when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I went to check and saw Mom all dressed up talking to some man. As soon as he left, I rushed outside to confront Mom. You moved on quickly.
I just went out to a nice dinner with a nice man. It's not a big deal.
Really? I wonder what Dad will say when he gets back and finds out that his wife is cheating on him with some clown.
And what will he say when he sees that his genius daughter failed an important scholarship test? That's right, your teacher called me. How are we supposed to afford college now, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just borrow some money from your rich boyfriend. He drives a fancy car. I don't think he'll have a problem sparing a few bucks for your poor daughter. You know what, Mom? You never deserved Dad. He was too smart for you anyway. Good that you're finding someone from your own league.
Watch your mouth, Thule.
But I was already on my way inside the house. That night, I slept with one thought on my mind. I had to find Dad and move out of this miserable house as soon as I could. The next day, I met Kirk and told him my plan of breaking into Dad's office. Mom got rid of all of his stuff, and the office is the only place I haven't looked yet.
How are you so sure that you'll find something? The police might have looked already.
But they didn't have this key. I know it means something, and I have to give it a shot.
Fine, I'm coming with you.
No way I'm dragging you into this. Saying that, I turned around and left. Dad worked in a government facility, and it was difficult to get past the security checks during the day, so I decided to sneak into the office building at night. That evening, when Mom slept, I slowly slid out of my window and left. I was standing outside Dad's building when a guy dressed up as Batman came and stood next to me.
How do I look?
Kirk? Why are you dressed like that?
I've always wanted to dress up like Batman and fight crime. Actually, no. I wanted a disguise, and this was the only costume available last minute. I wish they had Spider-Man. Listen, I'm coming with you, okay? I know you're strong and independent, but you need my help.
Why do you want to help me?
Because I like you, dummy. And if we survive tonight, I'm taking you out on a date. Just think about it. Now, remember, be quiet and fast.
Kirk said that, took one step, and fell on his face.
I was showing you what we shouldn't do.
Got it, Buttman. I'm joking, don't cry. Let's go, Batman. Kirk and I went inside, kept our heads down, and dodged a bunch of cameras. It was dark, and Kirk kept bumping into me, but somehow we made our way towards the Department of Space and Aerotechnology. This must be it. But just as we took one step inside, alarms started blaring like crazy, and within seconds we were surrounded by a SWAT team. I told them my dad worked here, but they still handcuffed me and Kirk, took us to the police station, locked us in, and called our parents. Kirk's dad used his connections to get us out, but Mom had to pay a lot of money, so my arrest won't go on my permanent record. When we got home that night, she was pissed.
I sold my jewelry to get that money. It was for your college. I don't even know what to say to you.
You could start with telling me where Dad is.
Oh my God, Thule, your dad's gone. I've accepted that, and you should too.
I just can't give up on him so easily. Look at this necklace. It's a key, and Dad gave it to me right before he left and asked me to keep it safe. Obviously, it's something important. This might have information on it that can lead us to him.
Give this to the police and let them handle it. This is beyond your control.
And what if the police fail to handle it? It's been months, and we have no clue where Dad is. People don't disappear like that, Mom. Something happened to him. If he is out there, how can I stop looking for him? If you know something, just tell me, Mom. I can handle the truth. I just know I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, my sweet baby. I wish I could help you.
Mom hugged me tight as I sobbed like a little baby. In all my years, I'd never felt this close to her. And maybe she was right, and the situation was beyond my control. The next morning, Mom and I went to the police and gave them all the information I had, including the necklace. The principal agreed to let me appear for the scholarship test again, thanks to my previous scores, and this time I cracked it. Kirk took me out to celebrate over ice cream when he suddenly jumped on a table and started singing.
Oh, Thule, my Thule, you're sweeter than ice creams. I want to be with you. Will you be the peanut butter to my jelly?
That was so cheesy.
Then what do you have to say about this?
Kirk kissed me, and it felt perfect. We started dating officially, and he even got through to the same college as mine. Mom was happy and everything was fine, except I still missed Dad terribly. Then, a day before I was leaving for college, I was loading my stuff in the car when a bunch of police vehicles pulled up in our driveway. They spoke to Mom for a while, and then she walked up to me with tears in her eyes.
It's about your dad.
My heart leapt to my throat. What's happened? Is he okay?
They found him, but he doesn't want to see you.
That's not possible. Dad loves me. Of course he wants to see me. I have to go. Mom tried to stop me, but I ignored her and left. I didn't get what her deal was. But I was too excited to see Dad after so long. But my excitement turned to horror when I saw the police car turn towards a prison. My heart was pounding when the police asked me to sit in the waiting room, and minutes later, a frail-looking man walked in. Dad! I ran and hugged him tight. I'm so happy you're okay. But what are you doing in prison, Dad?
Paying for trusting my daughter. What else?
Dad told me that he was running away from the government because he had illegally sold important government secrets to enemy nations for money. The government found out about it and had been tracking down Dad for months. But I got that phone call from the office about losing contact with your spaceship.
That was a lie the government made up. They couldn't tell the public a national hero had gone rogue till they had proof, which you gave them. That was the key to my secret locker with evidence of my illegal activities and bank accounts. I had no choice but to flee, but I didn't want to get caught with all the information on me. No one would suspect a stupid necklace, so I put that key in there and gave it to you to keep my information safe. But you went ahead and handed it over to the police. How could you be so dense, Thule?
Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you moron. I turned around to see Mom walk in with Kirk, march up to Dad, and slap him square in the face. That was for insulting my daughter. And that is for lying to us.
You mean lying to Thule? Because you knew the whole truth, but you chose not to tell her. So I guess we're not that different.
What? Is that true, Mom?
Yes. The police told me everything the day after your dad left.
They were the ones who took away his things into custody for investigation, but didn't find anything. I tried to help as much as I could, but I didn't want them to drag you into the mess, so I kept everything from you. You worshipped your dad, and I thought finding out that he's not a hero but a traitor would destroy you.
So you lied to me? For months you saw me suffer and you didn't say a word. How could you, Mom? And Dad, I trusted you blindly and almost gave up on my future to find you. And you didn't bother to tell me you were okay? Both of you are liars. I hate you. Mom tried to stop me, but there was nothing more to say. Dad got life imprisonment, and I never saw him again. Kirk and I left for college soon after, and even though Mom tried calling several times, I didn't answer her. All I needed was space and time to heal. I felt like a mess, and Kirk helped me pick up the pieces. I went into therapy, graduated from college, got a job, and got married to Kirk in a small ceremony. A year went by, and soon I was blessed with a baby girl. I was in the hospital when Mom walked in with a huge bouquet. I know you don't want to talk to me, but I'm here for my...
Hi, I'm Julia from New York City. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I can remember, I've never had a day of peace in my life thanks to my older twin sisters, Tina and Sophia. They were 10 years older, famous models just like my mom, and they loved annoying me. On my 6th birthday, Mom gave me a pet piglet, but it went missing a few weeks later on Thanksgiving. I was devastated as I sat down for dinner that night. Julie, you see that turkey? That's your piggy.
What? Yeah, Mom said they ran out of turkey, so she cooked your piggy instead. You're lying! No!
I started bawling like a baby till Mom rescued my pet from my sister's closet. They were grounded, but the memory haunted me for years. I could never enjoy another Thanksgiving. Things just got weirder as we grew older. Tina and Sophia got more famous, and I became their geeky little sister with a thing for science and sugar. By 13, I weighed twice the kids my age. One time, Mom invited a French photographer to take family portraits.
Wow, Tina, that is a beautiful pose. Sophie, yes. Hold that. Juicy, juicy.
Julie.
Whatever. Pull in your tummy while you smile. A little more. More. Okay, now smile. Press it, smile.
I was trying when Tina tickled me a little, and I let out a huge fart.
Oh my God, Julie, you stink up the place. You baby cow.
When the photos came out, I was so red, it looked like someone had slapped me 20 times. So embarrassing. I exercised and lost most of the extra weight, but my sisters never let me forget that incident. Worse, kids in my school constantly questioned me about my famous sisters, and I hated that. My older brother says that Tina bathes in milk. That's why she's so pretty. And Sophia brushes her hair with a comb made of feathers.
Tell us, please. Is all this true?
I got so annoyed, I jumped on one of them and pulled her hair. Tina's breath stinks and so do her clothes. And Sophia brushed her hair last winter. It's all makeup, you moron. Now leave me alone. Turns out it was our teacher's daughter, and my stunt landed me in detention. But I didn't care as long as I got some peace. So, yeah, life wasn't great, but it wasn't all bad either. I was at the top of my class, and at 17, I even landed a prestigious summer internship at the Natural History Museum. On my first day, I got up an hour early to get ready and reached the museum before my time. But the place was massive, and I got totally lost. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me.
Are you the new intern?
Yeah, I'm Julie. Pleased to meet you.
Late. You're late. You were supposed to report to me 15 minutes ago.
Before I could even apologize, the boy started walking away.
I'm Pierre, your supervisor, boss, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so tell me, why is the sky blue? Too slow. How do airplanes fly? How old is the Earth? Do you know anything besides makeup?
4.543 billion years.
What?
You asked me how old the Earth is? I know my science, okay? But I guess you don't know how to talk to people. Maybe learn that first.
You're right. I'm sorry. I had a tough morning and I took it out on you. How about we start again? Hi, I'm Pierre, and it's nice to meet you.
Over the next few days, Pierre and I hung out a lot. He was my age, the son of a diplomat, and he'd only recently moved to New York. He was also really smart, and we'd often spend hours discussing science stuff. Slowly, I even started liking him a little. One day, I was cleaning up a fossil when my shirt got caught and ripped. Pierre rushed to my side and gave his shirt to me.
You're bleeding.
Huh? Oh no. Dang it. Pierre hurried back with first aid, and as he was tending to me, I couldn't stop staring at how perfect he was.
There, all done.
Thanks. I feel much better. Much better. Oh, God. You must think I'm crazy.
Nope. I think you're cute. And also, I think you should go out on a date with me.
Really? You do? The next day, Pierre took me out to the most amazing restaurant, and we had the best time ever. Soon after, we started dating officially, and things were perfect. That was until one night. Pierre and I were closing the museum, and my sisters stormed in with some friends and started messing around with the museum artifacts. What are you guys doing here? You're always working. So we thought you could use some fun. Oh, are you the guy she keeps texting? Dude, she makes the funniest faces when she's on the phone. Like she wants to poop, but can't. Let me show you. Can you stop embarrassing me and go to a club or something? Where's the fun in that? My sisters and their friends just ignored me as they went around taking selfies. But then, the museum security heard the noise and chased them away. I was given an earful, but at least the situation was under control and nothing was damaged. But the next morning, I spotted Tina wearing a dinosaur tooth around her neck. Oh my God, Tina! You're not supposed to take that! It's worth $40,000! Why would a rotten old tooth cost this much? Here, you can have it. I immediately wanted to leave for the museum to put the tooth back before someone noticed, but just then, the police knocked on my door. Apparently, the museum staff had seen the CCTV footage, and my sister had already been caught on tape. The twins would have been arrested for stealing, but I called Pierre and asked if his dad could help. He told me once his dad was on the museum board of directors, so I had to take a shot.
He saw the video footage too, and he's really mad.
I know it's a huge favor, but I'm asking, please, if he could just help me out this one time. I'll even apologize in person.
Actually, there's this fundraiser that he wants me to attend. Maybe you can come along too and talk to him.
That'll be perfect.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Pierre pulled some strings and the police let off my sisters. And for the first time, they were sorry. The fundraiser wasn't as bad as I thought, even though his dad was really cold even after I apologized. And soon, Pierre started asking me to all the events he got invited to. And things were exciting for a while. I enjoyed dressing up and going around with my handsome boyfriend. But between studies and work, I was getting burnt out. One evening, I didn't have anything, so I raided Tina's closet. Oh my God. Who died and left you this hideous dress? It's yours. Must be something I bought to give to a homeless person. Listen, kid, no matter what you wear, you'll always be a dork. Don't change too much to fit in, okay? Did you hit your head or something? Anyway, I'm off. I had no idea what Tina meant, but I was terribly late, and when I got there, Pierre was outside waiting for me.
Where were you? Everyone is asking me, and why are you wearing that? Don't you have something designer? Aren't your sisters models?
What's wrong with my clothes? Besides, I'm exhausted and I'm here. Before Pierre could reply, someone told us that his dad was looking for him and we went inside. I was standing in a corner feeling angry and tired when I spotted one of the world's most famous marine scientists, Dr. Keller. Oh my God, I am a huge fan, sir. Your work in the space of dead turtles is groundbreaking. And that piece on how sharks are misrepresented in shark movies is amazing.
You've read that paper? No one ever has. You should come by my office sometime.
I'd love to. I even have something I'd like you to see.
Julia, there you are. I want to make you meet someone.
Before I could say anything, Pierre dragged me to the other corner of the room. What was that?
I just saved you from the worst conversation of your life. You should thank me.
Thank you? A world-famous scientist just invited me to his office, and I was discussing my research with him when you dragged me away.
Dr. Keller is a bit of a cuckoo. He invites everyone to his office because he's bored all day. It's nothing special. Give me a break.
So you think I'm not actually good at what I do? You know what? Save your breath. I've had enough. I'm leaving, and yeah, maybe we should take a break. And with that, I stormed out. Pierre tried calling me later, but I ignored him. And over the next few days, he tried everything to get my attention. He would drop cards in my backpack, leave chocolates, show up with a car full of roses, and when nothing worked, he came up with the ultimate surprise.
I spoke to Dr. Keller. He's agreed to meet you next week. Get that research going.
You did what? I can't believe it. Oh, thank you.
Does that mean we're good?
Pierre, I like you, but we belong to different worlds, and I really can't afford distractions.
I understand, but at least we can be friends, right? And I can help you finish your research paper. That's the least I can do after everything you've done for me.
Pierre was a smart guy, and I could really use his help. We started working day and night, and I often caught him stealing glances at me. By the time we were done, I was exhausted out of my wits.
Maybe you should rest. I'll make the final changes and see you at Dr. Keller's office.
You sure? Oh, that'll be amazing, and thank you for your help. Pierre kissed me lightly on the forehead, and I had butterflies in my stomach. I knew he still liked me, and I liked him too. Maybe I'd give us another shot. But right now, I had bigger fish to fry. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling really confident and showed up early. I was sitting at the reception waiting for Pierre to show up, when suddenly, I saw him leaving with Dr. Keller,
and my final research. Okay, I'm gonna be late. Good job on the research, Pierre, and welcome to the team. Your dad will be proud and happy. Oh, hi, Julia. Are you here for Pierre? Actually, yes. We decided to celebrate together, if you liked my research. I wanted to say something, but I was speechless. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. Pierre walked toward me, but something inside me snapped, and I slapped him hard. So this is why you didn't want me talking to him at the party, and why you helped me with my research. So you could steal it and claim it as your own. Never in a million years did I think you'd be such a snake, Pierre. Crushed, I ran away as fast as I could. How could I be so stupid? Years of research and hard work gone down the drain. When I got home that day, my sisters could immediately tell something was wrong. They sat me down, and I told them everything. Ugh, why do you even care about this stuff so much? Because I do, okay? It's what I want to do in life. How would you feel if someone took away all your hard work and claimed it as theirs? We wouldn't know. No one can be as pretty as we are. Okay, I'm done with this conversation. Sorry. Wait. Sit. We know it's devastating that Pierre used you and then threw you under the bus, but that's life. Now, you can either cry about it, or you can move your butt and start from scratch. The choice is yours. Whatever you choose, we're here for you. My sisters were right for once. I couldn't let this one blow take away my whole future, so I decided to plunge myself into my studies. Pierre tried reaching out 1,000,000 times, but I was done with that lying jerk. I graduated top of my class and went to Harvard. Slowly, I started building my research from scratch and things started looking up. But for some reason, I could never completely understand or forget Pierre's betrayal. Maybe what I was looking for was closure. A year later, my sisters and I were vacationing in Costa Rica when a familiar figure approached me. Julia, is that you? Pierre? You. Take another step and I'll knock your teeth in. I just want to apologize. I know what I did was horrible and unforgivable, but I had my reasons. Really, dude? Yes. My dad is a horrible person, Julia. He told me if I couldn't show him that I can make it as a scientist, he'd have my butt kicked back to London and force me to become a politician. I thought if I got a chance to work with Dr. Keller, I could impress my dad and he'd finally let me follow my passion, so I backstabbed me, stole my research, cost me the chance of a lifetime? Yes, but if it's any consolation, I never joined Dr. Keller. I just couldn't do it. Listen, I don't care about you or your dad anymore. I trusted you and you betrayed me. Nothing you can say or do will make this right. And if you really want to follow your passion, stand up for yourself. Lying and cheating won't get you anywhere. Now save your face and let's not talk again. Ever. But you heard her. Now leave. Pierre left with a pouty face and both my sisters jumped on me. Look at our baby cow, all grown up. Get off me, you two. We love you. Yeah, love you too. Now stop smothering me.
I'm so proud of you, Martha. Every time Dad said those words, I cringed. Have you ever felt like all you needed was approval from this one important person in your life, and for some freaking reason they just never gave it to you? Yeah, well, same. Hi, my name is Elsa. Martha is my twin, and all my life I've been competing with her for Dad's approval and failing miserably. The first time I remember hearing these awful words was when I was 3 years old. We were sitting at the dining table, and when Mom put our food in front of us, I grabbed a knife and fork and started cutting up my vegetables. I had to admit, I was a pro at it. Oh wow, where'd you learn to eat like that? Look at her. But Dad was too busy admiring Martha, who had her face in her bowl like a dumb little puppy with gravy dribbling down her face. That's my big girl, eating all by herself. I'm so proud of you, Martha. Wait, what? You call that eating? I picked up my love of books from Dad, and by the time I was 4, I could read fluently. After finishing everything at home, I begged Mom to take me to the public library one day, and I was like a kid in a candy store. One night when Dad came to our room to read to us, I whipped out the 7th Harry Potter book from under the bed.
Daddy, let's read this. I can't wait to see how it ends.
You've read all the Harry Potter books?
Yes, and they're so amazing. I love...
Just then, Martha took out a book from under her pillow and nearly hit me in the face with it.
Daddy, please read this to me. I couldn't read all the words, and her book sounds stupid. It's not stupid. Goldilocks and the 3 Bears is stupid. What are you, 2 years old? No, I'm like 4, you idiot. Then why do you want to read books for babies? Because we are babies. I'm not, but you're a big crybaby.
That's enough, Elsa. Martha, honey, tell me where you got stuck. I'll read it to you. And I'm still very proud of you. It was always the same. We'd learn everything together, and she got all the praise even if I was 5 steps ahead of her. I didn't mind it too much at first. I'd read in a book that parents can be like that sometimes, showering the dumb kid with extra praise to encourage them. But then something happened that really made me lose my temper for the first time. Since my vocabulary was really good for a kid my age, Mom entered me in the local spelling bee for gifted youngsters when I was 7. I was the youngest participant, and I won first prize. I couldn't wait to go home and tell Dad.
Look at my trophy, Dad, I won!
Just then I saw Martha's pouty face with fat tears rolling down her cheeks.
I want one too!
Dad immediately snatched it from me and pushed some chocolate bars in my hand instead. There you go, Martha. Daddy is very proud of his little girl. Hello? What for? And what about me? I just stared at him for a minute. Then I rushed off to my room, slammed the door as hard as I could, and threw the bars in the trash. 10 minutes later, I took them out and ate them while sulking on my bed. I just didn't get it. Why was it so hard for him to say that he was proud of me, too? Later that night, I snuck into the kitchen and sprinkled salt on his oatmeal. And I felt so happy the next morning when he took a big spoonful and spat it all out. Dad would sometimes take me and Martha to his office because he said we'd be running the company one day. Once when we were heading out, Martha said she wasn't feeling well and she stayed back. I felt really happy secretly. I'd get to have Dad all to myself. Dad had a board meeting and told me to sit quietly in a corner. His boss did not look happy with everyone. Guys, our data is indicating that sales have gone down this past quarter. We need to come up with something new, something exciting. As everyone looked at each other blankly, I had a great idea, so I raised my hand. What is it, kid? I read in the New York Times that smartwatches for teenagers are going to be the next big tech gadget. Everybody looked at me in surprise, but then a big smile spread on his boss's face. That's brilliant. We don't have anything for teenagers. Who's this genius kid? Instead of looking proud, Dad just looked embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I'll make sure to leave her home next time. I didn't understand why he was looking like he was mad at me when everyone else seemed to think I was a delight. Are you insane? She's amazing. I would be so proud of her if she was mine. Dad just nodded and glared at me. The second we got home, he rushed straight to Martha's room with the gifts he had for her. I missed you so much today. It really wasn't fun without you. I felt shattered at hearing those words. Just then, she got out of bed and showed Dad the painting she'd been working on. Martha, that's so beautiful. It was a painting of SpongeBob and his starfish buddy. I thought it was really ugly, actually. I'm so proud of you, Martha. I'm really glad you're better. Watching him hold her tight for so long made me want to cry. Mom and Dad thought I had tears of joy because my sister was feeling better, but they were just tears of anger. I wanted to rip her dumb painting into 2. As I grew older, I couldn't help thinking maybe Dad loved Martha more because she was the prettier twin. Everyone thought she looked like an angel with her blonde hair and blue eyes. All the boys in school would be asking me to introduce them to her. Geez, the girl could have her own TV show. Everybody loves Martha. It wasn't until the 8th grade that someone finally noticed me. It was our science teacher, Mr. Martin. He saw that I was always done with my work early, and he started giving me more advanced physics books to read. One day, when he asked me about what new thing I'd learned, I told him I just loved quantum physics. Mr. Martin took his glasses off as he looked at me in surprise. Are you saying you actually understand those concepts, Elsa? Yeah, I think so. Next thing I knew, Mr. Martin had taken me to the principal and asked if I could be allowed to take advanced level maths and physics tests. And it turned out I did really well in all of them. The next day, my parents were called in and the principal beamed at them. You must be so proud of your daughter. Yes, we are very proud of Martha. No, I'm here to talk to you about Elsa. She's quite the little genius. We want to bump her up a few grades. Dad looked confused. But what about Martha? Will she be bumped up too? Sir, Martha is an average student at best. She's fine where she is. Well then, Elsa can't move up either. Imagine how that will make Martha feel. She's a very sensitive child. Thank you for the offer, but Elsa will stay in 8th grade. I couldn't believe my ears. Was he for real? Later that night at the dinner table, I ate my food in silent rage. As usual, Dad was busy asking Martha how her day had been. It was great. Thanks to your help, I got a B in my history assignment. Oh, and I'm starting cheerleading practice tomorrow. That's wonderful, darling. I'm so proud of you. If I heard those words one more time, I was going to explode. I banged my glass down on the table. And what about me, Dad? Aren't you proud that I'll be finishing high school earlier than most of the other kids? Dad, what is she talking about? Dad clenched his jaw. We've had this discussion, Elsa. You're not moving up a few grades. No, actually, I never got the chance to speak. How could you do this to me, Dad? This is for your own good. You should thank me instead of being a total brat. Who do you think you are? How would you feel if your boss stopped you from being more successful? I would actually be so grateful to him because he knows what he's talking about just like me right now. You can't hold me back because of Martha. It's not my fault she's dumb. I don't know why you think you're smart. Trust me, you're just dumb. You only have confidence, not smartness. No, I'm smart. Martha is a dumb one. Do you hear me? I regretted the words as soon as they were out of my mouth. Martha looked hurt for a second. Then her face turned vicious. It would be much better for my popularity if my nerdy twin sister wasn't in the same class. No one even likes you. Why do you think they don't like me? Because you're a weirdo? Not true. It's because you kept telling them nasty things about me. You think I don't know? Do you care about how that makes me feel? What about you, Dad? Are you happy about this? Martha is just joking around. You don't have to make a big deal out of it. You're a monster. And so is Martha. Like daddy, like daughter. Mom pushed back her chair and stood up. Enough, all of you. I think it would be better for you two to be apart. So Elsa will be changing her grade, and no one is dumb or a weirdo. And then she turned to Dad angrily. I can't believe you. You're so selfish. Selfish? Why? Because I want the best for your kids? For my kids? Or just for Martha? You think I don't see? You stopped seeing a long time ago. But I can see your pity from a mile away. And with that, she left. I looked at Dad, but he just flung his napkin down on the table and walked away. I didn't care anymore. I wasn't going to wait around for him to say those words to me. I was bumped up to 9th grade and finished high school 2 years before Martha. We never had much in common, but in the past couple of years, we'd really grown apart. She wasn't doing well at school and was always more interested in going to parties and hanging out with boys. But Dad was as blind to her faults as ever. Look what's arrived in the mail, Mom! I just received my college acceptance letter to MIT on full scholarship. As Mom squealed in delight and hugged me, suddenly Dad walked in and snatched the letter out of my hands. You never told me you're applying to MIT. What will you study there? Quantum physics? That's what I've always loved, but you never asked. He crumpled up the letter into a ball. I own a tech company. How will you manage if you're too busy studying stupid theories in a research lab? I'm not interested in taking over your company, Dad. You should train the daughter you're really proud of to take over, and we both know that's not me. Well then, hear this. I'm not going to be paying a penny for your college. And with that, he stormed out of the room. That fall, I moved away to Boston and got a job at a coffee shop to pay for my expenses. I stopped talking to Dad and Martha altogether. Mom kept in touch with me and sometimes sent me money. In my last year at university, I was clearing the tables at the coffee shop one day when a regular customer, Leonard, walked up to me. He'd been coming every day for 6 months, and I had the biggest crush on him. Hey, Elsa, I've probably spent hundreds of dollars on coffee just to see you every day, so how about I cut to the chase? I think you're beautiful and smart, and I'd like to ask you out. Wait, he thought I was beautiful? Growing up under Martha's shadow, I'd never really seen myself that way. We dated for 2 years, and then we got married. Only Mom attended the wedding from my side. I found out from her that Martha had dropped out of college and run away with some loser boyfriend who had promised to make her a big model one day. Your dad's really heartbroken and has just thrown himself into his work even more. A year later, I gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. Leonard was so supportive of my career and always told me how proud he was of my achievements. And it was the happiest I'd ever been, until the day I got a phone call from Mom. Honey, you have to come home. Your dad's had a stroke. I flew back home immediately. Seeing Dad looking so weak and sick made my heart hurt. I sat by his side and took his hand. I'm here now, and everything's going to be okay. Dad was no longer fit enough to work, and I knew what I had to do. I left my dream job and moved back home with my family, and Leonard and I took over the company's operations. One day, I was looking all over for Anna when I found her on Dad's bed, reading out loud to him. I saw that he had tears in his eyes. She's just a little genius like you. Do you remember how smart you were? Do you remember that, Dad? He took my hand and drew me close. I'm sorry that I wasn't a good dad to you. I just always felt Martha needed my love and attention more. I shouldn't have treated you the way I did. I thought I didn't care by now, but my heart soared with joy as he said the words I'd been longing to hear my whole life. I'm so proud of you, Elsa.
Good day, everyone. My name is Odette, and I'm in the 10th grade. They say you can tell a lot from someone's face. Mine says, please look away. I'm an only child with only child parents, meaning I have no aunts or uncles. My life is boring. My parents are calm and reasonable in that polite, suburban way. I always believed even my face looks boring.
You know, Odette, it's time to have some purpose in your life.
Well, I'm just waiting for the tragic twist in my life arc, because you guys didn't give me a dramatic backstory to work with.
Okay, maybe start with a job?
Yeah, Sharon, lead with that next time. Don't make it sound philosophical. You just want another income stream. Whatever. I'm going to my room.
Where did we go wrong with our one and only?
A few days later, I started babysitting. It was the worst decision of my life. I got an email from a woman saying she had a disabled daughter and needed someone to start immediately. She'd already left for work, but there was a note on the fridge with a list of instructions and $300 on the kitchen table. The daughter was quiet, sweet even. I gave her food, helped her to the bathroom, and for a few hours, everything was fine. Then, I started noticing things. Shadows in the hallway, footsteps behind me. You know, classic horror movie nonsense. Long story short, she wasn't disabled. She was just pretending, for fun. People are weird. Yeah, I think my purpose in life can wait. Maybe my purpose was to find a boy instead. I saw my classmates getting boyfriends and having cute relationships, except me. I have this friend in particular. Her name is Lila, and she genuinely loves boys.
God created Adam and noticed he was bored. Imagine being in heaven and still feeling bored. So Eve was made to entertain him. Can't you see it? We girls are men's heaven. All you have to do is just smile and entertain them. But Odette, you're a frowny, boring little creature. Smile so you attract good energy. And by that, I mean boys.
But I didn't know how to smile to attract boys. I didn't have it in me. Whenever I saw a boy, I'd just frown and keep my head down and walk away. I once tried with the new boy. He was wearing sunglasses indoors. I don't know if he thought he was famous or had an eye infection. Either way, I decided to smile.
Are you sneezing or threatening me with your face?
I stared at him, frozen.
Okay, I'm calling you Snarly, like Charlie but with a snarl.
People laughed, even me. That was Rafe. He went from being the new student to the popular one instantly. He had this annoying way of making fun of you and still making you laugh. From that moment on, he kept showing up in my life. Unfortunately, so did the name Snarly. Every girl tried to be his girlfriend, especially Lila. Oh, the heck she tried.
He said he was waiting for someone special to have a relationship with. What does that even mean? He's a teenager, a popular, cool one. Just hang out with the prettiest girl in the school, which is me. But seriously, what's wrong with him?
Maybe romantic guys do exist.
Ugh, you're so naive. Anyway, what did your mom cook today?
I smelled meatloaf, so that.
Again?
Hey, beggars can't be choosers.
Hey, you. First of all, I really don't want to stay with that ugly stepmom of mine. Second of all, I'm doing you a favor. It's not like you found a better friend. The heck, you only have me. So shut up and get me some meatloaf.
Lila didn't exactly have a calm life. Her dad was a useless, handsome man who somehow got tricked into divorcing her goddess of a mom, thanks to a stepmom so ugly she could curdle milk. Her real mom either ran away or fell into depression. We don't know. What we do know is that Lila never saw her again. Then one day, Rafe was playing in the final, super important basketball game of the year. Everyone was cheering for him. Some girls were even crying.
If they lose, I'll spit on their faces. Except Rafe. He can spit on mine if it helps him release some of that frustration.
Do you not have even a shred of self-respect? Everyone glared at me. Apparently, I was the fun killer and an idiot.
Why are you like this? You don't have to take life so seriously. Just chill and enjoy the vibe.
Then Rafe scored the final shot, and our school won. The crowd went
feral. People were chanting his name. They lifted him up on their shoulders like he was a national hero. But then, Rafe asked them to put him down. His face was weirdly serious. He turned and looked directly at me. Then, he started walking toward me. Everyone fell silent, even me. He looked deep into my eyes and said,
"Would you go out with me, Odette?"
The crowd gasped, but not the cute, supportive kind. More like an, "Is this a prank?" gasp.
Rafe, nice one.
But Rafe didn't laugh. He just kept looking at me with this soft, serious expression. I wanted to laugh it off. I really did. But something about the way he looked at me made my stomach flip. Some girls laughed nervously and touched his shoulder. A few boys joined in, filming the whole thing. One guy grabbed Lila's hand.
"Will you be my girlfriend?" Oh no, wait, what did Rafe say? Oh yeah, "Would you go out with me, Lila?"
Then, out of nowhere, Rafe shoved him hard. The laughter died instantly. Then he just turned back to me, calm as ever.
So...
Just say yes for now. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, I'll go out with you, Rafe. He grinned from ear to ear, picked me up on his shoulder, and carried me away. Everyone just stood there, blinking, whispering, filming, trying to figure out what had just happened. And from that day on, my life changed forever. For a while, everything felt perfect. Rafe and I became that couple, walking the halls hand in hand, skipping class to sit behind the gym and share terrible vending machine snacks. My parents were totally against me dating Rafe. I don't get it. He's handsome, funny, and successful.
Yeah, but something's off. Like how he just sat in our living room with his feet on the coffee table. Little things like that say a lot.
Oh, come on, Daddy.
Listen to your old man, daughter. He's no good news.
For God's sake, last time I checked, you're an accountant living a boring life with dead parents, no siblings, and 0 friends. Since when are you a psychologist, David?
Oh, Dad, come on, honey. It's his vibe, his aura.
Are you a psychologist?
No.
Do you read psychology books, human behavior? Facebook posts don't count.
No.
Then please, just let me have this one. Finally someone notices me. And he's not just anyone. He's the most popular boy in the entire school, maybe the whole city.
That's what makes it even more fishy. Why would he choose you?
Honey, that's not how we agreed to phrase. Aha! So it is because he chose me, not his aura or his feet on the coffee table. Why am I not even surprised? Can we please never talk about this again? Lila was the happiest for me.
Look, I know most besties would be super jealous if their average, boring-looking friend got the hottest guy in school, especially when that bestie is as pretty and fun as me. But trust me, I'm proud of you.
Thanks. But why are you spraying that pink stuff on your feet?
Oh, I've got a date with this rich guy. He's a couple years older than us. Well, maybe a couple years on top of those couple years. He's 5 years older, okay? But love doesn't care about age. I just want everything to be perfect, including my feet.
So you're gonna tell him nice to feet you?
Ha ha. You're actually so stupid sometimes. I love it. So, how's everything with Rafe?
It's fine, I guess. But there's this nagging feeling. Like something's off. I don't know.
I know that feeling. It's called insecurity. Just live in the moment, babe. Stop overthinking. Oh, and I just had meatloaf. But brace yourself. It was actually good today. Like, edible. Anyway, I gotta go. Love ya. Mwah.
Maybe Lila was right. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I just needed to loosen up. Until things took a different turn. I started spending more and more time with Rafe. He was sweet and generous, but he never invited me to his house. I kept asking, then I started nagging. Finally, he agreed to take me there. I was surprised by how old and worn down the house looked. The front porch creaked under her feet. Just as Rafe opened the door, a glass flew past us and shattered onto the street. Rafe yanked me back.
Where did you put the money, you useless witch?
I bought food with it. What, you want me to leave money here so you can waste it on more cigarettes, you junkie?
Well, welcome to my house.
We stepped inside. The place was a mess. Dark, musty, with dishes piled up and clothes tossed over furniture. His mom looked pale and worn out. His dad looked like he hadn't showered in weeks.
Mom, Dad, this is Odette, my girlfriend.
Oh, so now it's Mom, Dad, and not Dad, Mom. Why is she first, huh? You stinking little disappointment.
You can't tell me how to speak. I said what I said. What are you gonna do? Hit me? Burn me? Go ahead. What do you even want from us? Why are you still alive?
Oh, trying to show off in front of your girlfriend? Like you're the man of the house? Joke's on you, she's not even pretty.
Don't listen to him, sweetheart.
Don't talk about her like that.
Fine, let's talk about you then. Hey, bimbo, this kid you're dating still wets the bed. His mom dragged him to every doctor in town, but some people are just born failures.
How dare you?
She grabbed a rolled up newspaper and smacked him across the head. I stood there, frozen. Rafe took my hand without saying a word, and we walked out. Well, I guess I'll never complain about the boring life my parents gave me again.
Yeah, I get it. Now you know why I never wanted you to meet them. I'm sorry you had to see all that.
Don't be, Rafe. I'm your girlfriend. I'll accept you no matter what.
Cool. I like acceptance. So, not leveling up yet? You know, like love? Because, Odette, I love you.
Finally! What took you so long?
It's been like a few weeks, but yeah, I mean, you're amazing. I'm lucky to have you. And when I become this huge, successful basketball player, I'll give you the best life.
He was ambitious. He had dreams, and I liked that about him. Then he leaned in to kiss me, and my stomach flipped. But just then, my phone rang. Ugh, it's my mom.
Don't answer, Snarly. Let me kiss you and take you to your favorite diner.
Rafe and I were only getting closer, which I didn't want my parents to know about, so I kept lying more and more to them. My grades slipped, but I told myself it was fine. I'd catch up later. I just needed time. Time to be with Rafe, to support him, to listen to his rants, to calm him down when he got angry for no reason and swore he wasn't actually mad. We had a routine. After school, I'd meet him behind the gas station near the edge of town. We'd sit on the curb, share a soda, and talk about how fake everyone else was. He said I was the only real person he knew. He started asking for little favors, borrowing my phone, asking me to cover for him when he missed something, lying to his mom. I did it all. That's what you do when someone loves you, right? Sometimes he disappeared for a day or two, and when he came back, he acted like nothing happened. And so would I. I stopped hanging out with Lila as much.
You've been ditching me like you're in a full-time relationship with a ghost.
He's just going through stuff.
Right, and you're the emotional support animal.
You're the one who told me to follow my heart and live in the moment.
Yeah, the moment. Not the weeks, not the months. Odette, your parents call me all the time asking where you are. I lie and say you're with me, or studying in the library. It sucks. I hate lying to them.
Then don't. If covering for me is such a burden, maybe you weren't a good friend to begin with.
Whoa, since when do you talk to me like that? Oh, wait, since you started hanging out with Rafe. Open your eyes, Odette. Don't lose yourself.
Oh, please. Says the girl dating some guy 5 years older than her just because he's rich? You want to talk about self-respect?
You know what? I'm done with this conversation. I'm leaving.
No, wait. Stay. You love my parents. They love you. You feel sorry for them, right? You can play the perfect daughter they wish they had. I'm leaving.
We have SATs coming up, Odette. Don't you care? You're ruining everything for yourself over that dumb jerk.
Surprisingly, Lila got a good score on the SATs. I got an acceptable grade, but not good enough to get into nursing school like I'd always planned. Rafe didn't even take the test. He overslept that day. I can't believe Lila scored higher than me. I mean, yeah, she's not dumb, but I've always been the one with the better grades. Now I can't even apply to nursing school. I should have studied more. I told you we didn't need to go to the movies every single night, Rafe.
Oh, so now it's my fault, Snarly? Babe, what's done is done, okay? Don't beat yourself up. Come on, I'll get you some pancakes. That always cheers you up.
Rafe, where do you even get all this money from? I mean, yeah, I lend you some sometimes, but it's not enough to cover everything we do.
Wow, so you think I can't survive without your little charity coins?
First of all, they're not little coins. Oh, come on, I'm joking. You know I don't mind helping. I was just asking.
No, you weren't. You were judging me, belittling me. Why do you care where the money comes from? I take care of you, don't I? I feed you, I spoil you. Isn't that enough?
I'm sorry, babe. You're right. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry, okay? Tell me what I can do to make it up to you.
You can come with me on a country tour. I got this RV from my uncle. We'll travel, see the world, hit every state. Just you and me.
But what about college? And my parents?
What about them? I'm sure your parents don't mind you having fun and taking a break from all the stress. And in college, you said yourself, you're not doing nursing anymore. Take an online course, finance or something. That's a good career too, babe.
I told my parents I needed time to think about my future. They begged me to stay, but I'd already made up my mind. 2 weeks later, I was packing my bags and climbing into the RV, ready for my freedom. At least, that's what I thought it was. It was amazing. We went to places I'd only seen on TV. Nevada desert, Hollywood, coastal cities with overpriced ice cream, and strangers who looked at us like we didn't match. People stared, sometimes whispered, like they couldn't believe a guy like Rafe would be with someone like me. Once, a pretty girl asked for his number. He smiled and shook his head.
Already got the best girl in the world.
She scoffed and walked off. He never saw me watching, but for the rest of the day, I couldn't stop smiling. I once posted a picture of us eating instant noodles on the RV steps. The caption said, "Love in the little things." It got a lot of likes. My parents still called. Sometimes I answered, and sometimes they were just yelling, begging me to come back. Eventually, I stopped picking up. Once, in Wyoming, there wasn't much to do. I went to sleep early. When I woke up, Rafe wasn't next to me. I called him many times, and it went straight to voicemail. Evening came, and still nothing. I decided to look around for him. Just as I stepped out of the RV, a police officer, a woman, was walking up, about to knock.
Miss Odette, you're under arrest. Anything you say or do can be used against you in court.
What the actual heck? She flipped me around and cuffed me. I tried to resist, tried to ask what was happening. She didn't answer, just shoved me in the car.
The RV is stolen. I mean, what else do you think we deal with out here? The Wall Street crash?
What? It's not even mine.
No kidding. That's exactly the problem. The guy who actually owns it just reported it's stolen, and he says you were the one driving it around.
Can I make a phone call? I'm allowed one, right?
Ugh, these movies. Everyone thinks they get one call. Fine, go ahead. Call the president if you want.
I called my parents, and I prayed they'd come to help me out.
What do you mean, arrested?
Odette, where are you?
Wyoming?
Is that in Japan?
No, honey, give me the phone. Sweetie, that's like 7 hours away from here.
Yeah? And I'm your only daughter.
We're coming, honey. Just stay strong. Just then, Rafe showed up. Where the heck were you? I ran to him, hitting his chest with both fists. The officer stepped in and pulled me back into the cell.
You don't have to lock her up. I talked to my uncle. He's coming to sort this out. That jerk filed a report because I'm behind on paying him back.
Where were you, Rafe? You've disappeared before, but this time I was alone in a strange place, scared. And your uncle reported you? Nothing about this adds up. I'm sorry, but I called my parents. I think I'm gonna stay with them for a while.
No, babe, please don't say that. Don't give up on me. You're all I have. Please. I can't be without you. Don't make me beg.
You already are begging. Is that part of your dream too? The one where you become a famous basketball player and give me the perfect life? Yeah. How's that going so far?
Funny thing, I once had someone beg like that. I didn't give him a chance. Thought I was being smart. And then I lost him. Not saying what you should do, but some things haunt you.
I hated how much that got to me. The thought of losing him, of him disappearing forever, made my stomach twist. I wasn't strong enough yet. Fine, I'll call my parents.
Then let's go, babe, before they get here.
As we walked out, the officer leaned in and whispered in my ear,
How'd you land someone that hot? Good for you, girl. You know what might even make him hotter?
Liking this video and subscribing to MSA like everyone else? I called my parents, but they had already booked their flight and were heading to the airport. When they landed and kept calling, I let it ring. Then I let it ring again. And then I stopped checking. 2 months went by, and the fun life I'd been living started to feel dull. My parents barely called anymore. I opened Instagram and saw that Lila had gotten into the nursing school I always wanted. She even posted a picture of her engagement to that rich, successful guy. Funny how I used to be the one with the bright future, while she came from a messy home and had this weird obsession with impressing men. That night, someone knocked on our door. Rafe started acting weird, like he didn't want me to see who it was. But I pushed past him and opened the door, and saw a bunch of dangerous-looking guys with tattoos on their faces. Why am I not even surprised at this point?
Babe, it's not what it looks like. I just borrowed some money and they're being dramatic.
You're saying it like we just met you yesterday. You've been working for us for years. Now, are you paying up, or can I take a closer look at your pretty little girlfriend?
Don't touch her! I mean, babe, he thinks you're pretty and not boring. Don't touch her, you idiot.
How much do you owe them?
Just $25,000.
Add a zero to that.
$250,000 US dollars? And just like that, my stomach flipped. I gagged and nearly threw up on the mafia guy's boots.
Whoa! She's so shocked she's about to hurl.
I'm pregnant, you idiot. Rafe looked shocked, but also happy. His eyes lit up. Then he turned to the mafia guy and said,
So, no baby discount?
Are you seriously negotiating right now? I started hitting him, and one of the mafia guys actually pulled me away.
Relax, miss. It's not good for the baby.
For the next few days, Rafe was acting super nice. It was almost humiliating how hard he tried to please me, cutting my toenails, kissing my feet, and deep down, I felt sorry for him. With that dysfunctional family and the belittling jerk dad he had, I was sure it all made him the way he is. But I also believed I had lost so many years with him. I knew what was happening was wrong. It was just too hard to let go. That night, I left while Rafe was asleep. I had contacted Lila on Instagram sometime earlier, and we'd agreed to meet up. When I saw her, she didn't even look happy to see me. She was cold and dry.
What, you want money now that you know I'm engaged to that rich guy?
Whoa, you've changed a lot in the past 2 years. What the heck, Lila?
Okay, fine. That was too much, I know. But still, why did you want to meet up, considering your poor life choices?
I know you've had problems ever since that thing happened when we were kids, and you can't carry a baby. So, I'm offering you something. Please don't take it as charity. I'm pregnant, and I thought maybe you'd want to adopt the baby. Lila looked shocked. Then her eyes lit up. She smiled wide and hugged me.
Oh my god, my man doesn't even know I can't have kids. I've been too afraid to tell him. He'd probably leave me. But this is perfect. I'll just fake being pregnant, and when you give birth, I'll take the baby as mine.
Wait, you don't mean legally? You don't want the papers to show I'm the biological mom?
Who cares? You always said your life was boring. Abandoning a baby just fits you. I know this might feel hard because, well, having a baby might be your only achievement in life, but babe, if cats can do it, it's not that deep.
Let me get this straight. You think this is about achievement? Do you even know how hard it is to give up a baby that came from your own body?
Not so hard for you, apparently. I mean, you're handing the baby away the second you found out you had one. What kind of mother does that?
And bam! I slapped her. She slapped me back.
This'll slap you back to reality. You were my safest place, idiot. Look at you now. Take this. Do you hear yourself? Wake up, you stupid witch! Take this and this!
They want their money.
Wait, what? No, don't sell it. I think I can help. He looked at me like I was a ghost, then grinned.
You're gonna borrow money from your parents. Borrow. As if we'd ever pay them back.
I didn't answer.
What, are you gonna rob a bank or maybe call a friend that hates me?
Just wait for tonight. You'll know.
I love you, Snarly. What would I do without you?
That night, I messaged Lila, asked her to meet me halfway. I told her I needed to go home, and she came and didn't ask me any questions. The drive was mostly silent. I watched the highway lights. She hummed softly. When we reached my parents' house, I braced for anger and shame. Instead, Mom opened the door, saw my swollen face and belly, and pulled me into an embrace so tight it cracked everything I'd been holding in. Oh, sweetie, welcome home.
We missed you so much.
I thought being loved meant being useful. I mean, why else would a handsome guy love someone like me? Dad draped my old blanket, the one I'd sworn I didn't need, over my shoulders. The next morning, I enrolled in online classes. Nothing grand, just something manageable with a baby coming and a life to rebuild. Weeks passed. I got bigger, slower, tired, and then the baby came. It was a long night, too long. I was sweaty, shaking, crying, maybe screaming. I don't remember half of it. But when the nurse placed him in my arms, everything went quiet. He was so tiny, red, wrinkly, angry at the world already. His eyes didn't even open yet, but mine did. I looked at him, and I swore, I'm going to give you the life I never had, the love I spent years begging for. You won't have to earn it. You'll just have it. I found out sometime later that Rafe had been arrested for attempting some robbery. I guess he'd gotten desperate to pay off his debts. I almost felt relieved. He was better off in jail than being killed by some criminal on the streets. And he was no longer my problem, because some people just can't be helped. But my mom was by my side, holding my hand. My dad brought me soup, and Lila sent a message that just said, I'm proud of you, idiot. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like running. I was exactly where I was meant to be. Sometimes, the bravest kind of love is the one you give yourself.
Hi, I'm Blair from Salem, and this is my wacky Halloween story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a good life growing up. Dad loved me to pieces. Even though I never stuck with a hobby for too long, he still paid for the best classes and equipment. Life was good, but there was only one problem. Dad ran a funeral home, and people at school thought I was a freak. I heard Dracula buys his beds from Blair. Is that why you're so weird? Are you, like, possessed or something? No, but you look like you're full of poop. As a result, I didn't have any friends, but when I was in the 10th grade, my life completely changed. Dad's sister, Aunt Mary, came to live with us, and she was the most fabulous-looking woman I'd ever seen. She had a daughter my age, and I was thrilled to finally have a friend. But she took one look at me and wrinkled her nose like I was dog poop. What are you wearing? You look poor. Dior instantly became the most popular girl in school. Nobody cared that she also lived in the house with the funeral home in the basement. Aunt Mary had worked at a fashion magazine, so Dior thought she was qualified to rate people's outfits every day at school. 5, 7, 2. Ugh, minus. Who made you fashion police? You should be arrested for that crime against fashion. I ignored her and went to gym class, but when I went back to the girls' showers, my clothes were gone. Dior was in the back of the school, holding my outfit over a dumpster. Trust me, I'm doing you a favor. And she set my clothes on fire. You've gone too far, you witch. I tackled her to the ground and pulled her hair. We fought like cats till the teachers pulled us apart and took us to the principal's office, where we were given 2 weeks of detention. At home, Aunt Mary blamed me for everything. It's not your fault, John. This is what happens to motherless girls. I tried to provide for her by spoiling her rotten. She's an impulsive girl and doesn't stick to one hobby. The house is full of stuff she's only used once. Must have cost a fortune, and she doesn't appreciate any of it. This is why she's starting fights with Dior, who was just trying to help her. You're right, but what do I do? I have the funeral home to take care of. But I'm here now. I'll take care of everything. Thank you, Mary. Here, buy whatever you need. I couldn't believe Dad was giving up so easily. Did he also think something was wrong with me?
Your reign is over, Princess. Mom and I are the queens here now.
No, Dad loves me and he'll see right through you two. But things just got worse. I came home one day to find all my things boxed up in the living room. What the heck is going on? You don't need such a big room, and I could use the closet space. So I took it. And where am I gonna sleep?
The closet's pretty big.
Dad won't allow this. You've overstayed your welcome, Aunt Mary. I'll have him kick you out of the house. But instead, Dad accused me of being selfish and not welcoming my aunt and cousin as I should have. I was completely heartbroken, and I felt replaced. Things were already grim at home, but a week later, I was rushing to the cafeteria to get the last slice of pizza when a boy beat me to it. Hey, you must be new here. That's actually mine. The lunch lady must have forgotten to tell you. Don't see your name on it. What a jerk! I had to settle for a gross sandwich. Ugh! The pizza thief's name was Ashton, and he had recently transferred from New York. He was super rich, but I suspected he was some kind of robot because the dude never changed his expression. But the girls were going crazy over his good looks. His style is on point. He's so mysterious and dashing. I mean, yeah, he was cute, but the guy hardly ever said 2 words. A few days before Halloween, Dior announced she was throwing a party and that there would be a prize for the best costume. I was planning on staying in my dusty, spider-infested attic bedroom, but then I heard Ashton would be there, so I spent hours coming up with the perfect outfit. But when I finally came out of my closet, I got the biggest shock. The party didn't have a horror theme at all. Everyone was dressed up like models and the Kardashians. I looked totally out of place. Oh my God. Blair came dressed as the ghost that's possessing her. It's Edward Scissorhands, you idiot. I think you mean lame boy, lamer hands. Yeah, you'd know all about lame since you threw a lame party. What a snooze fest. Do you think you can do better, freak? You wouldn't know an awesome Halloween party if it bit you on the butt. Where are the bats, the witches, the skeletons? Where's the scary stuff? We're not crazy like you, and I throw classy parties, but I'm not scared of anything. Oh, I think you are. If you're so brave, spend 2 hours at the McNeely Mansion with me. First one to come out crying will be the other's personal assistant for a month. What's the McNeely Mansion? I jumped in surprise. Ashton was so close, I could feel his eyes on me, and it made my heart flutter in my chest. It's the most haunted place in Salem. It was abandoned years ago after the place burned down in a freak fire. Sounds cool. I was terrified of the place, and I was sure Dior was gonna chicken out, but to my shock, she said, "You're on." Everyone got to the McNeely Mansion, and my heart sank into my belly. The place was spookier at night. Ashton was going to time the dare, and the others waited around making bets on who would win. This is where you can live once Mom and I have you kicked out. Ugh, she was trying to get in my head. I hated her so much. I walked to the house on jelly legs, imagining all sorts of horrors inside. I stood in the front hall, my heart hammering in my throat. The whole place was creepy, windy, and cold. Goosebumps broke out on my skin. Suddenly, Dior pushed me. Right then, go on upstairs. You wanted an adventure. Shut up, Dior. Let's just stand in one place for 2 hours. I thought you wanted a spooky Halloween. Go find a ghost boyfriend or something. You won't ever get a live boy to date anyway. What is your problem? Why are you so mean to me? Because you're a walking eyesore. Nobody wants you at home. Uncle only gave you everything because he feels sorry that your mom left you. Just get lost already. You are the worst, Dior. You can't treat people like this. Don't tell me what to do. Don't push me. Suddenly, we heard a deep voice behind us. Nasty fights leave nasty scars.
I jumped out of my skin in fright, and Dior ran out of the house screaming like a banshee. But there was no monster. The ghost of my imagination was a homeless man with missing teeth. You scared the living daylights out of me. And you made Dior nearly pee her pants on the way out.
My apologies. You live at that funeral home, right?
Dude, you live in a haunted house. You don't get to judge.
Oh, no. I see you around town. I hear your aunt moved in with you. What's she like? Does she have a lot of money? Did she buy you this awesome costume?
Okay, you're officially freaking me out. If you don't want me to call the cops, you better buzz off. The homeless man left me alone, and 2 hours later, I walked out of the mansion in triumph. Dior's face was scrunched up as if someone had farted under her nose.
That was cool. You're very brave.
School life changed completely. Now I was the popular girl, and Dior was my personal assistant. And it was awesome! I made her cut all my sandwiches into small pieces so I could eat it with a fork. I made her do all of my homework in disappearing ink, then made her do it again. And I even had her warm a seat for me at a chess game in the park. I had her running errands around campus in a chicken costume. It was hilarious. But when I asked her to clean out my locker, she put her foot down. No, absolutely not. I'm wearing vintage Chanel. Then wear this hoodie. It's Walmart. You're taking things too far. This is just cruel. I quit. Maybe I had taken things a bit too far, but I wasn't sorry. One day on my way home, I saw the homeless man from the mansion snooping around our street. I chased him to the park, but he got away from me. But when I turned back to go home, I saw the most amazing thing. Ashton was rolling around on the grass with a cute puppy licking his face, and he was laughing. The sight set butterflies loose in my stomach. The dog playfully ripped the shirt he was wearing, and it fell right off. Oh my God. But as soon as he saw me, his expression became robotic again. What the heck? Is this your dog?
Yeah, his name is Bruce.
Cool. Oh, good dog. I fell hard on my back, but I didn't care. Bruce was such a lovable puppy. I rubbed his belly, but then Ashton said it was time to go. But before he did, he picked the grass from my hair. His face was close, and I could see just how green his eyes were. And then he just left. He was super weird, but really cute. The next day at school, he brought me a whole pizza for lunch. Hey, thanks. What are you doing today? Maybe you and Bruce can come over after school.
Sure, I think he really likes you.
Only him, or… He didn't answer. He turned around, face expressionless, and walked away. I was thinking about why he was the way he was when someone knocked my pizza to the floor. You don't need the extra carbs. What kind of witch magic have you done on Ashton? It's called human decency? You wouldn't know anything about it. No way is someone as cool as him into a loser like you. You're definitely up to something, and I'll get to the bottom of it. I ignored her. I hated going home these days, but I was looking forward to Ashton coming over with Bruce. We played with Bruce in the garden, and Ashton became a completely different person. I felt my heart beating fast when he looked at me. What's your deal? You're like RoboCop with the rest of us, and with Bruce, you finally start acting human.
I'm not good at making friends with humans. They lie and cheat. Animals are loyal, and they don't want a lot from you.
I know what you mean. I've never had friends either.
I thought you were popular in school. People hang out with you all the time.
Yeah, but they're not my friends. They still call me a freak behind my back because my dad runs a funeral home.
What's wrong with that?
I know, right? You're pretty cool, Ashton.
Call me Ash.
And he came closer when suddenly lights blinded me and we were surrounded by the police.
Hands up!
What the heck is going on? I watched in horror as the police went inside the house and pulled Dior and Aunt Mary out. They were struggling and screaming and cursing their heads off. And Dad was coming behind them, looking confused. Then a man in a suit walked over, and I recognized him. He was the homeless man.
Special Agent Curry, we've been following these criminals across 3 states. Criminals? You must be mistaken. This is my sister and my niece, also known as Sticky Fingers Mary and Dastardly Dior. They have stolen from several banks and rich men, and I have a warrant for their arrest.
You'll never find the money. Never! All of a sudden, Bruce jumped forward and dug his teeth inside Aunt Mary's fur coat. Let go, you dirty mutt! But the coat ripped and money started pouring out of its lining. I can't go to jail, Mommy. I'm too pretty to go to jail.
Dad was shocked. He turned to me looking completely confused. What have I done? I trusted them completely. I was still mad at Dad for trusting Aunt Mary over me, but he didn't deserve to go under a mountain of debt because of all the money they'd probably spent or stolen. We'll be fine, Dad. I'm sure Agent Curry can talk to the banks and we can get our money back. I don't care about the money. I let them treat you horribly because they convinced me you were spoiled. Can you ever forgive me? Of course I can, Dad. I love you the most. I hugged him tight. I finally had my home and my dad back. Life was going back to normal. Bruce barked and I saw Ashton standing at the edge of the garden. Well, better than normal. You were awesome, boy! Who's a clever dog? You're a clever dog! I trained him, you know. Then I owe you my eternal thanks. So I leaned up and kissed him, and he kissed me back, and it was perfect. So I learned that crime doesn't pay. Tell us about your most hilarious Halloween costumes in the comments.
I could not believe it was finally happening. I was going to meet my mom. The hospital called at 3:30 in the morning to tell my dad that my mom had finally woken up and was asking for him. I know this sounds crazy, but my mom's been in a coma since I was born. I literally put her in a coma, and she hadn't woken up once in 14 years. Until this morning. My dad burst into my room, almost knocking my lamp over on my bedside table. I startled awake, and before I could even open my eyes all the way, he said, "She's awake!" Before I continue my story, I just want to remind you to like and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more craziness like what you are about to witness. At first, I thought he was talking about me, and I was about to yell at him for waking me up. But then I realized what he meant. My mom was awake. My mom! I never heard her voice in real life. I never seen her eyes look into mine. I've held her hand, but she's never held mine. She's been here the whole time, but she has been so far away, too. She had had a complicated pregnancy with me. I was a stubborn fetus, I guess you could say. I decided that I wanted to come early, which caused a lot of issues for her, and she was rushed into surgery to get me out. She never regained consciousness after she was put under anesthesia, and because of her family's beliefs, my father never took her off the meds that kept her alive. I'd always had a feeling that at some point, I would have to be the one to end my mom's life. But thankfully, it didn't sound like that was going to have to happen after all. I bolted out of bed and ran to get my brother up. He was 2 years older than me, so he only remembers small fragments of Mom in real life. He remembers her singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star every night, and she made the best chocolate chip pancakes in the world. The sad thing is, he doesn't remember her smile or the way she smelled. So this day was the best news for all of us. My brother never said it out loud, but I knew that he blamed me for what happened to our mom. And to be honest, I didn't expect any less. He was nice to me growing up, but I always felt like there was something between us that wouldn't allow us to get closer. He hadn't forgiven me. Did you know the longest time someone has been in a coma was 19 years? Terry Wallace was in a coma for many years before he woke up on June 11, 2003. The ride to the hospital seemed to last forever, and we all rushed in as soon as my dad got the car in park. Our happy reunion was cut short when the doctor stopped us outside of my mom's room. He had a grave look on his face. Something was wrong. "She wants to see Emma," the doctor said, and my dad pulled me forward. He said no problem and tried to get the doctor to open the door. "No, see," the doctor started. "She doesn't understand that Emma is a teenager now. She thinks that she just gave birth to her several hours ago." I think all of our faces turned white. Of course, we had thought this could happen, but we didn't know what to do when it finally came to be. The doctor told my dad that he didn't want to shock my mother until we were all here at the hospital with her, and we could introduce me. This wasn't going to be easy, and we all knew that. I held my breath as my dad and the doctor went into my mother's room. All I could hear was some muffled talking from the doctor and my dad. Then my mom started to scream uncontrollably. "Bring me my baby!" I got goosebumps up and down my arms. This was probably the most afraid that I've ever been in my life. I was so afraid that my mother was going to hate me and that she was going to think I ruined her life too. I almost ran out of the hospital, but my brother nudged me forward. The door to the hospital room stood open in front of me, and I walked through. I had never seen my mom with her eyes open. She already looked so much more full of life than she had just days ago. "Hi, Mom," I said, twirling my fingers through my hair. I did that when I was nervous. My mom was doing the same with hers, as she said, "Hi." My dad said that it was okay to step closer. I couldn't help but start to cry as I walked up to my mom. She had the same hair color as me, and her eyes were just as blue. My dad had always told me I looked like her, but I never could see it until now. In that moment, I felt like my mom had come back from the dead. I know she'd been here this whole time, but she was as good as gone. I touched her face and her eyes lit up. It's like she knew it was me. It's like she remembered my soul when she carried me in her stomach. "It is you," she said, and she wrapped me in a humongous hug. We bawled together on the bed for quite some time. Then my mom pulled away from me and wiped her tears. "It's so nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you, you were on a black and white screen," she chuckled, talking about the sonogram. "I've grown since then," I giggled, and wrapped my hand around hers. Since Mom had been in bed for so long, most of her muscles were weakened. She'd need lots of physical therapy to get them back into shape. She wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. And when she did leave, she would still be required to do lots of physical therapy and other therapies, I guess. Those other therapies would help her deal with all the time that had passed and missing out on our lives and things like that. The one thing we didn't know how to tell her was that our dad was remarried. We'd had a stepmom for the last 3 years. My brother and I had given our dad our blessing to start dating again after the 10-year anniversary of when my mom went into a coma. He'd been so lonely. He'd basically only lived for us, and having someone there to help with the kids would be amazing too. We decided we weren't going to tell my mom that first day. We thought it would be too much to add to everything else that was going on. On the ride home, my brother blurted out that he didn't think we should tell Mom at all. He thought we should make our stepmom move out, which I didn't think was such a bad idea either. Our dad wasn't going for that. He hadn't fallen out of love with my mom. He'd just become stagnant. And the fact that she was awake now seemed to be weighing heavy on his mind. He was silent almost the entire ride home. When we pulled into the driveway, I asked if he was okay. He looked at me with tears in his eyes and said he just didn't know what to do. We walked into the house and gave each other the biggest hugs. Our stepmom walked up and asked if we were okay. She knew what had happened and all of the craziness that was now going to continue. Except she thought that my dad didn't love my mom anymore and that they were actually divorced, when in fact, he'd never divorced our mom in the first place. This was going to be hell for sure. Later on that night, while my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, we snuck down the stairway to listen to my dad and stepmom talking in the kitchen. "So what are we going to do?" my stepmom was asking. My dad was silent when she continued, saying that obviously we would need to contact my mom's family and have them help out. My dad said we were her family, and she would stay with us. My stepmom hated that idea and suggested that we get a hotel room for her until we could figure something out. That's when he dropped the bomb. "We're still married," he blurted. My stepmom nodded. "Yes, we are, and I have every right to say what happens in this house." He gave my stepmom the side eye and said, "No, I mean that I'm still married to her." "So we aren't even legally married?" My dad shook his head. I could tell he was crying again. My stepmom let out the biggest scream I'd ever heard. I think it blew out my eardrums. With ears ringing, my brother and I rushed down the stairs when my stepmom was slinging horrible words at my father, her face in a red rage. Her things were packed within a few hours, and she was off to her sister's house. I could tell my dad was hurt, but he looked almost relieved as well. By the end of the week, my mom was ready to come home. We set up the guest room for her, but we were surprised when she came in the house and went directly to the master bedroom. My dad didn't say anything, but my brother spoke up. He told her to put her things in the guest room, and she looked hurt. "It's okay, Mom. You can sleep in the master bedroom tonight," I tried to assure her. "Tonight? It's my bed, my house." She looked confused and worried. Then she asked where our stepmom was. We told her she left, and I don't know if I saw relief on her face or terror. We all helped her get settled in the bed, and she took a nap while we discussed how we were going to introduce my stepmom to my mom. However, not long after, our stepmom came to the door and knocked loudly, waking my mom up. My brother answered the door, and in a hushed tone, he told her to be quiet. Just as the door shut again, my mom was on the landing of the stairs. "Everything okay?" she asked, and came down the stairs, coming face to face with my stepmom. "Mom, this is Lisa," I said, stepping forward. Lisa crossed her arms as my mom put her hand out. Realizing that Lisa wasn't going to shake her hand, my mom put hers back at her side. She offered Lisa to come on in, and Lisa snidely replied, "I don't need to be invited into my own home." I guess it just shows the type of person my mom is, but she didn't reply with something nasty and rude. She graciously smiled and offered Lisa some tea. Then she said, "We can all call this place home." Lisa scoffed. That's when my mom almost lost her cool. Instead of flipping out and yelling at Lisa, she stirred the sugar in her tea and quietly said, "You're not the one who had their entire life ripped away from them, so I don't know what you're so upset about." "You're taking my husband away," was all Lisa could muster. My mom reminded Lisa that she had actually taken her husband away first. She also said that it was extremely upsetting that Lisa got to watch her children grow up a little while she lay unconscious in a hospital bed. That's when Lisa jumped up and spilled hot tea all over my mom. I quickly sprang into action, as did my brother. I grabbed a towel to help my mom dry off. Luckily, the tea had some milk and sugar in it, so it wasn't scalding, and my brother pulled Lisa away, shoving her out the door while simultaneously screaming for our dad. He ran down the stairs like lightning. "What is it? What's going on?" he asked. We explained what happened, and my dad took off out the door after Lisa. I helped my mom up the stairs, and we got her in the shower to get the tea off of her. Then we heard shouting outside. My stepmom and dad were back. All we could hear was Lisa screaming that my dad lied to her, and there was nothing he could do to get her to forgive him. I was hoping she would leave, but she came into the house and shoved herself into the master bedroom right past my mom. I asked Lisa if she could have some respect for my mom who was changing, but she snarled at me and started stuffing a bag full of clothes. "I'm out of here. Don't bother calling me," she said to my dad as she quickly left again. Over the next few days, my dad tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. He tried to get a hold of her sister, parents, and everyone else that would know where she was, but no one would give him any clues. During that time, he was also taking care of my mom, driving her to some appointments and making her food when she was hungry. My brother and I were busy with school, so thankfully, he was able to keep her company. A couple weeks after the crazy incident with Lisa, my brother and I came home to see our parents sitting on the couch together, my mom's feet across my dad's thighs. I couldn't believe the sight. When we came in the door, the two looked as if we caught them doing something wrong. They blushed and tried to scramble away from each other. My brother and I burst out laughing. They were married after all. We didn't mind that they wanted to get closer. It had been almost 15 years since they'd been able to do that. That was the moment we thought that we had our mom back. She was still pretty weak and often didn't understand how to use technology, but she was smiling more and cracking jokes. Her and I talked a lot more too, and I told her about almost everything that I've done in my life to catch her up. We cried a lot, and I held her while she apologized for not being around. Then things started to get strange. She'd wake up very early in the morning and turn on all the burners on the stove. The refrigerator door would be wide open, and the house would smell like gas fumes when we woke up in the morning. The last time that this happened, she was sitting out on the porch while everything in the kitchen was running, including the sink and the microwave. The back door was left open, and I saw her curled in a ball. I walked out of the door and asked her if she was okay. She didn't answer. I sat down next to my mom and put my arm around her. When she looked at me, all I could see was pure terror in her eyes. "Who are you?" she asked and pulled away from me. I looked at her utterly confused. "I'm your daughter, Emma." "No, my daughter is a baby. I just had her a couple of months ago. Who are you and why are you in my house?" "Dad?" I called, and it took a few minutes, but he showed up on the doorstep. "Something's wrong with Mom," is all I could say before she grabbed my hair and pulled my head back. She started screaming, "Where is my daughter?" And my dad grabbed her, pulling her arms behind her back. It was then that she snapped out of whatever trance she was in. She started crying and saying, "I'm sorry, Emma." I ran upstairs and locked my door. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. Something was going on with my mom, and we needed to figure it out. My dad called the hospital, and they told him she may have had some memory lapses, but this was way more severe than a slip of the mind. She physically hurt me, and she's a very small woman. There was something else going on here. I spent the next several days trying to keep my distance from her. She apologized to me several times after the incident on the porch, but I was still afraid to get close to her. My father and brother had no problem accepting her back into the family. They would play board games and watch movies together, but every time that I would join in, I could tell that a dark mask fell over my mom's face. She would constantly stare at me out of the corner of her eye, and I swear I could see a red glint flash over her normally bright eyes whenever she didn't think I was looking. Then, one night, I woke up to her staring at me from across my bedroom. I popped up in my bed and asked her if she was okay. She didn't reply, but I could see her eyes in the darkness. They weren't right. I screamed for my dad again, and when he came in the room, he flipped on the light. She wasn't in the chair anymore. We searched for her everywhere in the house, but she wasn't anywhere we could see. That's when we heard the blood-curdling scream. Tune in next time to hear what happened with my mom in the woods.